Christmas on Breakers Point, written by Chautona Havig, narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. Chapter 1. Her phone buzzed. Without taking her eyes from the page, Mallory Barrows fumbled about until her hand closed around it. The book held her bound in ropes of suspense as the villain slipped into the party unannounced, unseen. While she followed him around the edge of the imaginary room, her thumb swiped, tapped, and answered the call as if on autopilot, even as Mallory said, "Hello?" Her breath caught. The guy had found his prey. "Mallory, honey?" Without a second look, she dropped the book and sat up, feet firmly planted on the floor and all attention on the call. "Is it time?" "Afraid so, darling. Doc says it's a matter of weeks or a month or two, and I promised." "I'll be there Friday afternoon." Silence followed. Silence born of a man's pride warring with the bleakness that comes from the prospect of dying alone. "Thank you, sunshine." A smile formed, despite the ache in her throat. Only Uncle Bud could call a girl by a half-dozen endearments in as many minutes. "Thank you for calling. I almost wondered if you wouldn't." "When a man gives his word, he keeps it." If only that were true. There wasn't any reason to make him worry about why she would answer that way. Instead, she asked him to call someone to make sure there was plenty of room for her tiny house to park in the drive. "I think beside the house on the right side would be good." Uncle Bud's drawl provided a layer of salve on her bleeding heart. "Well, sugar, I expect Lou Fenwick can manage that for you." An awkward silence followed. Mallory fumbled for something to say, anything. But what could you say to a man whose expiration date had almost arrived? That's what Uncle Bud called it, his expiration date. "Lovey." The word prompted a smile that crushed her heart at the same time. "I know, Uncle Bud. I know." "Glad I saw your daddy this summer." Silence followed. Again. He'd say it, of course. He'd ask her not to tell her parents until it was over. "They don't need to know about this, baby. Roger'd try to come home, and they're doing good work down there in Haiti. Leave 'em be." She had to say something. "I won't call, and I won't give them a reason to ask, but I won't lie to Daddy or Mama. I told you that." "I know. Wouldn't want you to." After one more promise to be there on Friday, and after assuring Uncle Bud that everything would be okay at work, Mallory disconnected the call with another, "I love you, Uncle Bud." Both hands gripped the phone. Tears poured down her cheeks. Nose running, gulps of air echoing through the tiny little space she called home, heart breaking. Mallory began to plan. First step, letter of resignation. A symphony of advertising genius played out before Mallory's eyes. The bustle of interns rushing storyboards to agents and back to the art department mingled with phones ringing and the low murmur of voices. Mallory hesitated just inside the double doors to her department, took it all in, and strode forward, a banker's box under one arm and an envelope in hand. She'd come in early, but an all-hands meeting had sent her scurrying back to her truck with the box. Now, however, Victoria was in her office. Time to kill her career. Calls for help rang out as she approached and fizzled as each person saw the box. She dropped it on the desk in her cubicle and ignored the first questions about why. "Can't get sidetracked." Victoria's assistant eyed her as she entered the corner office. "Is Vic expecting you?" "And that's why you'll never rise. You take the casual atmosphere a little too cavalierly." Mallory shook her head. "No, I'm sorry. A late-night call makes this important. I'd prefer to speak to her myself. Would you ask her if I can have 3 minutes?" The assistant would have said it wasn't possible, so Mallory played the manipulation game. "Then again," she offered the envelope, "just give this to her. Maybe she won't go off on you like she will on me." Worked like a charm. Mallory found herself inside the office with the door mostly shut inside 30 seconds flat. Victoria suggested she sit. Mallory declined. I'm just here to give you my letter of resignation. She passed the envelope before adding, That's kind of a misnomer because I'm actually quitting. I'll have my desk cleared in 30 minutes. She couldn't say more. She'd cry, and that was the last thing she needed. Victoria gazed at her for a moment and pointed her pen at the chair, a silent order to sit. The walls of the enormous office pressed in with each second that passed. Still, Victoria just gazed. Why are you quitting? The letter. A jerk of her head silenced Mallory mid-sentence. Again, Victoria pressed her. I'm asking you to tell me why you're quitting. A box of Kleenex appeared from beneath the desk, from a drawer most likely, and plopped down in front of her. That's all it took. Mallory sobbed out the whole story. Her beloved uncle, like a grandfather to her, of course, and how he'd been diagnosed with colon cancer a couple of years back. They've done all they can do. It's just a matter of time, and I'm all he has left, except my parents. He doesn't want them to leave their work with the Haitian orphanages, so... How long is a matter of time? Oh, do not do this to me. I can't take it. Mallory. 6 weeks, a couple of months. I'll have to clear out his house when he's gone. It's mortgaged to the Island Association, so someone has to clean it out. I figure I'd be there into the new year at least. Silence followed that statement. While Victoria thought, Mallory fidgeted. She'd just decided to leave and burn that bridge if that's what it took when Victoria opened the resignation letter. A quick scan prompted a nod. She snatched up her phone and requested a form number that meant nothing to Mallory. After that, she smiled. You're officially on a 3-month leave of absence without pay, unfortunately. I can't justify payment, but we can pay out your sick and vacation leave in equal installments if that helps. If you find at the end of that time that you still can't return, we'll accept a resignation letter then. She rose and stuck out her hand. I had a grandfather once. I didn't make being with him a priority because I'd just gotten this job and couldn't afford it. Victoria's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and her voice caught as she added, Biggest regret of my life. A few minutes later, Mallory entered her cubicle and packed the box in a daze. How'd that happen, Lord? Or rather, thanks? The 1.5-hour ferry ride only took them as far as Mimosa Island. Tourists waited on the dock to be toted around the island and then back to the docks at Metcalfe. Experienced vacationers knew better than to get on when the ferry arrived from the east. Mallory shook her head as a small wave of people swarmed the deck, most of them obviously foreign and with arms full of souvenirs and cameras. I hope you want to tour the island, folks, because you'll be enjoying a nice, long ride. A glance at her phone told her it was just past 10 o'clock. Getting the early ferry was worth it. I'll be there before lunch. Tourists settled in seats, snapped pictures, and spoke in enough different languages to make her feel like she'd landed at Point Babel. Cool breezes blew in off the water and ruffled her hair. It'll be warmer on the island, but this sure feels like home right now. Island home. One man dropped beside her and unzipped his windbreaker. Nice here for November. He eyed her through pale blue eyes. Enjoying the island? I avoid Mimosa whenever possible. The moment she said it, Mallory realized it sounded more like a reprimand than chit-chat. I'm just here on an extended visit with my uncle. Thanksgiving next week? She nodded. While incomplete, it was true. Next week, next month, Lord willing, maybe even into next year. It'll be my first time cooking. I think we'll have blackened turkey and crispy green bean casserole. Can't cook, eh? Actually, she was usually a great cook, But with Uncle Bud putting in his opinions, changing the temperatures to speed things along, and her getting distracted by the Bears and Lions game, the odds were against her. Not at Uncle Bud's.
Grow up around here?
Had she? Did summers, holidays, vacations, and most of her pre-kindergarten years count? Some. Our family's run the lighthouse for over 100 years.
You a Barrows?
Someone did his homework. Interesting. Yep. She thrust out her hand. Anyone who had read up enough on the islands to know that should be given a friendly welcome. Mallory Barrows.
Ted Drewski, retired Coast Guard.
Mallory pulled back her hair and fumbled for a hair tie before tying it out of her face. I plugged you for an informed tourist, and now I know why you got on at Mimosa anyway. He smiled at her and leaned back, his fingers laced behind his head.
I pay the same if I get on before the ferry swings south to stop on the islands or if I wait for the return trip, so
you get your saltwater fix and a few minutes of peace and quiet. Nice. He didn't talk much after that. Occasionally he'd point at something and show her where a ship had sunk a century or two before, or a couple North Atlantic right whales, mother and calf.
Calving season, he pointed again. Look, there's another.
By the time they pulled into Rosemary Bay, her companion had talked himself out. The passengers were restless, and Mallory wanted nothing more than to get to the lighthouse to make a nice grilled cheese sandwich. They exchanged polite wishes for a nice Thanksgiving, and Mallory managed not to tear up at the idea that a nice Thanksgiving would be merely a calm before an emotional hurricane. Escaping to her truck offered a moment to collect herself. I can't arrive at Uncle Bud's all weepy. She sat in her cab, waiting for the ferry to dock at the slip and the apron to be adjusted. At the signal, she pulled forward, and for the first time her tiny house felt enormous as she pulled it up and onto the slip. People gawked. A few pointed, but Mallory just ignored them and flipped her blinker. Almost there. One advantage to Uncle Bud still living in the lighthouse was the short distance up Jacoby Road. Though it wound all the way up the coast on the west side of Breaker's Head, she'd rarely driven it. Mallory tended to stay near the cove by Breaker's Point, and for the first time in her life she was glad of that. Trouble was, she didn't know why. The long drive to the lighthouse had been graded recently. Mallory suspected Lou Fenwick, and if not, Uncle Bud would get a sound chewing out. To the right of the drive, an area had been cleared for her. That's when Mallory saw a pickup truck half hidden by baby palms. A short man with a fisherman's hat and wearing cargo shorts worked with a PVC pipe off to the left. As she pulled in, he hopped up and waved her down. He looked familiar, but not until he moved to the driver's window, pulled off his hat, and grinned at her did she remember. "Hey, Mr. Lou!"
"Mallory Barrows, you grew up. Look at you driving around a thing like this." He opened her door. "Now you just leave that running, and I'll get you parked and all hooked up. Bud told me to make sure you had access to electricity and the plumbing."
She stopped him. "Electricity's nice, Lou, but I won't be needing the plumbing. I'll just be sleeping out here. Unless Uncle Bud wants me to stay inside. I need a place to go cry where he can't hear me, but otherwise we're good." The man brushed the back of his arm across his eyes. "The island's losing one of her best in him." A screen door slammed. Mallory stepped out, gave Lou's arm a squeeze, and whispered, "Don't I know it?" Chapter 2. Wind tossed Mallory's hair across her face as she spoke to Lou through the truck window. From the porch, Bud watched as she gestured, always talking, even more with her hands than her lips, and laughed at something Lou said. Relief crawled inside and nestled itself in his heart. Yes, it might be selfish to have brought her here, but having Mallory close these last weeks meant when things got unbearable, he wouldn't have to leave his home.
"Still going out 2 feet first."
When Lou wiped his eyes, Bud knew it was time. Since they hadn't noticed him, he just reached back and pulled open the screen door and released again. It snapped shut with a satisfying whack that only a good spring-loaded wooden screen door could produce. All it took was one look and she bolted to him, wrapping arms around his chest. His throat swelled the moment he knew she'd realized how much weight he'd lost.
"So glad to have you here, baby."
Only a faint sniffle belied the cheerful tone she adopted as she stepped back. "We're going to have so much fun. I have great plans for us. If your expiration date is almost up, we're going to make every minute of the time till then count." Though his heart squeezed, Bud managed to chuckle.
"That's my girl. Always looking on the sunny side of the street."
"And I forgot my coat and hat." Mallory winked at him and called a thanks to Lou before turning to go inside. "Tell me you haven't had lunch. I've got a craving for grilled cheese." Food didn't interest him much anymore, but he'd eat if it made her smile like that.
"Sure thing, lamb. Let's see what we can rustle up."
He pulled open the screen and eyed her.
"Drop 'em."
Mallory blinked up at him, her forehead furrowing into those neat rows that had captivated his heart way back when she was just 2 and determined to tie her own shoelaces. "Drop what?"
He just stared. That bell-like laughter of hers filled the air.
She shrugged off an imaginary backpack and made a show of pinching it between thumb and forefinger. It dropped. "Worries stay here." With a kiss to his cheek, the girl skipped inside as if she'd dropped 20 years, was 8, and buck-toothed again. Her head was already buried in the fridge by the time he made it back to the kitchen. She emerged with butter, cheese, and a tomato, just like he liked things. Once she dropped them onto the counter, she reached up behind her, feeling around the top of the fridge for a bag of bread, while her other hand fumbled for the butter knife.
She's really here.
"Go sit down. I'll have this out in a jiffy."
"I can help."
Mallory eyed him. "You could, but since when does it take 2 people to make a couple of sandwiches?" Her gaze swept the kitchen and living room. "It's much too clean in here for me to think you spent all morning lounging around and trying to think up ways to torment me. So go."
Bud was tired, not to mention a fool. He should have known his girlie would suspect him like this. "All right. I'll go settle in my chair and get back to dreaming up those torments. How would you feel about going trawling next week?"
"Not getting me anywhere near a moving shrimp, and you know it." Inside 5 minutes, a still sizzling grilled tomato and cheese sandwich appeared before him. For half a second, it almost sounded appetizing, too.
"Thank you, darling."
He'd managed to eat one of his sandwich halves before Lou knocked on the door.
"Come on in, Lou. Want a Coke?"
Lou stopped the screen door before it whapped back into place.
"Sure!"
Without hesitating, Mallory hopped up. "I'll get it, Uncle Bud." A moment later, she called back. "What kind do you want? We've got Blenheim, Dr. Pepper, and Zero."
"Oh, I do love me a good ginger ale. Let's go with Blenheim."
"Sandwich?" He'd demur, even if he wanted one. Bud grabbed his crust from his plate and passed the untouched half.
"Take mine. I'm full."
When Mallory returned, and she and Lou exchanged glances, he knew he'd have to try harder with her there. The doctor said to eat even if he didn't feel like it, but that was easy to say for a man whose taste buds and stomach worked like they were supposed to. He stopped Mallory before she left the room and asked for a Blenheim for himself.
"Nothing says festive like a good ginger ale. And what's more festive than my girl home for Thanksgiving?"
"You cooking, Mallory?" Mallory returned with 3 bottles of ginger ale, passed them around, plopped back down on the couch, and eyed Bud. "Well, Mr. Lou, that depends on if Uncle Bud here is eating. I'm not going to do all that work for him to say,
'Sure is pretty, pumpkin. Dig in. I'll just go watch the bears pound the lions.'"
She sniffed. "He's delusional on both accounts."
"Right there. That's why I promised to call, and that's why I kept my word. Then again, You know that, Lord. No need to be telling you why I do what I do. Just grateful is all.
A lifetime of moments could be summarized in a Breaker's Point sunset. Mallory's first memory was of looking up from a sand castle and seeing her parents kissing against the backdrop of a pink, purple, and gold sunset. Her first solo bicycle ride came at sunset after spending all day falling off whenever her father or Uncle Bud let go of the seat. She'd even had her first kiss at the top of the lighthouse with a glorious sunset beaming on her and Drew Kochek. Then she'd kicked him because he'd said she wasn't bad for a newbie. While chicken soup simmered on the stove, Mallory suggested they try to take a walk down to the shore. She'd decided to revel in every sunset they could while they still could. He'd agreed, or rather, he hadn't argued. Uncle Bud was much more unsteady than she'd imagined. When the hospice nurse came the next day, she'd have to get a clear picture of what to expect. Meanwhile, he could hold her arm, and she had Lou added to her contacts list in case he fell and she couldn't get him up. They'd made it as far as the back railing when Uncle Bud stopped her. "Molly, my love?" "Looky there." She scanned the beach and saw a couple that had just passed the house. "Who's that?" "Jeff and Joni. Do you remember them from the youth group? They were a mite younger than you." She did remember a couple who had been a couple ever since she could remember. "The kids who got engaged at, 6? "That's them. Fell in love in first grade and stayed devoted ever since." If they'd all been in youth group together, they could only be 4 or 5 years younger at the most. I'd have thought they'd be married by now with a kid or 5.
"They were engaged until the end of her second year of college."
Uncle Bud lowered himself into a rocker that would have done Cracker Barrel proud, and Mallory took the one beside it. She felt a story coming on. He continued, proving her right.
"Somewhere between her first semester and that last one of year 2, she lost faith in her faith."
That seemed an odd way to put it. "Don't you mean in God?"
He winced. "Can't think of it that way, Poppet. It breaks my heart. I just have to hope she's rejecting her idea of how to live out what is still hidden somewhere in her heart."
Uncle Bud, always looking for a way to make things turn out right. "Well," Mallory began, "I'll be praying for her. It doesn't look like things are over from here, though."
"They still love each other. Her turning her back on her faith didn't change that. But he can't marry her."
Just then, Jeff's hand slid sideways and took Joni's in his. Stunned, Mallory shot a look at Uncle Bud and found him covering his face with his hand, shoulders shaking. "Oh, Uncle Bud." He waved her off.
"Don't pay me no mind. I'm just an old fool with killer chemicals in me. Makes me all kinds of weepy."
He dug for a handkerchief. Who used those things anymore anyway? And dabbed his eyes.
"Sorry, lovey. It just hurts to see. I'd hoped to be at their wedding before my time. Doesn't look like that'll happen."
From where Mallory sat, it looked like it could have. For a couple who couldn't marry, they sure had the romance bit down pat. Then again, guys can know all there is to know about romance and still not be able to commit. Unwanted memories bubbled to the surface. Determined not to get sucked in, Mallory popped them one by one, never taking her eyes off the scene below. Just as twilight flickered, Jeff and Joni disappeared around the bend.
Uncle Bud rose. "Let's try that walk, darling. I'll be restless all night now if I don't tire myself out a mite."
They'd made it to the shore where she helped him remove his docksiders and crew socks before Uncle Bud spoke again.
"Remember when you asked me what I wanted for my last Christmas present?"
"Drat, I was hoping you wouldn't think of something so I could use it as an excuse to bring Mama and Daddy home."
Mallory just murmured a bit and hoped it sounded agreeable. "That's what I want."
Mallory followed his pointing finger and saw nothing but ocean, sky, and a few clouds. Jesus to return before you expire?
His rumbling chuckle choked her.
I can't forget what that sounds like, Lord. I can't. Please.
No, Ducky. Jeff and Joni. I want them engaged again. Can't hope for married, but I can hope they'll be engaged.
He winked at her.
You up for the challenge?
Let's see. Am I up for trying to fix someone's crisis of faith in 6 weeks? Oh, piece of cake, if I was God. Still, the memory of Uncle Bud's tears replayed until she heard herself say, If I can do it, I will. Wearing her favorite lounge pants, a hoodie, and fuzzy socks, Mallory sat in the Adirondack lounger on the back porch, her laptop in place to keep her legs warm, and began a social media crawl of Joni DeJesus. Google stopped her cold. Wait! She's that Joni DeJesus? A click to jonidejesus.show proved that, yes, Breaker's Head's very own Joni DeJesus was the most up-and-coming comedian in the whole southeast corner of the country, possibly the eastern half. Using humor to understand life, since it obviously doesn't work for taglines. Well, that's different anyway. Mallory found Joni's Facebook page and clicked on the first video. Joni stood on stage wearing a cute skirt, fitted t-shirt, and sandals. Her hair had been braided down one side of her head, and even her makeup was understated. After a couple of one-liners about how there was more stuff made in China filling America's landfills than there is in China itself, Joni adopted a deadpan look and said, Everyone knows that I'm all about conservation, environmental awareness, and green living. I'm also passionate about social justice. Sometimes those two things just don't mesh well. The crowd laughed, clearly expecting what would come next. Like, last week, I go to this rally for environmental awareness, right? We're all holding signs, and I was so into the whole rally thing that I didn't pay attention to which sign I got. She snickered. You've got to get the full picture here. I'm wearing my Social Justice Begins with Tolerance t-shirt, okay? A family walks by. A Muslim family with like 6 kids. The girls are all covered, even the little ones, from top of head to barely letting their rubber-toed Converse shoes peek out. One points at my sign. My sign! The one leaning against my legs as I stretch my arms. She snickers. Her brother rolls his eyes and glares. I glance down and read, Don't have more kids than you can carry. Mallory's own snicker escaped as the girl on the screen rolled her eyes and huffed. Wait, it gets worse. A woman pauses and stares. She's like 4 nothing and skinnier than a 10-year-old. On each side of her is a linebacker out of uniform. They're twins, and they look just like her. Another snicker. Look, I knew what was coming before she even opened her mouth. I mean, I kind of deserved it, you know. She did that annoying thing where one eyebrow rose. How do people do that anyway? So she does it and says, The audience roared, louder than necessary for the joke level. That's when Mallory decided that the joke was definitely an old one that people had heard often. So, yeah, the kid on her right hoists her up as if she didn't push him out of her body somehow and says, Which thing do you believe, or are you just that stupid? A hush followed that statement. Where was the anticipated punchline that would have made the previous laughter make sense? Just as she wondered that, Joni began making faces. I didn't know what to do. The kid was right. Not only had I insulted a nice family, but I stood there as a poster child for how to be a hypocrite in one easy step. So I did the only thing I could do. I grabbed a Sharpie, turned the sign over, and made a new sign on the back. Someone brought her a piece of poster board, and Joni made giant, sweeping marker movements. The squeak of the marker sent the microphone screeching in protest. Titters followed. As if she didn't hear any of it, she kept swiping and moving. Then she leaned back, frowned, and added a few smaller letters to the bottom. Joni stood, the ridiculous line about having kids upside down. She flipped it over, and it read, Love the kids you already have. And don't buy your condoms from China. She'd straddled that line between the little self-deprecating humor and her values without compromising them or being too unkind to individuals. Sure, some might take offense to the wholesale attack on inferior Chinese products, But a moment later, she came out with a couple of connected one-liners that poked fun at both camps. Americans often claim to love Chinese takeout. Joni paused, waiting to build anticipation. What she did better than anything was to know exactly when to deliver a line as well as how. They might reconsider if they knew that's what the Chinese called their one-child policy. Only chuckles followed that one, but the girl seemed nonplussed. She continued without much of a pause at all, as if she'd expected an underwhelmed response. Then again, the Chinese came up with wontons. As usual, the Americans slap an A on it, mush it all together, and just became wonton. That got her the applause, and even a nod of appreciation from Mallory. After 3 more videos, most of which mocked herself and her attempts to live up to her new ideals, Mallory knew what she was up against. Lord, I feel like that mom who can't afford to get the one thing her only child wants for Christmas. Chapter 3. Bleary-eyed after staying up until 2 a.m. researching everything she could about her own generation, Mallory woke when the sun did, not ready to get up. If only she had been born blessed with the gift of being able to go back to sleep. No, her body worked on a rigid schedule of eat, wake, and sleep times. So, after rolling over and enduring the torture of not being able to move while she tried to fall back to sleep, Mallory crawled from beneath the covers in the bed she'd always slept in at Uncle Bud's and pulled on her lightweight hoodie as an ad hoc robe. Coffee first. She chose the 2-cup setting after she remembered Uncle Bud saying he couldn't stomach coffee anymore. His big, "Virginia is for lovers" mug would be perfect. All the little motions that might have been rote and meaningless she took the time to revel in. The half and half in the fridge, some unsweetened cocoa powder to give it a mocha flavor, some powdered sugar for sweetness, and a pinch of cinnamon, nutmeg, and cayenne. A perfect Mexican mocha, and the satisfaction of creating something that gave her pleasure. She'd just opened the back door when Mallory remembered that she had James Michener's Mexico waiting for her to read. Someone had said it wasn't very good, something she'd found difficult to believe. And with her Mexican mocha in hand, what could be more perfect? Her mug abandoned on the window sill by the back door, Mallory rushed in to dig through the small stack she kept beneath her breakfast nook seat. There it was, right on top. Once she'd settled in with her coffee and her book, Mallory finally felt awake, alert. She flipped open the well-worn cover of the copy of Mexico she'd found at a thrift store and read the opening line. "I'd been sent to Mexico to cover a murder, one of a remarkable kind." Somewhere close, a gull screeched. Mallory glanced up in time to see Joni DeJesus strolling up the beach with a burlap bag in hand. She would have gone back to reading, but the ridiculousness of that idea struck her. "Okay, taking this as a gift from you, Lord. I stayed up all night to try to understand what could have happened to shake her faith. It might be easier and a whole lot healthier if I just asked." After one last gulp of the coffee, nearly burning her lips and throat, Mallory dashed down the steps, picked her way across the zoysia lawn and down to the beach below. She waved, swinging her arms as if trying to flag down a motorist on an abandoned highway, and plodded through loose sand to reach Joni's side. "Hey, I wondered if I'd see you." Joni eyed her for a moment, a smile twitching at the corners of her mouth. "Mallory? Mallory Barrows? Didn't know I'd changed that much." There it went again. That twitch. It's just... Her eyes flitted to the top of Mallory's head. Understanding didn't do anything as lovely as dawn. It exploded on her face. "Oh, ugh." Mallory tried to calm her wild hair into some semblance of normalcy as she offered a fake grin. "Just woke up." Never would have guessed. A giggle escaped in spite of herself. To redirect the conversation, Mallory nodded at the burlap. "Doing a sweep?" "I take a walk every morning trying to stay ahead of the junk the tourists drop over the side of the ferry." "Except when you're somewhere doing a show?" This time, Mallory's grin was genuine. I looked you up after Uncle Bud mentioned you last night. Saw your website and realized you're you. I've seen posters in Atlanta for your show. People say you're good, so I watched some of your Facebook videos. Joni watched her, probably waiting for some kind of judgment to surface. She eventually nodded.
What'd you think?
You're good. You can poke a little fun at something without really bashing people. I loved the ZPG sign one.
I had to do that. It was kind of a sermon almost. I mean, how often do we do stuff like that? We make some ideal more important than the people it's meant to help.
Better watch out, girl. That's kind of biblical if you ask me. As much as she wanted to, Mallory didn't say it. I thought it was gracious of you to stick to your convictions and show genuine repentance.
Repentance?
The girl stiffened.
What do you mean?
Just that. To repent. Discover you're doing wrong, apologize if necessary, and turn around and do the right thing next time. That's what you did. The tide inched up closer and closer as they wandered along the beach north of Breakers Point and the lighthouse. Joni just walked, lost in apparent thought. Mallory second-guessed every word she'd said until Joni asked the obvious.
Did Bud ask you to talk to me? Get me back to church?
She could honestly say no. Bud hadn't asked her for that at all. He'd asked her to get Joni and Jeff back together again. Big difference. And almost none at all. A dozen thoughts flitted through her mind so quickly that Joni probably didn't notice a delay. No, and yes, kind of.
That brought a smile. Well, you've always been honest. I remember that.
I wanted to lie.
This time, Joni laughed. And you kind of proved my point right there. Okay, so what exactly did Bud ask you to do?
Get you and Jeff back together. She swallowed a lump she hadn't expected and added just above a whisper, before... Tears formed. She'd have to figure out how to overcome this new habit of leaking all over the place whenever she thought of the coming days. Sorry, I didn't mean to put that on you. I'm not used to this new weepiness.
It's understandable.
Again, a smile formed.
So, Bud wants you to what? Convince me to come back to Jesus? Convince Jeff he doesn't need Jesus?
Mallory saw a water bottle bobbing out near the edge of the water and waded in to grab it. Not until she dropped it into Joni's bag did she decide what to say. Obviously, he wouldn't want you to try to lure Jeff away from Jesus, but...
The more she talked, the stupider she felt.
Look, I knew it was his last Christmas, so I asked him to tell me what he wanted. Scared me to do it, too. I thought he'd try to set me up with someone or send me back to my job before it's time, or a million other things. Instead, he saw you guys out there, and you may not know this, but he's an incurable romantic. Said he wanted you guys back together.
Don't tell Jeff.
The demand came so swiftly, Joni sounded ready to bite off a head or two.
Sorry, but don't.
I will if the time is right, but I put him through enough. Mallory started to agree when it occurred to her she couldn't do it. I didn't mean to tell you, and I did. Not sure I can make that promise. I can say I have no intention of that, but I would like to understand what happened. I'd like to know why.
Not going to try to convince me to, Joni winked, repent?
I won't say that either, but I really do just want to understand. She offered her own wink back. For now. After Joni nodded, Mallory added, Stop by any morning. I'll make you a coffee. We'll walk. She snatched up a Cheetos bag and shoved it into the burlap sack, and rid the beach of that nastiness. They'd wandered another few dozen yards before Joni stopped and just looked at her. Okay, deal. See you tomorrow. The phone rang just as Sam Adu, the thrice-weekly hospice nurse, knocked. Bud called for Mallory to get the door while he answered the call.
Hey, Jan.
Turkeys are in. I actually got one that's only 10 pounds. Thought I'd give you first dibs.
I'll take it. Thanks, darling.
You coming in, or... It had become the latest way to get an update on him without actually asking. People just asked if he planned to do what he'd always done, and when he said no, they took it for another step toward the grave. Of course, it often was. Other times, however, he just had a bad day or had something else to do. Bud realized she was waiting for an answer as he ruminated, so he hastened to assure her that if Mallory would bring him, he'd come in himself.
Someone has to make sure she gets the right trimmings. The girl might make ambrosia instead of orange fluff.
An indignant huff told him she'd heard. Before the girl could out him to Olive Breaker's head, telling Jan anything was the equivalent anyway. He promised to come get the turkey by Monday morning and disconnected.
Turkey's here, just 10 pounds.
For that insulting insinuation, I've got a good mind to make ambrosia. It'd serve you right.
And you'll enjoy eating every bite of it, sugar, because we both know I won't, and you won't throw it away.
Sam suggested he go get ready for a shower.
I'll be there in just a minute.
Instead of undressing, Bud stood shamelessly just inside his bedroom door and listened. Mallory sounded even more worried than he'd expected. You sure he's doing everything he should? What should I encourage? What should I expect? I mean, he's moving around just fine, slow, and sometimes unsteady, but I don't understand the need for hospice yet.
With you here, not as necessary.
Sam's precise Nigerian pronunciation contrasted with Mallory's gentle, honeyed tones.
But you will like when you don't have to help him bathe and clean his port. We set this up early because he was alone, and he refused further treatment.
Those words sounded so harsh, so selfish. Would she understand that he just couldn't go through it again for what was less than a 40% chance of a short remission? Would she cry again? She didn't think he knew, but he did, poor darling. Well, he's not alone now, but yes, I'd imagine he'd rather have you help him bathe than me. I'm stronger than I look, but even with as much weight as he's lost, he's still too big for me if he slips.
They will be bringing a hospital bed soon. Arranging these things is difficult with being so far away from Savannah. We want it here before he has need of it.
Mallory's sigh told him she'd braced herself before asking the next question. That made it easy to guess what it would be. He said he had weeks, maybe a couple of months. Do you think that's accurate? This time he turned away. The silence assured him that Sam had answered. And if Bud knew anything, he knew, barring God's healing hand, that was definitely accurate. Dr. Sayara had shown him the numbers. Stage 4, markers, resistance to treatment. It all added up to one conclusion. His expiration date loomed. He swallowed hard.
And it's time to admit, you called earlier than you had to, you old fool.
Chapter 4. Roasting turkey filled the house with tantalizing, mouth-watering scents. Mallory sat on the old plaid couch, a bowl of washed potatoes in hand, and cut each one into quarters as she watched the bears and the lions do a football dance that boxers would have envied. As the second quarter came to a close, the sportscasters began predicting an attempted field goal when the teams arranged themselves on the scrimmage line.
Uncle Bud leaned forward. Watch it, fellas. The Lions creep tonight.
Mallory dropped the knife and potato back into the pot and sat riveted to the screen. 50 yards!
Worried, pumpkin?
Nope, she shot him a grin. But you should be. Your guys are going down.
With 3 points? Uncle Bud pretended to shake. I'm terrified, truly.
The center snapped the ball. Holder caught and got into position. Mallory held her breath as the kicker swung that leg and his foot connected with the ball. What took just a couple of seconds turned into hours as the ball tumbled over and over itself and made its way to and... Score! Oh, yes, score! Take that, you grumpy bears! A disgusted huff followed.
3 measly points.
That's 3 more measly points than your bears have. I think they went into early hibernation." With that, she picked up her pot and carried it into the kitchen. She had 15 minutes max to get those potatoes on the stove and get the green bean casserole in the oven. How did Mama do this every year? I'm pulling my hair out trying to juggle it all. Not for the first time, she berated herself for the hypocrisy of living in a tiny house and making enough food to feed an army for a party of 2. It's his last Thanksgiving, Lord. He's looking forward to it all. How could I not? By the time the game was on again, Mallory was back in the living room, planted on the edge of the couch, knees bouncing as the kickoff started the third quarter. 1 down, 2. The Bears made it to the 20-yard line as the Lions stumbled all over themselves. "Come on, you idiots! Get your act together or they'll score!" When Uncle Bud didn't chuckle, Mallory tore her gaze from the TV and rose. He sat there, eyes closed, arms folded over his chest. For just a moment, her heart stopped. While the announcer called, "Interception!" she moved close to check him. His chest rose and fell, and a hint of a snore followed. That's when she breathed again. She snatched up the uber-soft throw he'd raved about and draped it over him. A kiss to his cheek. "I love you, Uncle Bud," she whispered. The second soft snore assured her of his love, too. Her attention shifted back to the screen in time to see the Lions quarterback racing out ahead of the pack. He passed the 30, 40, 50, 40, 30-yard line. Just before the 20, a bear ran out in front of him and they collided. "Aw, man!"
"Good going, young fella."
A smile formed in spite of herself. "He's just giving our quarterback a breather before he scores. Very considerate of him." The next play ended up with them all on the ground before the ball got thrown. Uncle Bud chuckled. The next, however... "Touchdown!" Mallory hopped up on the coffee table and did a victory dance. "Oh yeah, baby! Forward down the field!" Just then, the potatoes boiled over, and Uncle Bud cracked up as she hopped off the coffee table and dashed for the stove. "Laugh all you want, old man. At least we scored."
"In my day, when a fella scored..."
"Don't even!" She grinned at the thought of Uncle Bud as a young guy. "Actually, did you ever have a girlfriend? I never saw you with anyone."
"Emily Sue Bartlett. She was a peach of a girl."
As much as she hated giving him the satisfaction on the one hand, Mallory wouldn't have skipped it for the world. "Sounds like a parable girl to me." Steam rose to frizz the hairs around her face and gave her an excuse for the irritating tears that decided to prick just then. To cover it all, she asked for more. "For such a romantic, I'd have thought you'd have been quite the Casanova."
"Nah, only had eyes for Emily Sue. Right up to 8th grade when she fell for Alton Fenwick. Best 6 years of my life."
The image of a buck-toothed, freckle-faced Bud Barlow staring google-eyed at an equally buck-toothed, pig-tailed darling just about overrode the pain of thinking he'd never fall in love again. And that's when she really heard what he'd said. "Alton Fenwick? Mr. Lou's dad?" She could hardly imagine, but Mallory couldn't resist asking, "So, Lou's mom?"
"That's right, sweetness. She passed away about 5 years ago. Alton's hanging on for the grandkids, but I know he wants to get home with Jesus and his Emily Sue."
"And so do you. Want the home with Jesus thing, I mean." Everything came together at once, and not in the "I've totally got this elaborate meal thing timed to perfection" way. The potatoes needed mashing, while the stuffing needed stirring, and the gravy needed gravying. Meanwhile, the casserole would have burned if Uncle Bud hadn't shown up and told her he could hold a mixer to mash taters.
"You get the birds and beans."
That sounds like a hick hole in the wall where they sell baked beans and fried chicken. Despite everything gone wrong, their table groaned inside 15 minutes, and the gravy only sort of smelled burned. Uncle Bud reached for her hand.
"Let's say grace, Mally Duck."
Always hated that one. The usually tantalizing scent of hot peach cobbler didn't tempt Bud in the slightest. Mallory shoved her empty plate onto the coffee table and flopped back against the cushions. I wish Lydia Bennett's line, "I'm so fat," was actually in the book.
I'm sure that is a rational thought deserving an intelligent response. I ain't got one for you.
One of the lesser Bennett girls in Pride and Prejudice. It was a great line in the movie, but it's not in the book. I looked for it. He considered for a moment. Mallory liked 2 of Austen's books best. Did this mean Pride and Prejudice was one? And if so, what was the other? When no name came to him, he asked, "What's the other Austen book you liked?" Northanger Abbey. It's a hysterical satire on the Gothic novel. Somehow she managed to mock the Bronte sisters almost before they were even born. It might be a nice segue, as long as he recalled correctly.
Didn't she write one about a matchmaker?
Emma. Don't like it, just as Austen predicted. She said once that Emma was a character of whom no one but myself will much like. She was right, but a modern author has told the story from Knightley's perspective. She makes you see what Knightley saw in Emma. I like the original a little better now, through that lens. His eyes closed, despite every effort to resist.
You know, Lambkin, I always thought you'd be an author, or own a bookstore, or something like that. Never imagined you helping convince folks that they couldn't live without what they didn't need or want.
And here I thought you would have tried to convince me to be a professional matchmaker. Maybe run a website.
That just ain't natural, Sugar Plum. You got to look into a lady's eyes to know if she's the one. You need to feel his hand when he shakes yours for the first time. You need to learn to read facial expressions, not text messages.
Pulling the sofa pillow up under her arm, she half sat, half reclined on the couch, her head propped in her hand. That's rather profound. You're right. Even people who meet at church or in the produce department still have a lot of their first interactions through text and messenger.
That's why folks like Jeff and Joni can't let what they have die.
Only the schoolhouse-style clock's pendulum swinging back and forth, and the ever-present waves breaking on shore answered him. A huff escaped. A sigh. I talked to her, you know. That was news. She hadn't told him about that.
How'd you manage that?
Saturday morning. She was walking up the beach, so I ran after her. We talked. Hope welled up in spite of himself.
Oh?
She said we could talk the next day. She'd explain what happened with her faith. She didn't show. Then I got a call while you were in the shower on Monday. She had a chance to fill in for a gig on Tuesday night at a big fundraiser. Their performer had to cancel last minute. Bad car accident or something. Anyway, she got the job, so she had to fly out on Sunday. I'll be walking with her again tomorrow.
Maybe.
Bud hesitated and shifted in the chair. He'd have to get up to use the bathroom soon, but the thought of the effort it would take nearly did him in.
Maybe you could talk to Jeff, too. See what he thinks would work.
She rose, stretched, and carried their plates to the kitchen. He heard his plate being scraped into the garbage, both plates rinsed. After the hour it had taken her to wash all the dishes, he couldn't imagine she'd actually washed them. When she appeared before him and held out her hands, he smiled at the picture she made there.
Bad idea?
No, I just might do that. Can't before tomorrow, but if I tell him what she said... She shook her hands. Come on, I already know that squirm. Go take care of business, and then we'll try a walk down to the shore. The idea nearly wore him out at the mere thought of it. But disappointing Mallory, not an option. Besides, with her help, getting up wouldn't be so hard. He wouldn't be so tired.
All right, let's do that.
It took 2 tries, but he landed on his feet and ready to shuffle down the hall.
Be back in 2 shakes of a duck's whisker.
Always knew you had a thing for Angela Lansbury. He refused to dignify the response with a reply.
It'd give the girl more ammunition.
By the time he returned, she'd fluffed the pillows in his chair and retrieved the quilted flannel shirt he used as a jacket. I think we should get you one of those recliners that are automatic, They just help you stand and everything.
That's a lot of money wasted for something I'll likely use for a month at most. I expect I'll be in my bed a lot come December.
Mallory turned to pull open the door and, he suspected, hide tears. By the time he shuffled through, she'd collected herself. You're probably right.
Of course I am, darling. Besides, I don't want to take away a dime from the little bit of money I've got squirreled away for you.
No. They made it across the grass before he became winded.
Sorry, sunshine. I just can't tonight. Maybe tomorrow, after my nap, so I'm fresh.
She nodded and started to turn, but the sky started changing. Look, Uncle Bud, it's gonna be another gorgeous sunset. His voice wavered a bit, but he sang a line from a song his mother had loved.
Over the sunset mountain.
Sea oats trembled in the breeze some 20 feet away, and the water had turned lavender in the wake of the reddening sky. Mallory leaned her head against his arm and picked up the tune a few words later. Into the arms of Jesus. He pulled her close, as tight as he could.
Don't know how people do it without him, little girl. I just don't.
Chapter 5. The inexorable approach of dawn pushed Joni out of bed and into clothes. While people all over the United States had already begun loading shopping carts with the year's best Black Friday deals, the Islanders did things a bit differently. Instead, they would roll out of bed at their usual times, go about their days in the usual ways, and instead of taking off with a bang, the Christmas season would usher in on gentle waves, just as it did every year. Just the way I like it. A lifetime of awakening to spend half an hour in prayer and Bible reading. Her current favorite beverage in tow had been replaced with her journal, a planner, and tea, whatever the current flavor in her tin was. She carried it all out to the tiny patio behind her studio apartment and watched the day wake around her. There wasn't much on her to-do list. She'd kept that free until Monday to fully enjoy the holiday weekend. Nieces and a nephew would be up and ready for her to entertain them soon, so she skimmed everything. Only one thing stood out from the rest. She'd promised to talk with Mallory Barrows on her walk that morning. A gull flew up just a few feet away and sat there waiting for a treat. His pale blue eyes blinked at her, and he cocked his head as if to say, "Well?" All right. From a shelf beside her back door, she pulled a metal cookie tin that held Cheerios and raw sunflower seeds. As she threw pieces to the bird, one by one, she talked through her thoughts. I promised, so I'll go. She'll try to win me back to the Lord. I'll decline. That'll be the end of it. A sigh followed as the gull hopped closer. You know what, though? Again with the cocked head. I always looked up to her, liked her. She tossed another Cheerio. This one will hurt. Her journal called. The therapist she'd seen a few times had assured her that her questions and confusions were all understandable and normal. You're in a very good place for someone coming out of a lifetime of religious devotion. Many people feel displaced or resentful. I think you have a very healthy attitude. Just keep substituting new ways of doing old habits, and you should find the transition satisfying. Of course, she'd also recommended being evaluated on a regular basis. It seemed unnecessary to her, but even Jeff had agreed that it might be good for an objective party to make sure she didn't become blind to struggles. The journal was one he'd given her for Christmas last year. The cover had one word on it: reflect. She'd chosen it for her word of the year, and he'd wrapped it up with a box of sour gummy worms. Joni threw a couple of sunflower seeds. He gets me like nobody else. That thought prompted her to open the journal. With her fine-tipped, no-bleed Sharpie pen in hand, Joni wrote, Today, I will lose another connection to my old life. One by one they go. They always do, giving up on me once they realize I'm serious about being done with church, the Bible, and God. I haven't seen Mallory in ages, so it won't hurt the same as some of the others. I always looked up to her, though, so it will hurt more, too. I have to remember, when all the pain begins again, that pain is why I refuse to break away from old friends and family. My new friends may not get it, but until you've lived that kind of rejection, you can't understand it. But doing what everyone else is doing just makes me the kind of hypocrite I'm done with. Jeff understands. He may be the only one left who does someday, but he always will. I wish I didn't have to hurt him like this, though. I wish I could ignore everything I know and have seen. I wish I could still buy into the ideal of shiny, happy life with Jesus. Jesus didn't have one of those. He had a hard, messy, self-sacrificing life. Maybe if people really believed in him as a God, they'd live it in a way that made it mean something. The gull hopped up on the table and nearly stuck his beak into her nose trying to get to the tin. Joni closed the journal and watched as he hopped back to the ground and stared at her with eyes that demanded food. She tossed a couple more Cheerios. "That's it for this morning. See you tonight." After depositing her stuff in the kitchen, she'd learned not to leave them out there after the gull had left a deposit of his own on them. Joni grabbed her burlap bag off the hook on the back door and started off to the beach. The air was cooler, as if a nod to the impending holidays. Only a nod, of course. Still, she rushed back in for her chunky, long cardigan and began her trek up the beach. Not much caught her eye, though. Just a bottle here, a donut wrapper there. Maybe the holiday had kept folks off mimosa or had stuffed them so much on mimosa that they hadn't had anything to toss. As she neared the lighthouse, dread hit harder than she'd expected. She'd always said people had the right to their opinions, but being the brunt of those opinions hurt. Next up, Mallory Barrows. On perfect cue, Mallory called out from the back porch of Bud's house. Joni and some of her friends had called it the Barrows, after the Harry Potter craze in junior high. I wonder if she ever knew that. Mallory wore Bud Barrows' old quilted flannel jacket with the sleeves rolled up. "Hey, how'd your show go?" The question unwound a few nerves. "Really well, actually. I didn't have much time to tailor specific jokes to the audience, but I managed to adapt enough that it felt reasonably fresh." "Do people expect that? Jokes just for their event?" Without giving her a chance to answer, Mallory jogged up the beach to retrieve an aluminum-backed burger wrapper. As she stuffed it into Joni's bag, she shook her head. "I know sometimes these things are accidents. There can't possibly be as many accidents as wash up here. I've hauled in a bag full every other day." So that's why the beach was clear. "Thanks." They inched down the beach until the harder, still damp sand made walking easier before Joni answered. "As far as jokes, yeah. They don't expect a whole new routine, of course, but people like something that their audience relates to and at least a couple of things they haven't heard before." Mallory stopped and stared out over the water until Joni became concerned. "What is it?" She did a slow turn and looked right at Joni before smiling. "I think I know how to break the elephantine ice here." "Okay." "If you could make one joke that defines what is wrong with Christianity today, what would it be?" Her gut hit the iceberg, turned end up, and sank. "I don't make those negative kinds of jokes, not about other people. I poke fun at groups I'm part of to make a point, but that's because I'm pointing a finger at myself." "Then pretend you're still a Christian for a moment. It's just you and me. It's not going in your repertoire, just something that helps me see." It took probably 100 yards or more before she figured out what to say. "Well, so this guy invited me to church. I went because he seemed like he had something I wanted, you know? So we went in and people greeted us, really nice folks." Joni tried to give it all the punch she could, but off the cuff wasn't her forte. "The second week we went back. They asked if we were interested in a membership class. He said no. He just liked hanging out with God's people and listening to the music and the Bible. They didn't like that, but it was only our second week." Gulls swarmed an area up the beach, likely picking some sea creature to death. Kind of like this whole Christian topic. Joni turned away and continued her story. After a few more weeks, they tried again, but before he could answer, a woman came in and asked a question in Spanish. No one understood, and it was obvious they wanted her out, so she left. My friend said, "Why didn't you help her?" One guy said, "I don't speak Spanish. Besides, she's probably an illegal." My friend said, "What difference does that make? If she needs help, she needs help." Mallory slowed as Joni told the story. Stopped. Listened. Really listened. They just brushed us off, but every few minutes someone came in asking a question in Spanish, and every time the person was shooed out again. Sure, they were nice about it, but no one even tried to understand. I got fed up and pulled out my phone and gave it to the next person who came in. The guy typed in his question, Google translated, and we found out the problem. It was a church bus that had blown a tire. Mallory snickered. Didn't see that coming. Had ideas, but not that one. Well, my friend called for some help for them, and we went back to the sermon. It had turned all about how God put us under the authority of the government, and the government said that people who came to America without proper documentation are criminals, so we can't support criminals. She'd gone quiet, pensive. When Joni gave her so-called punchline, the one that wouldn't be funny at all, that would be it. She braced herself and forged on. Well, my friend stood up to go. I followed. I mean, if he didn't like the place, I wasn't sorry. What he had is what I wanted. These people clearly didn't have it. The pastor stopped him, right there from the pulpit, and asked where he was going. My friend apologized for intruding on their church. He'd hoped they would love everyone he'd died for, not just the ones with the right papers. The sounds of trees and waves moving in harmony almost drowned out the horrible silence. Joni stopped and tried to smile. It's not funny, I know. I couldn't. This kind of thing I see. Christians choose the Bible verses they want to support the ideas they have instead of the other way around. Even if the Bible wasn't full of stuff that's just hate-filled. She shook her head. That kind of hypocrisy, I can't do it anymore. Well, Mallory began, clearly choosing her words with care. I don't know about a hate-filled Bible, but I do know that I don't agree with you, and not in the way I think you think I won't. Maybe she shouldn't have asked, but Joni did. Okay, let me have it. How am I wrong this time? I think it's more of an incomplete right. Your point is that we're supposed to be the hands and feet of Jesus, right? To feed him, give him a drink, visit him in prison, that kind of thing, right? Basically. I mean, that guy in prison, he was a, gasp, criminal, right? Right. But why aren't both verses true? Mallory must have seen her start to shut down. No, give me a second, okay? As a Christian, I take care of someone in need, period. I don't care where they are or what their problem is. If they have a need I can meet, I do it. That's my responsibility. She gave Joni a wry smile. And I'll be truthful. I don't like I should. I'm talking about how things should be. Anyway, Joni had to at least throw a bone. Thanks for that. But here's the thing. I'm also a citizen. That means I am responsible to the laws of my land. That means I don't hire someone who's here illegally. They prefer to be called undocumented. They may prefer it, Mallory insisted, but both terms are correct. They are present on American soil illegally because they do not have proper documentation. That's how it is. And here's the thing. If we don't like it as Christians, then we work to change the laws. That is being subject to our rulers, because here we get that choice. At least she seemed to care. So many didn't. I really appreciate that you try to both show compassion and follow the Bible, but that just doesn't help the people who only want a chance at a better life. She shook her head when Mallory tried to say something else. I need to go. I'm getting upset, and that's not right. We can talk again some other time, can't we? About something else, maybe. Mallory grinned. Books? I'm always up for talking about a good book. Well, that was a first. Before Joni could overthink it, she nodded. Love a good book or movie. She'd made it 5 or 6 steps before Mallory called out to her. Tomorrow morning? As much as Joni wanted to say no, she didn't. Sure. Chapter 6. Wednesday night, Mallory left a sleeping Uncle Bud and took the water taxi to Hopper Island. On maps, the island's name read Hooper Island, but due to its rabbit-like shape, locals had nicknamed it Hopper. You could spot a newbie or a tourist who decided to take a stroll through the island by how they pronounced it. She left a request for a pickup at 9:45, and with her flashlight app on her phone, strolled up from the docks to Palmetto Drive and waved at friendly islanders rolling past, presumably on their way to church, too. Someone, even if they didn't recognize her, would offer her a ride. They always did. Right on cue, headlights appeared again, and the car slowed. Mallory opened her mouth to offer thanks and a polite refusal when Jeff Gilbert's should-be trademarked bottom-of-the-bass voice reached her.
"Hey, Mallory. Joni said you were back. Get in. I'll give you a lift."
When God orchestrates a meeting, you don't say, "But I wanted it later." You say, "Sure." If not, "Yes, sir." She'd barely snapped the buckle into place when he shot forward.
"I should have known you'd come and offered to pick you up at the docks."
He flashed his enormous toothy grin and added,
"Sunday?"
"Sure, if we can come. Uncle Bud's asleep, so I decided I could sneak out." He took a right, a quick left, and pulled into the church's parking lot. The old sign had been refurbished. Someone had taken it down, sanded it good, and given it fresh paint. It fairly sparkled under the spotlights that shone against it. Life Walk Christian Church. Underneath it, she read the church's mission statement in 6 simple words. Walking a life in Jesus' sandals. Looking good.
The youth group did that this summer. They stole it one night. The church started collecting loose change to buy a new one, and then one Sunday, it was back.
Jeff parked and offered to get her door.
"Just a minute."
Part of her wanted to refuse, to allow him to keep special treatment like that just for Joni, but if any of the older ladies saw, he'd hear about it. Instead, she thanked him and said how nice it was to see a gentleman again. "Chivalry is all but dead in Atlanta. Too many transplants." She snickered. "My boss calls them all Californians. If they don't hold a door or a chair, if they don't offer a seat or stand when a woman enters, they're a Californian. Poor souls." That earned a laugh.
"You need to tell Joni that one. I'll bet she could do something cool with it. She's kind of on an anti-feminist kick, which is pretty funny considering."
There had been a light, cool breeze all day, but it grew stiff as if trying to push them inside. Once there, she lost all sight of Jeff. Old friends, Uncle Bud's friends, and even the Sunday school teacher who had scolded her for her pride when she cried over making a mistake on her Sunday school worksheet came forward to hug her. "So good to see you, Mallory Barrows. I wondered if you'd be back with Brother Bud, not himself these days." You know you're in the hands of a Southern lady when she refers to end-stage colon cancer as not himself. Mallory just nodded. "Yes, ma'am. Couldn't miss these last weeks with him." She pulled Mallory a bit apart and whispered, "Between you and me, I always had a soft spot for old Bud, but he only ever had eyes for one girl. He told me about that the other day. I never knew." Someone began tuning an acoustic guitar. A violin screeched, and the girl responsible blushed nearly as red as the shirt she wore. Until she heard the first words of the song they'd chosen, Mallory hadn't realized how much she'd been pulled from everything important to her over the past couple of years. Not all at once, of course, but a surprise date here, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity there, and all for a guy who... She cut off that thought. What good did it do? Didn't change anything. And that was definitely for the best. At the end of the song, the leader said, "I want to sing that one again if it's okay. I needed it." The violinist drew her bow. The guy at the keyboard picked up the melody. The leader sang, his hands resting on the guitar without playing. "I heard the words of the Lord through the word of the Lord. He gave faith." Jeff sat a row up and 2 seats over, and one glance was all it took to crush her heart. He stood there, hands gripping the old pew in front of him and tears pouring down his face. His lips moved, but not in synchrony with the words of the song. Prayer. Mallory joined in with her own thoughts and prayer. "Give her faith, Lord, begging here. Please restore or give her new, fresh, real faith if she never truly had any." He gave it all. I yield all. Praise his name. Praise his holy name. I sing it, Lord. Please help me mean it all the time. Always. Every day. Every minute. Every way. The prayer swirled in her heart, even as the others began singing a different song. I yield all, praising. Few things broke him like that song. Most couples had their heart-melting moment to something like Billy Joel's For the Longest Time. Jeff and Joni had made The Words of the Word their song. Now every word of it stabbed. Jeff's usually tanned knuckles almost glowed white with the grip he had on the pew before him. This time, focusing on those knuckles did little to help him relax. He tried praying. The words refused to come. Something deep within hinted he didn't need to. The groans of his spirit evidenced the groanings of the Spirit, God's, just as promised in Romans. There'd been a lesson, probably a continuation of their study of Philippians. He couldn't hope to know. Jeff remained elsewhere, lost in words that he hoped would affect a difference this time. He only realized that the service had ended when their minister sank into the pew beside him, making it rock forward a bit, and dropped an arm around his shoulder. The prayer came low and fervent, wrapped in loving tones. Lord, please show Jeff how to best honor you and how to keep sacrificially loving Joni. Please give us the wisdom to know how to direct him, the courage to speak the truth if it hurts, and the heart to show love to both of them in every situation. He wanted to add to it. He did. He couldn't. Jeff just let out a ragged, Amen, Lord, and let it lie there as an offering from the heart. From his other side, Elder Calhoun's rumbling whisper came. Only Elder Calhoun could rumble and whisper at the same time. Son, I'd heard Mallory Barrows came back and thought maybe this was the Lord's answer for you. I see that it isn't. Don't give up hope. Couldn't, sir. Even if I didn't love her anymore, I couldn't. Jesus didn't leave the lost sheep. I won't either. Jeff thought of what Joni had told him and wondered if he should share. A glance up turned into a gaze as he caught Mallory watching him. That decided it for him. Bud Barrows asked for a Christmas present. Mallory is going to try to get it for him. Both men eyed him, but Elder Calhoun asked the obvious question. What's that? Joni and I engaged. He wants married, but... You can't do that, Jeff. Elder and minister spoke in unison, but Elder Calhoun continued. And he should know that. Why he felt obligated to defend Mr. Barrows, Jeff didn't know, but he did it with more of an edge to his voice than he'd intended. The point being that he wants Joni restored to Christ for Christmas, so it can be a thing. Before they could respond and tempt him not to, Jeff rose. I've got to get her to her taxi. Please pray the Lord will use Mallory in some way that the rest of us have missed and that it will hit the mark. They let him go without a word. Mallory said nothing until his car door shut behind him and he sat at the wheel. Without moving, he whispered, Sorry. 4? Jeff stared at her. I don't even know. As if she knew nothing would make it okay, she only nodded. I don't try to change her mind. The elders agreed that she's more likely to listen when I do need to say something if I'm not always on her about it all. That's probably a wise idea. What I remember of her family makes me think she isn't hurting for correction in righteousness. The near accusation held merit, but Jeff found himself defending them. They can come on too strong at times, but Joni respects them for it. She's rejecting her faith, but she doesn't expect anyone else to. I don't think, deep inside anyway, that she wants anyone else to. The question he had been expecting finally came, and he still didn't know how to answer. What approach would you recommend? Call him a coward. Jeff couldn't deny it, but he stalled. As much as he wanted Mallory to succeed, the odds were against her.
Then again, if you are for us, what odds can truly be against us?
Jeff? He refused to let himself look at her as he started the engine.
Hmm?
Don't overthink it. I just don't want to go in with the exact thing that will push her away.
That he could work with. Just don't pretend. That's one of hers and her friends' biggest complaints, that Christians are disingenuous about their agendas. Don't push when she says she's done, but don't try to avoid it either.
The tendril of hope that had sprouted and begun to wrap itself around the very tip of his heart withered and shriveled when Mallory sighed and said, "And in less than 4 weeks, piece of cake, said no one ever."
Time never passes slower than when you can't sleep.
At that thought, Bud threw back the covers. The motion didn't have the satisfying feeling attached to it anymore. A man could say a lot about what he thought of life just by the way he threw back the covers and got out of bed. Swift, slow, deliberate, with utter abandon, they all said different things. Jumping up, dragging oneself from horizontal to vertical, every single motion and the speed and determination behind it told a story.
And my story is that those 2 little words, the end, are almost here.
Bud thought for a moment before a smile filled his heart.
Just one more way the Lord does things backwards to our thinking. Only with the Lord does our story begin with the end. At salvation, it begins with the end of the old life, the old man. At eternity, it begins again, with the end of the old life of that old new man.
A secret hope he'd harbored since he'd heard the story of his great-great-grandmother, the first lighthouse keeper at Breaker's Point no less, pulled back the curtain once more, begging for its chance on the stage of his dreams. It looked possible. Difficult, perhaps, but possible. The idea of praying for a specific expiration date seemed kind of silly, but if folks could plan their last days, why not the day, too?
You could, of course, say no, Lord, I know that, but I think I'm asking for it. Is it too much for Mally?
Of course, there was only one way to know. He'd just have to ask, which meant he'd have to get out of bed, of course, back to the unsatisfying cover tossing. The old schoolhouse clock chimed 4:30 when Bud shuffled from the bathroom into the living room. A light still shone over the dining room table, and a notebook lay there, with a pen placed perfectly beside it. He gave it a quick glance and saw it wasn't Christmas plans or anything to do with him, and promptly settled into the chair. Things to try with Joni. See if she'll do a duet comic routine with me. I'll help her with things people find annoying about the eco-social justice stuff. She can help me find things people find annoying about Christians. It'll prompt good, natural conversations. Pray every day that the Lord would stop my mouth if I start to say the wrong thing and prod me when I'm resistant to say the right one. Find returned, prodigal blogs and ask her opinion of what the people say. Find books written to displaced Christian millennials and ask her opinion, maybe on a specific chapter. Don't have much time. There were 2 more, but he couldn't bring himself to read anymore. Bud rose and went to pour himself a glass of lemon water. Good for the liver, his doctor said. Once settled into his chair, he pulled out the Bible and thumbed about for a moment until the reference came to him.
1 Corinthians, last verse, I think.
And there it was.
For the word of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved it is the power of God.
In his mind, Mallory had already overcomplicated things. She needed to see if Joni considered Jesus' work on the cross foolishness or if it was still powerful. That would give them a better picture of the true state of the girl's soul. Chapter 7. The low rumble of voices began a slow, deliberate push to consciousness. When she could no longer resist, Mallory stretched, and the voices grew a bit louder, more distinct.
"Don't want to take a shower, Sam. I'm tired. I will not be back before Monday. That is almost a week without cleaning. It is not acceptable. You can do it. You just do not want to." She knew what he'd say before Uncle Bud growled out the words. "You got that right, Sonny, so leave me alone."
He'd regret it, that irritable tone, that snappishness. Mallory pulled herself out of bed and snatched up her hoodie when cool air hit her. In the living room, Sam's body towered over Uncle Bud's chair. She reached up to scratch her head and realized every bit of it probably stood out in a fine imitation of a blonde version of that crazy gal in Harry Potter. What was her name again? "Mornin'," she eyed Sam as if she hadn't heard the exchange. "Okay, I know what that look on his face means. He's being an irascible curmudgeon. What does yours mean?"
"That I will not move from this place until he takes that shower."
After a shot at Uncle Bud's immovable expression, the solution appeared. "Oh, let him be a baby about it." Both men stared, but she plopped down on the couch and scratched her head once more as if bored as anything. "When he starts stinking, I'll just bathe him myself. There's got to be a YouTube video on how to do the hospital bed bath kind of thing, right?" To say Uncle Bud was out of the chair and into the bathroom before she finished speaking might have been an exaggeration, but Mallory felt it was a justified one. That's how it was filed into her memory bank, and she refused to apologize for it. Coffee, Bible, prayer. Perhaps it was insufficiently spiritual of her, but she chose them in that order, too. How is anyone supposed to make sense of even the simplest Bible verses without an infusion of God-created, magical, mental clarifying beans? By the time Uncle Bud returned, showered, shaven, and had his hair been trimmed too? Mallory was knee-deep in comparing the prodigal, the young rich ruler, and Nicodemus. She grinned at the reproving look he gave her and simply said, "Check the mirror, sniff your pits, you'll thank me." There it was, that grin that should have meant he'd have to fight off the girls, not to mention the sassy seniors at canasta night, whenever that would be. That sparked an idea that made her reach for her notebook and add to her daily to-do list. See if we can host the next canasta night.
"Mally, my love?"
She didn't even look up from her notes as she murmured,
"I saw your notes this morning on what to do with Joni."
That caught her attention. She listened as Uncle Bud laid out his thoughts about her plans. She couldn't deny that he had a point, but she also knew her generation. They didn't think like his. Still, the Bible was the Bible. Joni might be able to argue that point, but Mallory couldn't. "You're right. That's the most important thing. I'll start there." The steady roll of waves outside, the crashing of some on the rocks, the Westminster chimes alerting them to the hour, all combined to create a soundtrack of life at Breaker's Point. She'd immersed herself in James chapter 5 when Uncle Bud cleared his throat. That usually meant one thing: trouble.
"Rosebud?"
Well, that's a new one. She just looked up and grinned at him. "Yes, Uncle Galahad?"
"Not funny, girlie."
The way he stalled and refused to look at her sent alarm bells off in Mallory's heart.
"Well, now, you see, I was thinking about my great-great-granny this morning."
"Grandmother Clara? The first Barrow's lighthouse keeper?" He nodded.
"She took over when she was 40, back in '05. Lived here and tended the lighthouse until she died."
"How old was she then?"
85. That's what I wanted to tell you about. My daddy always told the story about how Grandmother Clara had been feeling poorly, and she said she knew her time had come. She told my granddaddy, 'I'd like to live all through one last Christmas Day. I'd like to think I could be born into heaven on the day we celebrate Jesus being born here.'"
Mallory's heart sank. He hadn't said it yet, but she knew what he would say. Still, she needed to keep him talking so she could prepare for it. That's a beautiful thought.
"Well, she prayed for it. The way my granddaddy tells it, she breathed her last just before midnight on Christmas Day of 45.
The year caught in her throat. She lived all the way through World War II.
That she did. I still have the paper here somewhere that she saved. The one that announced Hitler was dead. And the one from VE Day, VJ Day, too.
And, Mallory swallowed emotion that balled in her throat and threatened to choke her, your birth.
That's right, honey.
Uncle Bud rose and went to bring the old tattered family Bible, settled into the couch beside her. His large hands, with their thick fingers and rope-like veins, fumbled with the first pages. He'd always had such trouble turning the delicate pages of the Bible. The births and deaths list appeared in variegated shades of gray, black, and even brown. He pointed.
Right there. My name.
If she heard it right, his voice quavered.
Grandmother Clara wrote it just after she held me for the first time.
Wobbly letters that clearly belonged to a hand that had written in several births, deaths, and marriages had scrawled out, Buford Ernest Barrows, born December 23, 1945. You were only 2 days old.
Mama fought the doctor, my father, and the weather to get me here when she heard of Grandmother Clara's decline. They kept women in hospitals for a week back then. Mama told Daddy he could take her back to Breaker's Point, or she'd steal a motorboat, but she was going.
I think I would have liked your mama. One arm slipped around her as Uncle Bud removed the Bible. Mallory melted into him and held fast, waiting for the words she dreaded most. They came just as she didn't think she could stand another minute.
I want to pray like Grandmother Clara, Poppet. I want to ask the Lord for one last beautiful Christmas with you and then go home. I'm tired. And now, tired has such an ache to it.
Her traitorous mind reminded her that it meant she'd still have a job. Mallory sentenced it to hang from the rope of time and pleaded with the Lord for a no answer to Uncle Bud's prayer. How could she hope to get through to Joni in less than 3 weeks? What about that, Lord? Isn't that enough? Or is that your way of telling me it isn't going to happen? Or that you don't want me to try? Or... Determined to encourage him to fight for time with her if nothing else, Mallory sighed before she spoke. Her lips joined her mind in mutiny and whispered, I'll pray too, then. Only when he squeezed her tighter did Mallory truly understand what he hadn't said. He doesn't believe we will get through to her, Lord. Maybe if we can. Help me, please. The Hopper Island Community Center was a grandiose name for a converted barn with a concrete floor and infrared heat lamps to combat winter chill. Dances, weddings, community meetings, canasta, and ping-pong nights. If it could be done indoors by a group of a couple hundred or more people, it fit in the old, weather-beaten place. Joni stood apart from the incoming crowd. Most of the islanders didn't come for all of vote night. Some showed up to set up. Others arrived in time for the potluck, and still others would wait until the tables had been cleared and all the chairs had been set up. Each island had its own get-together, but the old-timers all came to Hopper for socializing and semi-good-natured debates on what was best for the islands. The Baker sisters arrived, each carrying a hot dish and as opposite from one another and stereotypical as could be. Amalou was short, round, and as cranky and contrary as her tall, thin sister, Eva May, was gentle and amiable. Eva greeted Joni with a smile. Amalou scowled all the way to the main dish table. Some things never change. Mallory filled one corner of the double barn doorway and stood there looking more out of place than a man in overalls at a state dinner. Though it would probably be night one of the Win Backslidden Joni Back from the Brink of Hell project, she was probably the only other unmarried woman under 40 who would come for the potluck. A wave earned her a huge grin, and Mallory scurrying across the room to her side. Phew! I've never actually been to one of these things. I didn't know we had so many people. Joni took the basket from her and inhaled a whiff of yeasty goodness. Rolls? Yep. Maybe it wasn't right, but Joni didn't care. I'm stealing one the minute we put these down, or they'll be gone before I get to them. As heat radiated to her arms, she sighed. They're still warm, too. I had Kurt bring me, and we kept them in his empty cooler, trapped the heat in well. The sides table nearly overflowed, but Joni found a place to tuck the large basket of homemade rolls and snatched one from the top. Steam didn't wisp up as she tore it apart, but it might as well have. A butter dish caught her eye, and that's all it took. She snatched up a plastic knife, slathered a pad across the bread, and stuck the knife back on the butter dish, hoping people would use it. She'd just taken a bite when Bud's absence registered. Hey, you're here. Alone? Uncle Bud didn't feel up to coming. As strangled as Mallory's voice sounded, she managed to add, I think maybe he's winding down already, without tears. Joni couldn't imagine how she'd managed that. Oh, no. I knew it was coming, but... There. She did make a surreptitious dab at the corner of her eye. I guess you still hope for miracles without even knowing you're doing it. Before Joni could reply, the head of the Island Association stepped up to the mic. Okay, folks. Now we're just about to do some praying for this food, so if that'll bother you, just feel free to step outside for a minute. Won't take long since Lou's doing the honors. Now if Jeb was up here... A ripple of laughter filled the barn, but Joni didn't join. She stood there, meeting Abel Crawforth's gaze and refusing to be the first to blink or look away. After a moment, he nodded, gave her a small smile, and stepped aside for Lou. He didn't even seem to notice that a dozen or so other folks had stepped out while she stayed. No one else seemed to either. But the moment that amen rang out, shuffling toward the tables meant people passed them, one after the other. And some of them did notice. Some made comments, some just smiled. When Mallory tossed her an apologetic glance, hope bubbled up in her heart. Maybe we'll manage to be just friends after all. They'd just gotten seated by the door, their overloaded plates challenging them to manage to consume the few bites of the dozen different things they'd piled on, when an amaryllis in full bloom appeared at one side. Before she could turn to see who'd brought it, warm lips on her temple told her. Jeff. When Joni looked up at Jeff, thanking him for the flower, Mallory saw it. The love that touched Uncle Bud radiated between them. There was no reason for her not to do everything she could to see that continue to grow and flourish. He grinned at her. Ready for the melee? What? Uncle Bud didn't say anything about melee. Don't scare her off. Joni tore off a small piece of the second roll she'd managed to snag before they all disappeared and passed it to him. We need her in our corner. Wait, are you for promoting tourism? Uh-oh. Jeff plopped down next to them and straddled the picnic bench so he could see them both. What makes you think Bud Barrows would switch his vote to pro after all these years? I don't, but we need all the supportive arguers, is that a word? We can get. I've heard people talking lately. They want amenities that we can only support if we allow the tourist trade. That thought sickened her. What Mallory loved most about the 5 Georgian Independence Islands was that they didn't have the influx of tourists. It wasn't that each one didn't have a few vacation homes, but they were owned by those who wanted a quiet time away from the bustle of the mainland. Sure, tourists wandered off the ferry now and then, but there wasn't anything to draw them and keep them here. Mallory? She snapped to attention. Sorry, I don't want the tourist thing, but I don't get a vote. At least Uncle Bud is against it, too. He said he wanted his last vote cast so nothing would change before his expiration date. The noise level in the barn rose and fell. Laughter on one side of the room crashed against angry retorts on the other. Through it all, Mallory watched the people she knew in hopes of gauging their interest. Joni and Jeff speculated, and each second that passed increased tension until it became unbearable. So, I want to do a big party tomorrow. Who do I invite? Jeff and Joni stared at her. Joni found her voice first. A party? To decorate the lighthouse. I dug out all the stuff today, and it works. It's been a few years since the big decorating parties, but I spent all day getting stuff together for it. All around them, people finished meals, carried paper plates to trash cans, laughed, and rearranged the room in preparation for the coming debates and vote. They just sat, Mallory determined, and they, she surmised, trying to figure out where that question had come from. Tomorrow? Sure, it was short notice, and the islanders might balk. That island time thing of books and movies was more than a fictional device to increase tension in a plot. It lived and breathed in these waters and in each grain of sand, in the sway of trees and salt breezes, in the hearts of each true islander. And if she hadn't known it, the incredulous expressions on Jeff and Joni's faces would have enlightened her. Mallory tried again. Uncle Bud doesn't have time for me to dink around with trying to convince people to get a move on. He needs us now. That did it. The only thing more sacred to islanders than their unhurried way of life was the people, especially the old-timers. Jeff rose, nodded at Joni's phone, and made his way to the front. He spoke to Abel Crawforth and in seconds stood behind the mic announcing the party and asking everyone to come any time after lunch.
Come for lunch if you want, he added.
Mallory's throat went dry at the idea of trying to feed everyone until he continued.
But if you do, bring your own food.
She sagged in relief. Right up to the moment he added,
Snacks and dinner is all you get.
Dinner? 2 men showed up to remove their table from the barn, leaving Mallory and Joni to move. Joni hardly looked up from her phone. They scuttled to the middle of the rows of chairs being set up, and Joni plopped down, her thumbs creating a whirl that probably disturbed butterfly migration patterns or something. By the time Jeff arrived beside her and slipped an arm around her shoulder, she'd finished. All island youth groups and every person we went to youth group with who is still on the islands or close has been or will be notified. She grinned at Mallory. We've got this. Perhaps it was an overreaction, but Mallory couldn't help it. She hugged Joni, fought back irrational and unwelcome tears, and allowed herself an internal sigh of relief. At least part of Uncle Bud's Christmas would be awesome. From the front, the strident tones of I'm a Lou Baker pierced the room, along with even more piercing feedback. If you ain't seated yet, get it done. Some of us want to be home before tomorrow. A few snickers followed as Abel retrieved command of the mic and offered an apologetic smile. Someone carried a box to the front table and began sorting envelopes in various sizes. At Mallory's pointed look, Joni murmured, The votes of people who couldn't or didn't want to come. Why aren't they already open and counted? Wouldn't it have saved time? They're live streaming this. If people want to change their votes, all they have to do is call and... She pointed as a woman brought what looked like a self-inking stamp to the table. See? Let's say Bud decided he wanted to give tourism a chance after all. He'd call Crawforth and tell him to reverse his vote. Crawforth would have Emily stamp his envelope and voila! 1 corrected vote. It sounded like a lot of work and nonsense to her. Make up your mind, vote, and stick to your decision. How hard could that be? Jeff's comments nixed those thoughts.
Sounds convoluted, I know, but participation rates doubled when they offered remote voting like this. More people spoke up about what they wanted, and it brought in people who otherwise wouldn't have come. The older folks didn't want to go out at night, and since it's almost always a Friday night, younger folks had plans.
The discussion began at 7:30. As Mallory sat and listened to all sides, her heart sank. The pro-change crowd had valid points, ones she'd already noticed in her 2-week stint at Uncle Bud's. She still wouldn't have voted for commercializing the islands, but now she understood why some did. The verdict came in. A few folks stormed out. Others wiped tears from their eyes. Mallory, throat thick with repressed emotion, checked her phone for the time, and decided not to call Uncle Bud at midnight. It could wait until morning. Chapter 8. Streaks of yellowish green appeared across the sky as Bud awoke that Saturday morning. A gull cried out overhead. Surf crashed against the breakers. If he listened close enough, he could just hear the ting of the refrigerator as the motor kicked on. All was right with his world. Despite solid efforts, he didn't have enough oomph to throw back the covers. They just bunched up in the middle as he shoved them aside. He inched toward the edge of the bed, swung both legs over, and used his hands and arms to walk his upper body into a semi-upright position. That last swing of his torso into vertical mode nearly took his breath away.
Be glad to get that hospital bed, I think.
A walker Sam had left stood to the left of the bed as if waiting for the moment he'd need it. As much as his fatigued body begged for it, Bud took a couple of shuffling steps and decided,
not today, anyway.
Making it to the living room proved easy enough. That's when he decided he wanted orange juice. And toast. 5 minutes later he was... toast, that is. He stood there, his body unwilling to allow him to move for fear of falling. After another minute passed, and he still couldn't do it, Bud gave up and called out,
Lovey.
It wasn't loud enough. Bud cleared his voice and tried again.
Sweetie, darling, I need you.
Mallory came stumbling out of her room, her honey blonde hair sticking out every which way, just as it had when she was 4. Uncle Bud?
In the kitchen.
Their eyes met, and he gave a quavering smile.
Sorry, Angel, but I need help to get to my chair.
3 steps from him and she froze. Do you want to hold on to me, or should I get that walker?
Lord, anything but that walker.
He couldn't let her see how much the idea terrified him.
Any man who chose the walker over holding on to a girl like you is a fool.
Tell that to Trevor. If her expression meant what he thought it did, she hadn't meant to say that aloud.
Things not going well with you two?
She'd gotten him turned around, and they'd begun the shuffle step back to the chair before she answered. He proposed.
Sounds like you said no. Regretting it, girlie?
Bud didn't know how to respond, so he threw out the ever-safe,
Is that so?
Beautiful proposal, too. Once she started talking, Mallory seemed incapable of stopping. He took me to the Starlight Drive-In. I'd always wanted to go, and he'd always said it was stupid, but he took me. That should have been a hint. As much as he hated to do it, when he plopped into his chair, Bud asked her for toast and juice.
Tell me more. Sounds like my kind of proposal.
It sure was mine. He'd brought a picnic basket, an actual basket, and we ate his mother's famous fried chicken and biscuits for dinner. So good. She'd made us a lemon cake for dessert, but he wanted to save that for later. So he pulled out a big bag of Cracker Jacks. The story would have thrilled his romance-loving heart if he hadn't already gotten a whiff of a bad ending.
Again, my kind of proposal.
I didn't even notice that he didn't really have to open it. She smiled at that. It was weak, but even he could see she loved the memory despite whatever had happened. Took 3 handfuls before my hand hit the box. Then I knew. Time stood still, or at least crawled past on the back of a sleeping sloth. Bud worked not to fidget or press her, but the weight exhausted him further.
And
I took it. That ring couldn't have been more me if he'd tried. He said, I know I'm not good enough for you. Is me loving you enough for you to overlook that?
Glad he had an idea of the treasure in you, Mally.
Of course I said yes. We watched the movie. Her gaze slid his way. We even made out a little in the car. Nothing too heavy, of course, she hastened to add. I promised you I'd never, and I didn't. Just an attempt at drive-in authenticity and celebratory kissing is all.
Sounds downright perfect.
And when he went to start the car, something changed. By the time we got out of the endless line of cars leaving that place, he could hardly look at me. By the time we got to my park, her voice choked on that one. A tear slipped down her cheek. Uncle Bud, he wouldn't look at me at all. He just gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles were whiter than the moon and said, "I can't do it. I just can't. I love you, but I can't."
Oh, lovey.
She flipped another tear away. I took off the ring, popped it back in its box, and left it on the seat. Didn't say a word to him. I couldn't. He's never called since.
He's probably embarrassed, darling.
Well, that makes two of us. She stared off into space for a moment before hopping up. I need coffee. Want anything else while I'm up? Bud gave her time to get to the kitchen and wipe away tears that he suspected were more of an embarrassing rather than a heartbroken nature before saying,
I could use an update on last night. Did you like the debates? How'd the vote go?
That did it. Mallory launched into a detailed accounting of almost every minute of the night, complete with vocal imitations where appropriate. With each story, however, his chest pounded a little harder, felt a little tighter.
Don't tell me they got to you. You've seen what mimosa is like. Do you want that for Breaker's Head?
But I think I have a solution, Uncle Bud. I do.
A solution for what?
The comforting scent of fresh brewed coffee reached him seconds before she folded herself into the couch and brought the cup to her lips. Getting the amenities that people want without the risk to our current way of life. Toast caught in his throat at the thought of amenities at all. Bud choked, sputtered, and then irritated his throat further by washing it down with a gulp of orange juice.
How's that?
He gasped after another coughing spell. By the time he collapsed against the back of the chair, he was spent. You okay?
Fine. Tell me your idea.
It happened. That marvelous change that came when Mallory got excited about one of her ideas. She sat cross-legged on the couch, her mug abandoned on the coffee table, hair still shooting out like a mad scientist, and laid out a plan like he'd never imagined. Mobile businesses.
What's that, honey?
Like that place I call to come service my truck, oil changes and stuff. Well, they have them for everything. Laundry services, food trucks, even salons and pet grooming. If it can be done on a small scale, they do it. There are even theater troupes and stuff that go from place to place. It all sounded fascinating, and a little too mainland to work on the Independence Islands.
But darling, how?
I think you've already used that one, and the morning's just begun. He grinned.
Would you prefer sugar pie honey bun? I can do that one just fine.
Thank you. Now, here's my idea. As she talked, the feasibility of her vision became clearer. The idea of a beauty parlor rolling up on each island and filling appointments once a week solved the need for all the islands to have their own beauty parlor.
I imagine a hairdresser could.
Stylist, Uncle Bud. They like to be called stylists. And it's a salon, not a beauty parlor.
I've called them beauty parlors for 70-some-odd years. I'm not stopping now.
Whatever. I was doing the math, and it would save people so much time and money, all without needing to bring in unwanted businesses so the revenue would be there to support it. I even have a friend in mind for a mobile restaurant. She's always dreamed of that kind of thing. That captured his attention.
You'd be able to find honest folks to come? Would you have time for that?
She nodded. I think I know someone who might want to do pet grooming. I mean, can you imagine how nice it would be for the fairy folks if they didn't have to deal with Lydia Turnhune's Maltese every few weeks?
Princess yipped her last a couple months ago, but I see your point. That would be good. Cleaner for the decks, too.
An awkward silence formed. Bud watched her as he tried to discern what had brought about such a change. At last, she seemed to decide on something. She squared her shoulders and looked up at him. "I want to be part of it." That didn't make sense. Mallory had a fine job in Atlanta.
Be part of what?
The businesses. If we can get the Islanders to agree, I want to start one too. Without another word, she hopped up and disappeared from the room. A minute later, she returned, reading something in her journal. She passed it to him. "Read that last page."
It's your journal, honey.
Please? She rarely did it, but when Mallory threw in that plea-filled please, he'd never been able to deny her. The entry continued from the previous page, but Bud kept his eyes riveted on the one she'd indicated. "Remembered what Uncle Bud said about how he always thought I'd own a bookstore or be a writer. He's right. That is so me. Now all I can think about is taking my tiny house and converting it to a bookstore. I could take the ferry from island to island each week. People could sit out under the awning, read books, drink a cup of coffee, chat. I could even get one of those patio heaters like they used at Hopper Island Barn for cooler days. I want to do this. I could be the guinea pig. If it worked for me, if I could make a living, then maybe they'd let others come. A pet groomer, a mobile salon, a restaurant. Betty could even serve different kinds of food each week so that people could have variety. If we could only get the clinic on Mimosa to offer a mobile one for routine stuff like vaccinations and wrapping sprains or cleaning out fishing wounds. I have a million ideas, but will they let me try it before they change everything?"
There. His heart sank. They voted for commercialization?
"No, but the dissenters, Uncle Bud, they weren't happy, and I get why. This is the 21st century, but you guys didn't have reliable internet until 5 years ago." On the one hand, the idea sounded like the solution to everyone's problems. On the other, he didn't quite believe it could be done. And what if she lost all her money on a reckless venture?
"What'll this cost you?"
"Well, it'll be easier for me than some folks. I have the trailer already. I'll have to gut it and make shelves. Thought I could get Lou to help me. It would save money and not be too hard at the same time. Win-win. Then I'd have to buy books."
"The books are what I was afraid of. They can be awful pricey."
I did the math, and subtracting 10% for front-facing books, that allows me about 1,000 books in that thing. If half of them were used that I bought for $1 or $2 apiece and resold for $3 to $5 or whatever, then I'd only need about 500 or so new books."
That he hadn't considered. "You think you could make a living selling used books?"
At her amused expression, Bud surmised that she felt confident on that point. "I have more ideas than room to do it, too. But new books are what bring people in. They buy used while they're there, but they come in for the latest magazine or bestseller." It made sense to him, but what did he know?
"What'll it cost?"
Once more, she bounced on the couch, fingers popping up with each new point and eyes almost sparkling. "At half of retail, and if all were $20 books, which they aren't, that's still only $5,000 in new stock. Probably closer to $3,000. And if I let publishers just send me their new releases, they'll let me return what I don't sell. So that means less financial risk." At that point, he'd lost any hope of controlling the conversation, much less her ideas. Mallory jumped up and began pacing, her arms flailing as wildly as her hair. "I know just where everything would go. I have this perfect nook in the back for making lattes. That'll be the most expensive thing, I think. That latte machine or whatever it's called. And then, on the end walls, I'll sell bookish gifts and stationery, t-shirts, tote bags, mugs, and journals, pens, and stuff. On my tiny porch, I'll store the foldable tables and chairs, the umbrellas, the works." The idea, he loved it. Imagining Mallory risking everything, including all the work she'd done decorating her little bitty house just how she wanted it, almost prompted him to try to put a stop to it. That's when he imagined her living on the islands again.
"She'd be right here on Breaker's Point every week. She'd get out of that awful city and away from those 62-hour work weeks.
The memory of the man who had obviously broken her heart prompted his thoughts to add that to the advantages column.
And she'd have a chance to meet someone else. Someone who isn't afraid to be the man she needs him to be.
Several more thoughts pushed the idea to the favorable side, but one last one tipped it over.
She wouldn't be so alone.
Bud sat up and caught her hand as she passed, still rambling about tea options and finding out who she'd have to talk to.
Mally, my love.
She paused, knelt by his chair. Are you okay?
Sure. And we'll make this happen. I'll make some calls. You go get me my checkbook.
No.
He shook his head. I don't have much, but I'd planned to give you the check for Christmas. I've got another idea for a Christmas present, so I'll give you that check now. Call Lou.
Her eyes lit up. A hug nearly squeezed the life out of him, and her kiss on his cheek revived him again. Really?
Really.
Thank you.
You're saving our islands from a change we'd never recover from. You thank me. Something's not right with that.
Chapter 9. Streams of people, on foot, on bicycles, and in cars, arrived at Breakers Point Lighthouse from all directions. Some cars had the sense to line Jacoby Road, while others tried to fit themselves into the yard and drive. Jeff stopped just short, and, with his truck running, climbed out. Mallory met him halfway. I had no idea we'd get so many people. I don't have enough food.
Don't worry about the food. We've got that covered. Joni's on her way back from the mainland with enough to feed these guys twice over. But we need to get some of these cars out of the way. I've got to get my big barbecue in there, and Benjamin's bringing his and a smoker. We need room.
What do I do?
If the driver's in the car, tell them to go park down the road. If not, jump in and move it yourself.
The incredulous look she gave him had probably been meant to unnerve him. Jeff just laughed.
It's what we do. No worries.
Okay. On the porch, Bud sat surrounded by laughing young people, probably regaling them with stories of his own youth.
I'm going to miss him.
A horn blared. Jeff glanced back and saw Benjamin waving. The man pointed to the left, and he nodded.
Anywhere. Over there.
Benjamin inched forward, calling out for folks to step aside so he could get things into place. Behind him, Joni's car appeared.
Joni.
She'd asked his opinion, if friends could be unequally yoked. Technically, any two people could be, and he'd said so. He'd also assured her he didn't think Mallory would be in trouble with Jesus for being her friend. I like her, she'd said. He'd agreed. Mallory had always seemed like a fun, insightful person, but she'd never stayed long enough for people to really get to know her. As Jeff climbed down from his truck and worked to unhook his barbecue trailer, he watched the sky. The weather called for rain that night late. As long as the clouds held back their tears until after everyone had gone, all would be well.
For him, Lord? How about for him? Will you do it?
He'd not had a chance to fill the barbecue with charcoal when words wove their way through the laughter, the roar of the sea, the cry of the gulls, and the din of the conversation. Shouldn't be here if she's too good for God now. Jeff scanned the yard to locate Joni, and he saw her stumble, her arms full of bags from the store. He bolted to her side, took half, and led her over to the improvised grilling station. Every bit of him ached to order her to ignore them, but it wouldn't work. So the moment they'd unloaded the car, he pulled her off beside the azalea bush for a hint of privacy. Her hair had been braided down one side of her head, and curls frizzed about her temples. With her hair that way, the honey tones, she almost looked related to Mallory. It's okay, Jeff. I expect it, really. It might be expected, but it didn't make it right. He gazed into her eyes, and that special smile that did goofy things to his heart formed. 2.5 years since the day he'd admitted to himself that he couldn't marry her.
How is it I love her more now? It's insanity.
Insanity or not, he allowed that gaze to slide down to her lips, and with the hubbub of people calling for lights and garlands, others setting up tables and pulling out coolers for sodas, Jeff kissed her, as if at their reception instead of a lighting party.
You know I want you back with the Lord and with me. You know it.
He choked out as he pulled her into a hug tight enough to squeeze the breath from her.
But sometimes I wish that bit about unequal yokes didn't exist. I'd marry you today.
Someone called to her. Joni waved back at whoever it was and turned to him. No one would know it by looking at her face or listening, but Jeff saw it in her eyes, in her smile. I love you. The scent of grilled brisket, bratwurst, chicken, burgers, and hot dogs mingled among laughter and an eclectic mix of classic and modern Christmas music. Occasionally, groups of young people would burst into song. One minute they sang Last Christmas, the next, Mele Kalikimaka. With the coming storm, the evening breezes cooled a bit. The last lingering rays of the sun produced a sunset that rivaled anything that could be found on a tropical island. Pink, gold, orange, purple. A string of light bulbs glowed across the front yard, and lanterns appeared on the porch. Instead of horses, enough cars to make a used salesman giddy surrounded the lighthouse. Surfboards replaced sleighs. Instead of snow blanketing the countryside, the beach glistened in the last glow of the sun. White lights crisscrossed the palm trees Uncle Bud had planted the year she was born in a nod to the coming light display. Benjamin horned something, caught Mallory's attention and beckoned to her. As she drew near, he pointed at a spot between two cars.
I think you should take Mr. Barrows over there. He'll get the best view from that Mini Cooper.
Is it ready? He held up one of those techie devices that makes men's hearts go pitter-patter.
There's only one way to be sure, but this says everything's working. Tested voltage to see that everything's getting what it needs, so it should be a fine display once we flip the switches.
This part of the process Mallory didn't know. What switches? Who was we? And would it be lazy of her to stay out there with Uncle Bud to see the grand lighting?
Just go on out and stay with him. We've got this.
Mallory nodded and went to find Uncle Bud. He sat picking at a piece of chicken and regaling Jeff, Joni, and a few others about the time he'd fallen off a ladder while trying to wrap the lights around the lighthouse.
My mama nearly tore the hide off me once she knew I didn't need a bone set. I think she did more damage than that fall.
Served you right, too. Mallory waited for him to look her way before she winked. I remember a paddling I got for daring to touch the ladder.
Wasn't the same one, but I told you not to go near it. Could just imagine you falling off and Roger refusing to let you come again. Had to protect my interests. And your neck. He smiled at the group. Roger's her daddy. He and Anna used to let her come stay with me of the summer. Remember?
Well, Benjamin somebody or other. The group spoke in unison. Hornigold.
Uncle Bud added. He was named after that pirate from way back, the one whose family still lived on Hopper when Meriwether settled here.
Well, whatever. He says I'm to drag you over across the road for the big reveal. So stop shredding that chicken and let's go. The man positively blushed as he rose. He looked even unsteadier than when she'd arrived, and it concerned her because neither the drive nor the road was smooth enough to keep him from breaking his neck. Once they'd stepped from the table, she dropped her voice and murmured, "You've got a choice. Walker or wheelchair, which is it?" The protest began, but at her pointed finger over a shadowed road, he capitulated.
Don't want to get those tennis balls dirty and then rub 'em across my carpets. Let's go with the chair. Blasted thing.
I agree, but Christmas isn't here and I'll not have you beating out that expiration date. With a kiss to his cheek, she raced inside, pulled the chair from the coat closet and fumbled it back through the door. Hans took it from her. It took until she'd gotten into the yard to see they were Jeff's. Thanks.
Thank Horngold. He saw you. He's getting everyone ready. Just text me when you're in place and I'll let them know.
The wheelchair had an added advantage. Uncle Bud had somewhere to sit for the show. Mallory could lean against it and not against some stranger's car. They settled into place and she zipped the text across the yard. All set. Laughter and the low rumble of voices stilled as someone called out for attention. Half a minute later, a countdown began. quiet at first, then louder with each number. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bushes, trees, and fencing lit up first. 10 seconds later, the garlands glowed. Uncle Bud nudged her.
They'll do each strand of the lighthouse so it works its way up. Watch.
The scene. She only remembered seeing it once before back in first grade. How they did it, she didn't know, but Uncle Bud was right. The lights began at the base and flicked on in a spiral around the tower that jutted into the sky at the very tip of Breaker's Point. At the top, they created a pause before each window of the circular lantern room. A glance at Uncle Bud made every bit of it worth the stress of her simple party's exponential explosion. He pointed down Jacoby Road.
Think you could roll me down to the boardwalk so I could see it from the docks?
Could I give him one last look at something he's loved all his life? Tough one. With a shove that jarred them both, she started toward it. Of course! I want to see it too! They'd made it almost past the house when Jeff and Joni joined them. Jeff took over the pushing, Joni took over the joking, and Mallory? She just walked beside them and fought the ache in her throat, in her heart. From the docks, the Breaker's Point lighthouse glowed. Moonlight rippled on the water. White and red lights wound up the tower, turning it into a candy cane. Every angle of the house, every bush, everything twinkled. From the bougainvillea on the side yard to the sandy beach and the palms and longleaf pines. If it could hold a string of lights, it did. Across the side of the garage spelled out, "Bah humbug." Mallory snickered, but one thought filled her mind as she looked at the tropical take on Christmas. Currier and Ives would never approve. The Barrows, the name Joni and her friends had given to the lighthouse keeper's home. Just after dawn on Sunday morning, Jeff stared up at it after stepping from his car. It looked as it always had. Only closer inspection showed the thin, squiggly lines of light wires snaking up the sides of the windows and across the eaves, a perfect picture of night and day. It had been a good night, the party. One of the snotty girls from Skye had apologized to Joni for her attitude, admitting that she'd been jealous of Joni's bravery in coming out of the progressive closet. Joni had encouraged her to go talk to her own parents. It's not about rejecting everything you've ever known. It's about being honest with who you really are, even with yourself. Those words had hurt more than almost anything she could have said, because once upon a time she'd have said, "It's about Jesus." The back screen door slammed. A bird cried out. Jeff pushed away from his car and shoved his hands in his pockets as he sauntered down to the side yard and out back. Just as he reached the edge of the yard, he saw Joni and Mallory laughing and talking as they meandered down the beach. From where he stood, it seemed Joni had a new friend.
And if she can be a faithful one, the kind in Proverbs, that would be wonderful too.
The sun rose a bit higher, turning glistening drops of rain on plant leaves into diamonds and opals. He'd be late to church if he didn't get to work. One last glance at the girls and he turned toward the lighthouse. Bud greeted him from behind the screen door, nearly startling him into Tuesday.
"Hey there, young fella. Figured one of you boys would be out to red up the lights again." "Yep, just need to connect and remove the switches. That was a cool thing you rigged up back whenever you did that, but can't have both, I expect. Either the lights make a slow appearance or they're easy to do. I just appreciate you giving me that last send-off. It's good of you."
The door strained and squeaked. A closer look showed Bud leaning against it. Before he could ask, Bud gasped,
"Feeling a little peaked. Could you help me to my chair? Didn't grab the walker, fool that I am."
Getting Bud to his chair wasn't difficult, but getting the old guy in it was.
"You need one of those electric recliners that'll let you move it around." "Got a hospital bed coming tomorrow. Dread it. Feels like once I get in that thing, I'll never get out."
Each word gasped out as if in an effort, but Bud didn't stop talking.
"Determined to stay out of it for as long as I can."
That's when Jeff heard what Bud wasn't willing to actually say.
Well, if you ever find yourself stuck in this chair and Sam's not around, you give me a call. I'll just find an excuse to stop by. Send Mallory out for the mail or something.
The relief that washed over Bud in a visible, almost palpable way said it all.
I'll do that, Jeffrey. Thank you for thinking of it. She doesn't need to see how bad things are getting until she has to.
A moment later, as beads of perspiration formed on his temples, Bud added,
Hate to be a bother, though. It gives me an excuse to see Joni for a minute. Can't complain about that. Just call before you think you need me, so you're not waiting too long.
Bud fidgeted. A hint he had questions he didn't want to ask. But before Jeff could urge him, the old guy blurted out,
Do you think she can do it?
As ambiguous as the question was, he understood it. Jeff nodded.
Since God is behind it all anyways, yes, I do think she can.
A feeling that had begun to burn deep within him prodded him to say more, but Jeff didn't know if he should.
So I think it will happen? What if I'm wrong? What if I give him false hope?
He couldn't prove the prompt was from the Lord, but just when he felt it, Jeff chose to believe it was so.
I just have this feeling. Not sure where it's coming from, but I have it. God's going to use Mallory to get through to Joni. Somehow, I just know it. You're not alone, Jeffrey. I've been feeling the same thing. Maybe it's those effectual, fervent prayers finally availing something.
By the time he'd finished reconnecting the lights, Jeff felt confident again. Maybe, just maybe, Bud was right.
Don't want to rush your work, Lord, but Christmas is just a couple weeks away.
Chapter 10. The argument raged all the way up the back walk. Joni was determined to win. He's too tired to bake, but he'll try. Then he'll be too worn out to enjoy the company or decorate. Just do a cookie decorating party. Provide pre-baked cookies, and done.
But then people can't decorate without frosting. That's no fun.
Compromise over something so silly bugged her, but Joni just shook off her frustration and tried again. Fine. Do a cutting and decor station in the kitchen and have the rest of the decorating in the dining room. A new thought occurred, one that proved Mallory right. She was almost tempted to keep it to herself. With that, you could even bring him a cookie sheet of cut cookies to decorate before baking, too.
Deal. We'll serve savory snacks to combat all that sugar, tea, and hot chocolate for my diehards.
Don't knock my chalk.
Mallory froze, turned to stare, twisted her mouth before asking,
Did you really just say?
She shrugged. Sometimes things just sounded funnier before you spoke them. Have a cousin who rewrites everything into pseudo-teen speak. I tried. I failed. I won't try again. Jeff, sitting on the back porch, stopped both of them in their tracks. Mallory figured it out first. Voice low, she asked,
Uncle Bud?
A nod.
Needed help to his chair and then asked for help to bed a moment ago. He's planning on pretending to sleep so you'll go to church.
I need to. I was going to ask the elders if we could have the youth group here for Wednesday night.
Jeff was filling in on the worship team at Sky Island that morning, so he'd be late if he didn't leave soon. Joni moved close, laced their fingers together, and tugged him to his feet. We'll talk. I'll be right back. You go check on Bud. The minute they got out of earshot, Joni began an interrogation, starting with Jeff's opinion of the severity of Bud's condition and ending with her idea. Do you think Elder Calhoun will agree if I go and ask, or am I jinxing it? In the middle of the road, Jeff stopped and just looked at her. Joni saw the answer in his eyes before he ever spoke a word.
They'll all listen, probably agree. But if they're going to object, it'll be if you just show up before church, ask, and leave, or the reverse.
So to help Mallory, she began, biting back the ugliness that reared in her head, I have to be the hypocrite I despise
and sit in those old pews like a sheep? Joni.
When she sighed, he added,
Don't.
He was right. The people she condemned were also people she loved. Spewing her frustrations only made her a different kind of hypocrite. Okay, I'll do it. For Mallory and Bud. The way Jeff didn't move to his car, despite the impending arrival of the ferry, hinted that he wanted something he wasn't willing to request. Just ask. Whatever it is, just ask.
Will you sing with them? I'm not asking you to listen to the sermon, he hastened to add. But sing. Will you do that for me?
A knife twisted in her gut. Maybe if I called...
Never mind. That wasn't right of me to ask.
Jeff squeezed her hand and jogged to his car. She watched for a moment before turning back to the barrows. After a few steps, she pulled out her phone and typed 2 words. I'll sing. Church wasn't so bad. People were welcoming, a bit eager, but who could blame them? Overcast skies kept the room darker than she remembered it, but an acoustic guitar playing in the corner and the low murmur of people greeting one another created a familiar warmth. As Joni sat among the hard-backed pews with their handmade cushions on the seats, a sense of home overcame her, one she resisted. The passage of the day was Ephesians chapter 4. A pimple-faced teen stood before the congregation and read each word with deep emotion, as much as his occasional squeaks would allow.
Therefore I, the prisoner of the Lord, implore you to walk in a manner worthy of the calling with which you have been called, with all humility and gentleness, with patience, showing tolerance for one another in love, being diligent to preserve the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. There is one body and one Spirit, just as also you were called in one hope of your calling, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of all, who is over all, and through all, and in all. In her heart, Joni followed each word and wished with everything in her that a group of Christians who even seemed to try to live out the words even existed. Sure, people like Jeff, Bud Barrows, and it seemed like Mallory did. Elder Calhoun, for all his immovability, lived his faith in a real and self-sacrificial way. The next verse appeared, and Joni glanced around her as she listened, but to her relief, none of the pointed looks she'd expected appeared as the boy read. Being darkened in their understanding, excluded from the life of God because of the ignorance that is in them, because of the hardness of their heart, and they, having become callous. By the time he got to the final verse and the words, Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving each other just as God in Christ has also forgiven you. Her heart really did feel hard and callous. It didn't surprise her when the violinist played Love One Another after that. She sang along with the others, her voice strong and sure. He who does not love does not know God. Do you not hear the words you sing? Where's the love for the marginalized, the oppressed, the hurting? When the first notes of the words of the word reached her, Joni ignored every lesson she'd ever learned about proper behavior at church and jerked out her phone. The text flew from her fingers before she had time to consider the wisdom of sending it. Did you request a song this morning? The song had almost ended before Jeff's reply came.
Not that I recall. What song?
She sighed as her thumbs tapped each key. Ours.
No, Joni, I wouldn't do that to you.
She knew it. Deep down, she knew it. But it had hurt anyway. The worst of the hurt came with the knowledge that no one knew. And because they didn't know, they couldn't care. Brother Sumner spoke with passion and conviction. Personal conviction, actually. From where she sat, Joni watched pain scratch deep lines in the man's face as he confessed his complacency, his hard-heartedness, his selfishness.
I want to stand before you and tell you that I love each and every one of you the way the Bible teaches me to. But we all know this isn't true.
He looked out over the congregation, and his gaze landed on someone in the front pews.
Myron, you know I showed more love for football than you last week when I told you I'd come help with your truck after the game was over. Could I have recorded that game? Sure could, but I didn't. Meanwhile, you knew where my priorities were.
A few more verses followed before he pulled off his glasses and looked right at her. A hush fell over the room. Joni swallowed hard and steeled herself for what would come.
I keep avoiding things that need to be said because I don't want to appear to be yesing you about stuff. But the fact is, you've been right about a few things. About how the church finds ways to avoid the hard things and uses misplaced scripture to back it up.
Her throat constricted. As much as she wanted to listen, to see if he'd be real, she rose.
I'll wait outside, thank you.
A collective gasp went up among the pews. For a moment, she thought he'd argue, but a silent understanding grew between them and he nodded.
Thank you, Joni.
Outside, Joni moved to the closest window and stood out of sight, listening. It was the best sermon she'd ever heard. The question remained, though. Would it make any difference at all? A grocery list to rival Santa's to-do list stared back at Mallory on Monday morning. She had a choice. Spend double the cost, no small amount, considering all of the cookies she had to bake, and get the stuff quicker, or take the ferry to Savannah. The idea of paying $5 a pound for butter when she could get it for almost half that in the city rankled. Sugar, flour, powdered sugar, sprinkles. 5.5 hours later, she burst through the door with plastic bags dripping from each arm. Got it all! Uncle Bud followed her into the kitchen and leaned against the counter.
Did you leave any for Savannah?
Nope, they don't need to make 20 dozen cookies by Wednesday. He reached for the wrong bag and Mallory snatched it away. Get your hands out of here.
Feisty. What are you hiding from me?
If I wanted you to know that, she retorted, I wouldn't have told you to leave it alone. At him sticking out his tongue at her, Mallory huffed and snorted. You're worse than a toddler.
Toddlers are adorable, darling. I'm just being my adorable self.
Mallory leveled a look at him that elementary teachers would pay for. Ornery self is more like it. After a second look at him, she snickered. It's just girly products. I tried to spare you, but...
Set me up is more like it.
She only grinned and kept unloading. Butter she left on the counter, but as she regaled him with an exaggerated version of her uneventful trip to Savannah, Mallory put the rest of the ingredients away. She'd need that butter to soften before she could hope to mix the dough. And this lady in the dairy section of the store saw me buying all the butter. So when I told her that yes, I was making a boatload of cookies, she got all excited.
People don't make cookies anymore?
No, but she'd just read some novel where the woman in it did this thing with the dough. She rolled it out between parchment paper before putting it in the fridge to chill. Emmy is convinced it'll save hours of time and be so much easier. Mallory slid her phone across the counter. I'm supposed to text her after I test it out. That did it. Uncle Bud just stood there, shaking his head.
Don't understand you young folks. Handing out your phone number to total strangers at the store. The way phones tell folks where you are these days, it's like inviting a stranger over to kidnap you.
Technically, she handed hers to me. But, yeah, I'll star 67 it before I call.
I hope that means something protective.
A glance at him softened the retort she had. The poor old guy did look genuinely worried. Instead, she shoved the bags of powdered sugar into the cabinet and turned to hug him. I promise to be safe. Those great, strong arms of his wrapped around her,
but Mallory had to choke back sobs at how frail they seemed. Where'd my strong man go?
I'm sorry, sweetness, but I think I need to lie down for a minute.
What he didn't say rang out loud, clear. Need something for the pain?
I think a nap'll zap it. It's not too bad. Just want to relax it out of there, you know?
No, she didn't know, but she'd find out. It took twice as long to get him in bed as the last time he'd needed help, and the worried look in his eyes did little to reassure her. The moment she tucked the blankets around his shoulders, kissed his cheek, and turned on the fan he never slept without, Mallory bolted for her phone. Out the back porch and far enough away he wouldn't hear her talking, she called Sam. His voicemail picked up. Hey, Sam. It's Mallory Barrows. Look, Uncle Bud is hurting. He says it's just a little and that taking a nap should help. I don't know how reasonable that is, so I thought I'd ask your opinion. Should I insist he start with some ibuprofen or something? Please advise when you have time. Thank you. Bye. She gazed out over the water, uncertain of anything, and prayed for wisdom and guidance. And speed, Lord. I need to make these cookies faster than I've ever done it in my life. I've got 2 days, just tomorrow and Wednesday, so please. As pathetic as it sounded to her, she added once more in a whisper, please. Chapter 11. Coconut lime cookies. That's what she needed. Surrounded by hundreds of cooling sugar cookies, Mallory knew it. If she made Uncle Bud's favorite soft, creamy cookie, he'd eat them. And considering he'd not had much more than half a bottle of Ensure all day, she wanted to do anything she could to get something in him. So, while cookies cooled enough to stack in containers, Mallory hauled out more butter, coconut, flour, and cream cheese, and called around looking for anyone who had a lime. Uncle Bud perked up at hearing that.
Making something else, Lambkin?
Yep. I thought we needed to remember that we live on an island and make island cookies, too. His grin spread faster than gossip in a hair salon.
Coconut lime?
Whew, good call. Mallory just nodded.
Trying to tempt me to eat, are ya?
He winked at her blush.
Smart cookie, my girl is.
Benjamin Hornigold appeared at the door 25 minutes later with a small bag full of limes. Hattie sent these over when she heard I was coming this way. Said you'd know what they were for. Sure. Mallory didn't know Benjamin well, but if she recalled correctly, he was single, which probably meant he didn't get many homemade treats except for at church. She took a chance and asked if he'd be on the island for an hour. I'll send you home with a dozen of Uncle Bud's favorite cookies if you want to come back for them. Or wait, he'd love the company. Need to get my fuel pump to Jake's, but it'll take him a bit. How about I stop back by? Benjamin leaned forward and whispered, if you think it's not too much for Bud. He'd love to have you as long as you can stay. I'll hurry then. Not sure when I'll get another chance to visit with him. She might have been projecting a bit, but it sounded like Benjamin choked up. The islands love him, Lord. Why now? Mallory assured Benjamin it would be a blessing and went to zest up a bunch of limes. He's getting 2 dozen, and maybe some of tonight's soup, too. The idea of giving him salmonella warred with the idea of tempting Uncle Bud to eat just a bit more. More won. Mallory took a spoonful of dough to his chair and left it with him. A moment later, she saw it appear on the end table at his side, empty. Good choice. Calories. The guy needs calories. In no time, the kitchen smelled like a tropical paradise. She was in the middle of pulling the second tray from the oven when Mallory heard Uncle Bud call for Benjamin to come in. Soup in a container. He'd have to come to the cookie party to bring it back. Cookies in another container. Lid off for now. She piled it all in a wide tote and carried it out. I left the cover off the cookies, but you'll want to snap it shut before you get going. Just let it cool a bit more. She tapped the other container. Soup. I made too much for Birdmouth over there, so there's dinner in there for you. I'll be back this weekend for the Sandman contest. All right if I bring 'em then? You should have gotten an invite to the cookie party tomorrow. Well, I have church tomorrow night, so I'll just wait until Friday, unless you need those containers for the party. Otherwise, I'll bring 'em back in the morning. Uncle Bud cut in before she could. Now, that's not necessary. Mallory bought enough of them aluminum containers to build a boat. You just run along, and we'll see you Saturday night. Benjamin offered her what Mallory assumed to be a reassuring smile before taking off, tote bag in tow. She went back to baking the last sheet of island cookies before returning her attention to the sugar cookies she had to finish. Uncle Bud stopped her. Angel, baby, I think you might need to bring me one of them cookies. We wouldn't want Benjamin to get poisoned or anything. You calling me a bad cook? No. But what if someone was trying to off me before my time to get the house, or... She just eyed him as she handed him a cookie. A man has to try. 3 nights in a row he'd texted her, asking if she was all right. She'd lied every time and assured him she was. As far as Joni knew, they were the only lies she'd ever told him, and it was killing her. So when Jeff picked her up to go to the Barrows, she knew she had to tell him. They strolled down the road that led to the docks and waited for Kurt to bring his boat over from Breaker's Head, hand in hand. Back when they were 6, Jeff had taken her hand for the first time when they walked home from school. On her 16th birthday, he'd kissed her at the docks after the water taxi had motored off with the last of her party guests. Jeff squeezed her hand as they passed the little path that led down to their spot of the beach, the path he hadn't been able to get down before stopping and asking her to marry him the night before they left for college. Good memories on this road, he mused. You always know what I'm thinking. A nudge of his shoulder. Over the years, it had come to mean anything from, come on now, to, I love you. This was definitely the latter. Know which one's my favorite? Night before college. She had no doubt of that one. Jeff shook his head. Nope. Freshman year, after the back-to-school bonfire. Your hair was dripping wet. I gave you my hoodie because you kept shivering, but you said, I'm shivering because of what Jesus did for me, not because I'm cold. That thrill, the joy. No matter how hard she'd tried, Joni couldn't forget that moment. I want that joy back. But if I ever admit it, they'll descend like vultures to pick away all the things they think stole it. They don't realize that they did it. She leaned into him, accepting the arm around her shoulder, the comforting kiss on her head, the silence. Except for him, he didn't and wouldn't. I remember your baptism, too, always showing me up and figuring out stuff first. That's not how I remember it. I remember you saying, I want to be sure because... He broke off. Because if I do this, it's for life. That's what I'd said. He pulled her into a hug and squeezed hard. I'm sorry, Joe. I'd forgotten it all until I opened my big mouth. Well, if all Christians were like you and Mallory, I might not have turned in my Jesus card. What about Uncle Bud? They reached the docks before Joni knew she could answer honestly. Yeah, him too. His gift thing feels manipulative, but I know him better than that. He loves you like a daughter. And he was always one who didn't believe in eternal security. I can remember the debates in church on Wednesday nights. Joni saw a much younger Bud Barrows in her mind's eye. He'd sit there, hand over his face, and say, I want to believe it. Don't you get that? No one wants to believe that someone can toss aside their salvation, but I can't ignore Scripture after Scripture that warns against falling away, that if you continue to sin willfully after receiving the knowledge of truth. The man had sobbed,
And later, Joni's mother told about a sister who had utterly rejected the Lord to please a man. He wants to believe that her young faith kept her in God's family, even after she chose Adam over her faith. Joni had argued that no one can snatch us from the Lord's hand. Her mother had said Bud insisted that rejecting the Lord wasn't someone taking us from him, snatching us. It was a leap of faithlessness, blasphemy. I still don't know if he's right or not. She swallowed hard. I hope he's totally wrong. Kurt's boat roared up to the docks, so Jeff leaned close and cupped his hand around her ear to say, I try not to pressure you, Joe. You know that. But if you hope he's wrong, perhaps that means you know what's right. Just think about it. As she gazed up at him, he said, Preaching's over. Let's go make cookies. Kids streamed into the house. 6 from Sky, 12 from Hopper, 8 from Merriweather, 3 from Elnora, and the Breakers kids came in onesie-twosie. He didn't know how many of them there were. 10 at least. Ashley Sayer arrived with her little sister Sadie. Sadie rushed up, hugged Bud, and whispered, I got to come to take care of Ashley. Mama lets me do that now, sometimes. Ashley's a blessed girl to have such a loving sister. Mama says someday it won't seem like so much fun, but I told her that having babies doesn't seem like much fun, but they're worth it. She dropped her voice and whispered, I was there when Sydney Green had her baby. Mama couldn't leave us at home, so I saw the whole thing. Her nose wrinkled. Nasty business. Bud turned away and coughed to stifle a snicker. Sadie had always been a precocious little thing. How old are you now, Sadie? 10. She dropped her voice once more, glanced around, and looked back at him. Mama says that makes me older than Ashley's mine now, so I have to be sensitive to her, can't make her feel stupid. He led Sadie to the kitchen, and as he did, he praised Emmy Sue's wisdom. That's a good mama you have there. And she's right. Some days you're going to feel like taking care of Ashley's a bit of a burden. But you keep your attitude like you have it now. Ashley's a sweet blessing, and don't let anyone or anything tell you different. Teens filled the dining room, the kitchen, and even tables in the living room. Colored sugar already sprinkled the floor. As far as Bud was concerned, it was all just about perfect. Kids called out to him, Hey, Brother Bud, check out this snowman. He went goth. Whatever that meant, Bud didn't know, but he laughed with the rest of them. I miss your beard, Mr. Bud. You could have been this Santa Claus. I miss my beard too, Angel. Too bad none of these fellas have any facial hair to spare. Jeff does. Joni's voice behind him sent Bud's heart soaring with hope. But I don't know if I can let him spare any. I kind of like his furry face. Well, you keep it then, darling. I'll just have to hope that when Jesus gives me a new body, it has a nice growth of beard. He winked at the girl who had complained about his missing facial hair. Never did like that interim when it first comes in. Too itchy. Mallory soared into the room with a cookie sheet. Get your backside in your chair and do something with these cookies, Uncle Bud. She winked at him before adding, and stop talking about hair around the food. It's making me twitchy. Until he tried to press little silver and gold balls onto a green sugar tree, Bud hadn't noticed how shaky his hands had gotten. He tried, but the little candy balls ended up in the oddest configurations. The same problem happened with the ornament, the gingerbread man, and the train. When Mallory returned with another sheet, he shook his head. Better give me just stars and hearts, sugar. These old hands aren't working well today. Sure, be right back. She thought she hid it from him, but even if he hadn't seen the tears fill her eyes, he'd have heard them in her voice, seen them in the way she turned and practically ran from the room. I bet I'm showing more than I think, Lord. His prayer took on an edge. I thought we had an agreement.
I'd not fuss about this pain and the indignity of it all, and you'd keep her from having to bear too much."
Sadie Sayer sidled up to him when he was halfway through with the next tray. Her arm stole around his neck and she leaned close.
"Mr. Budd, I think Miss Mallory's crying out back. I tried to go see if she was all right, but she heard me coming and moved like to hide or something. So I thought I'd come get you."
Bud handed her the cookie sheet and fumbled to get out of his chair. He failed. Second time that week. The Martinez boy caught his eye and moved forward to help.
"Lord, I do so hate this."
Once on his feet, Bud maneuvered through the crowd with the finesse of Moses with his staff. If only people had been so eager to make way back in the day. Out the back step, around the corner where the eaves offered a bit of privacy. There she was, hands over her face, the hushed whispers of prayer only just reaching his ears. Bud left the walker behind and shuffled to her, pulling her close. Mallory shook, sobbed. The tears she'd probably held back for over 2 weeks now flowed hot and ragged.
"I'm sorry,"
she gasped out.
"Shh, it's not healthy to keep it in, lambkin. Just cry. I know I have."
Admitting that took a chip at his pride.
"Just don't hide from me, okay? I can't bear it."
As she wiped tears and sniffled, a smile formed. "Jeff told me tonight that Joni admitted she hopes eternal security is a thing." A pang struck his heart. He squeezed her as hard as he could, and it wasn't nearly hard enough anymore.
"Me too, lovey. Me too."
Chapter 12. The calendar didn't lie. She had 10 days left. Just 10 days to convince a girl. What? What did Joni really believe anyway? Sam was in the bedroom, helping Uncle Bud learn to work all the buttons on the bed and giving him a bath. It might be the only time she had to talk. And Joni was home now, until 3 days before New Year's. "Uncle Bud?" She rushed to his door. "You okay for a bit? I'm going down to Joni's." His gaze met hers. Understanding flashed in his eyes.
"I'll pray."
"Do. For me too. I need to be firm, but not pushy." Jacoby Road would be faster, but Mallory flew out the back door and across the yard to the steps that led down to the shore. Traipsing through sand wasn't the easiest way, but it sure did help work out the angst that had already begun to build. "Really, Lord? It's like her lack of faith is a personal affront to me. What is wrong with me? This is about you. Help me remember that." Her jaw clenched. "I'm sorry." Joni waved at her from the deck of her little cottage. As Mallory approached, she said, "Hey, I was just thinking about you. What if we get the carolers to end the night at the Barrows? That way, Bud can sing for a bit with us." "If you still want to after today, that'd be great." All the sparkle fizzled out of Joni. "What's wrong?" Without preamble, Mallory blurted out, "I need to know what you don't think is true anymore, what you used to believe that you don't now." A cooling, understandable but still painful, filled the space between them. Joni folded her arms over her chest and sank back into a chair. "You need to know. About what I think? Really?" "Sorry, but yes, really. If it was just me, I'd wait until you shared freely, but Uncle Bud doesn't have time." Mallory climbed the 2 wooden steps and took a chair without being invited to sit. "I hope you'll forgive me, but yeah, can I ask you some questions?" Joni softened. Not much, but Mallory saw it. "Okay, let's get this over with." Mallory shoved her hands between her knees and braced herself. "Is there a God?" Joni's eyes closed. "I sure hope not." "Why?" "Because,"
Joni stiffened. The only God I know anything about has specific expectations of his people. I was one. Where does that leave me? She was getting defensive already, and Mallory knew enough to shift the conversation before a wall went up. So us, people, the earth, it just happened? The entire atmosphere changed. The sun slipped behind a cloud. The breeze cooled and the surf roared, even as it just lapped the sand as always. Joni sighed and fixed her eyes on Mallory. I don't want to get into science, Mal. It might have been the condescension she heard in Joni's tone, but Mallory suspected that it was the mental image of what those words would have done to Uncle Bud that sent her over the edge. Well, you kinda don't have a choice, and you only have one, too. Either God created us or we just happened. There's God or there's science. Which is it? I don't know. If Joni's tone meant what Mallory thought it did, the girl knew exactly what had prompted the aggression of her question. I just can't conceive of a world where there's a God anymore. A pleading tone entered her voice. Can you understand that? I see where you're coming from, Mallory admitted. I just don't agree. Joni jumped up and beckoned Mallory to follow. Let's walk. I think better when I walk. They'd made it to the beach before Joni spoke again. I guess I don't understand how you can see where I'm coming from and not agree. Can't you see how Christianity has oppressed people for centuries? Why would I believe in a God who inspires that? So that's where we're going. Okay. Out of habit, Mallory snatched up a Cheetos wrapper and folded it as small as she could before putting it in her pocket. I'll give you that Christians, in the name of Christianity, have behaved abominably for millennia. Good. But so have Muslims, Hindus, people in ancient Egypt with their religions. What you're ascribing to Christianity is a part of human history, not just Christians. Don't you think if Jesus really was God, his people should be above that stuff? How could a girl who had grown up in the church not know the answer to that question? Mallory couldn't imagine. Yes! At Joni's triumphant look, she shook her head. This stuff isn't limited to people who misuse Christianity. Every society has oppressed other societies for as long as there have been societies. It's a human failing, not a faith failing. What does the Bible teach? Does it teach us to oppress people or to bring people out of oppression? Well, they don't do what they claim it teaches, do they? What does Jesus teach, Joni? Mallory pushed a bit further. Because what his messed up followers do with his teaching isn't on him. It's on them. The conversation devolved until they rounded the point and the big stretch of beach that faced out over the Atlantic appeared. There, Joni's next words struck a chord. What you're really asking is what about the church pushed me away from God? Yeah, I'll tell you. One word. Intolerance. It almost wasn't fair. Mallory had expected this one to come up at some point, and she'd prepared. I agree. Intolerance is horrible. But you stick with a group. Excuse me, but every group has intolerant people. Today, if you don't ascribe to whatever the thought police have decided you should, you're oppressed, attacked, and shunned for not embracing whatever they decided you should. That's not fair. I agree, Mallory winced. Sorry, but seriously, it's not fair that when I say one thing is important, but another group disagreed, suddenly I'm attacked. Not my opinion, me, because I don't agree with them. It's not fair that people call me a racist when I disagree with someone with different colored skin. Joni gave a squeak of protest. Don't even tell me you've never had that happen. If I disagree with a homosexual, I'm a homophobe. If I disagree with a liberal, I'm a right-wing extremist. If I disagree with a conservative, I'm a liberal commie wacko. There, Joni conceded it could happen. And it shouldn't. It took everything in her not to stick the point.
Like how Christians sometimes do and say things they shouldn't? She had to shift the conversation to something safer. Okay, so why does the idea of no God at all appeal to you? They passed a family photo shoot, everyone in bare feet, khakis, and white shirts. How many times had she seen that very scene? A glance back showed the family donning Santa hats. Mallory? It took another few yards before Joni continued. I'll admit that I'd love to still believe in a kind, loving, just God who doesn't accept the oppression of some people by others. I would. Who says he does? I know you've read the list of people he won't welcome into his kingdom. Unrepentant, sexually immoral people. That includes pedophiles, rapists, sex traffickers, adulterers. Then there's thieves and swindlers. Those people include more than just taking your money. There are other things people steal. All the things you're concerned about are things God has covered for us. And yet, in the Old Testament, Mallory lost her cool. You want to hear how messed up this Christian is? I'll tell you. God required things in the Old Testament that sound so wrong today. They don't fit our modern sensibilities, and I'll admit it. I sometimes have problems with who God seems to be in the Old Testament. Finally, we have some honesty. Her angst turned to ire. Oh, no, you don't. I have been honest with you this whole time. Have you been honest with me? With yourself? Or does your definition of honesty only allow for whatever agrees with your idea of what things should be? Disagreeing with you is now dishonest? Why isn't it just a disagreement? Plop. Joni dropped to the ground and hung her forearms over her knees. Blustering commenced. Mallory seated herself and allowed sand to sift through her fingers as she said, "Oh, no. You don't get to define everything everyone says by your preferences." Despite the huff that followed, Joni shrugged her acceptance of the rebuke. In the next second, whiplash hit when Joni said, "I just don't understand how you can say that sitting in a pew every Sunday is more important than spending time cleaning up garbage on our beaches or offering help to undocumented workers." Where'd that come from? Mallory didn't bother asking. Okay. I think I'd have to ask why it needed to be that very hour. There are, she did a quick mental calculation, 168 hours in a week. You're bent out of shape because some of us spend 4 of those with other people who believe as we do. But think what could be done with those hours. Okay. What about the hours people veg out on the couch and binge watch Netflix? Are you condemning them and avoiding them too? How about the people who come and spend a couple hours listening to your act? How come that's okay? Why is it okay for people to get together and talk about all the horrible things happening to the planet? But it's not okay for other people to get together and worship the one who created the nature you want to preserve. Her lungs strained, screaming for air. Mallory gulped it in and tried to calm herself. She'd have to apologize. Why is this so important to you? The apology lingered on her lips and faded. She could make it later. Joni, first, because this is your soul we're talking about. I want to spend eternity with you, okay? Truth forced her to add, but also because Uncle Bud is dying. He wants to spend eternity with you. He can't even admit that to himself, so he focuses on you and Jeff. He loves me. They both do. I hate hurting them, Joni admitted in a raspy whisper. You're loved by so many more. Your family, your friends, your old church friends, and your new social justice and planet-loving ones. And sorry, but you're sitting over there freaking out about straws and paper towels when people are ready to invest in you. Something shifted in the conversation. Joni rose, dusted sand from her backside and legs, and offered a hand up. When their gazes met, Joni whispered, "Hiding sexual abuse in the church? Horrible, reprehensible. I hope every person in church who's ever participated in it or repressed it is outed and sent to jail. It's wrong.
When Joni gave her a disbelieving look, Mallory couldn't help but laugh.
Seriously? We all know this is wrong. No one says that it's okay. So why are you going off all half-cocked as if we're over there celebrating with, yay, another kid ruined, yippee?
That got her a snicker.
Seriously, Joni, I totally agree with you there. So get on board. Get your butt back in the church and let's fix it. Together.
But Joni threw out another one. The oppression of women under the guise of submission. What about that?
I agree. Totally agree. Some people warp scripture and use it to control people. They do it with other religious things unrelated to God, too. But that's not the point. It happens, so let's get in there and fight against it, together.
Throughout history, Joni tossed back, ignoring the call to return, God spoke to his people. But most Christians claim he doesn't do that anymore. Why? Maybe if God spoke, but he does. Mallory prayed for the right words, ones that would both accurately represent the Bible and would answer the hurt in Joni's heart.
He absolutely does. We have the entire book now. No one had that before. God speaks through every word on the page. It's breathed in there.
It's not the same thing. They actually heard God's voice. Impatience got the better of her. Even as Mallory fought to shut herself up, the words flew from her mouth. Yeah, it is. You have decided how you want things to be, and because they're not, you're crying foul. You define what he does by what you want rather than what it is. He speaks to us today. Don't tell me his word doesn't. How? Except in people interpreting it however they want.
Ever heard, do unto others? Even the world knows that one. It's God speaking to the whole world, and even they listen sometimes.
When Joni pressed, insisted that God had always spoken audibly to his people, Mallory gave up any hope of getting through to her and just laid it all out there.
I don't agree with you.
God spoke to a very few specific people who then told the rest. He didn't speak to every individual. Now he speaks to all of us at once through the Bible. And that way, we don't have Uncle Bud saying, God told me that eternal security isn't a thing, while your dad said, God told me that we do have eternal security.
We have the Word, so this doesn't happen. And if that's what is keeping you from embracing what Jesus did on the cross, then go study with people who believe he does talk to us today. Seriously.
Mallory couldn't help but add, and God can straighten you out later, or me, if I'm wrong about that. Lord, help me be willing to be wrong, even about that. Tears flowed. Joni hugged Mallory and turned to go. I can't anymore. I just can't. I'm not mad.
Will you pray about it, maybe?
Joni just shrugged. Eyes red, tears streaming, nose running, she stood there, a huge mess. I don't want to keep God at bay, okay? I miss that relationship. I do. To Mallory, Joni sounded like she was trying to convince herself. But I can't embrace what I had either. I don't think or believe the same way I did about how we live our lives. And with that, Joni fled. Mallory collapsed back into the sand and let the tears wash her aching heart. Lord, I'm pretty sure I blew that. Chapter 13. Jeff climbed onto the docks just as the sun began to set. He hoisted his laptop case over one shoulder and began the long walk home. A voice to his right stopped him. Joni. Hey! She flung herself into his arms, sobbing. I think Mallory and I had a fight. Something in the way she phrased that prompted a few chuckles. You think? I don't know her well enough to know. Joni pulled an insulated bag from the bench where she'd been waiting. Have dinner with me? Down by the barrows? She shot him a look. We could invite Mallory, see where she is in all of this. Meanwhile, tell me why you think you're in a fight.
The story unfolded. His emotions roller coastered all over his heart. Joy, fear, peace, anger. What had Mallory been thinking, pushing Joni like that? Then again, Joni was talking, explaining. Jeff stopped her.
Let me call Mallory. She needs to hear this.
But Mallory couldn't come down. Bud was having a rough night. Through the speaker, she told them,
"The pain's really bad. I'm sorry, Joni. I love you. You know that, right? You're my only friend here, and you know enough Bible to know why I chose to be a tough love friend today."
Can you stay on the phone with us? Joni was saying something I think you need to hear.
He squeezed Joni's hand and bumped up the volume.
I've got you on speaker.
"You okay, Joni?"
Mallory's voice filled the space between them and drifted off on ocean breezes. "I'm good. I was afraid I'd run you off."
"Hard to do that when I've only got one ally around here. I'd say better luck next time, but I'd rather there not be one."
She cleared her throat.
"Look, Joni, I came on strong and I pushed. Maybe I shouldn't have. I'm sorry for whatever I said to make you feel you'd lost my friendship. But the rest, I'm glad I said the rest."
The Mutual Forgiveness Society's inaugural meeting commenced as Jeff opened the insulated bag and pulled the emergency foil blanket from it. The thing worked wonders for keeping sand out, and it fit in small spaces. Joni's go-to choice on every side. He laid out sandwiches wrapped in those beeswax fabric squares she loved, a thermos, and fruit in a glass container. Once it was all set out, he took over.
Okay, that's enough. Joni, tell Mallory what you were telling me about your faith.
When Joni began, she told a story that he knew. He'd seen anyway, but hadn't actually heard. "When I left the church, I made sure I didn't do any of the stereotypical prodigal things. I didn't start having sex with my boyfriend, not that he would have anyway. I didn't start drinking. I don't even have a problem with Christians drinking. My parents like wine. But I didn't do that or any of the things people associate with taboo things for Christians because I wanted to make sure no one could accuse me of just wanting to do whatever I wanted. I wanted people to see that I left because I had a problem with what I saw. This was a rational decision to set aside God because I can't be a part of the stuff his church is involved in." She reached for Jeff's hand and squeezed. He braced himself. The next words would hurt. He knew it. "I don't know where my faith is, Mallory. But I can't deny that I want to believe again. I do miss the good parts." Everything within him screamed a silent plea for Mallory not to say the words he knew she would.
"You know..."
Yep, there she goes. Lord, stop her. If I do, Joni will just press.
"What I'm hearing is that you rejected what you saw as legalism."
Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Joni nodded to him as she admitted there was some truth in that.
"But, Joni, how you did it was by becoming legalistic about how you rejected it. That doesn't even make sense."
This time, Jeff had to speak.
Listening to you guys, I wouldn't know what to do in Joni's situation. If she returns to Christ, a significant number of Christians will expect her to reject everything she believes in, to repent against the ideologies she chose instead of repenting of her rejection of God.
"That's true," Mallory admitted. "Choosing to involve yourself in social justice and environmental concerns isn't a sin."
Glad someone understands that,
Joni muttered. He passed her the water bottle hooked to the cooler and gave her a reassuring smile before whispering,
"She gets it, Joe."
"Why can't I just love Jesus and make decisions about ideas and stuff without it being seen as rejecting people?"
"Welcome to how I feel most of the time, Joni." Joni gave him a look, a question. He nodded.
"Come on, Mallory. Hit this one out of the park."
So... She closed her eyes and a tear ran down her cheek. If you could say anything to me without worrying about offending me or sending me straight to hell, what would you say? Jeff Nee walked to her side and wrapped his arms around her. The tears flowed, soaking his shirt.
Lord.
This is what I'd say. You have your causes that you feel passionately about, and I get it. I do. Here's the thing. God had one too. God had a cause. It's called mankind. He died for his cause. Are you willing to die eternally for the cause of social justice? Are you willing to choose eternal hell to stop some sex trafficking? You'll never stop it all yourself. Is hell worth the little you can do when the real solution is Jesus, not political activism? At first, Jeff thought Mallory was done. Silence reigned. And when Joni didn't respond, he didn't know what to make of it. He started to speak, but she covered his lips with a finger. "She's not done," Joni whispered. "I guess what I'm trying to say," Mallory said at last, "if you're going to choose a cause over Jesus, then you're choosing to die for that cause. You're throwing what Jesus did for you and for all mankind up in his face." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Joni, you're trying to prevent all these horrible things, and I love that about you. I guess my final question is, what about the horrible thing you're doing to your soul when you reject the only one who truly can put a stop to the horrors?" With a whispered, "I love you guys," Mallory disconnected. Sunrise peered in at him and whispered, "How about a good day?" into his subconscious. Bud latched onto that.
I'll take it.
He punched the bed button, and as it raised him up, he swung his legs over the side. So far, so good. The despised walker stood there, demanding he use it. Sense agreed. Stubbornness tried to refuse. Stubbornness lost when he tottered on his way to the bathroom. Mallory met him in the kitchen. "I thought I heard you." Her beautiful smile spread wide. "Hey, you're looking good. You're a little less yellow today."
"I'm thinking it's time to sort this place."
She frowned. "Sort?" He shuffled over to the desk drawer, despising every one of those shuffling steps, and pulled a thick pad of sticky notes and a pen from it.
"Time to pass on my wood, hay, and stubble to other folks for them to burn."
At the flash of pain in her eyes, he moved to cup her chin in his hand.
"I'm just sorry you're the one who has to do it."
"I'm not. You're going to tell me all the stories you used to, all over again. And then you're going to take a nap, get up, and do it all over again. I'm finally going to learn why that silly clamshell is so important to you."
"We'll finish with that one then. I'll not have strength after that."
Their first attempts to mark things with an X if it didn't matter what happened to it became cumbersome and wasteful. Mallory rushed back through the living room, snatching up every one and tossing them. "If it has no sticky, it's free game to whoever claims it first," she insisted. Her pen touched his mother's hurricane lamp. "What about this?"
"Anna always loved that. You give it to your mama."
She scrawled Mom, and then added Anna Barrows under it, in case anyone had any doubt who that mom was. Just like when she was 12 and was sure she'd gotten smallpox and would die. He grinned.
"At least I'm not dying of smallpox like some people I know."
"You'll never let me live that down."
"Why should I, Poppet? You never would."
He pointed to the picture behind it.
"Be sure that gets hung back in the lighthouse. They only loaned Grandmother Clara's official picture to us. It belongs to them."
A sticky note to that effect went on the back of the frame. Too bad we didn't have red and green ones, Mallory joked. I could have put them on the front of everything. It would have looked like some kind of bizarre advent calendar in here. People would have talked about it for decades. In his study, 2 piles of books formed, one for Mallory to keep, the other for her to sell in her forthcoming store.
Be sure to always keep one of those all-in-one volumes about Narnia in your store, Bud insisted. Kids should learn about Aslan before they get exposed to the likes of that Potter kid.
Hey, I liked the Potter books.
I did too, but if you're reading about other worldly places, ones that are designed to make you think of Jesus are important.
She pulled an unfamiliar Christian fiction title off the shelf. I haven't read this one.
Oh, make sure you read that right away. It's good, about the rooms of a guy's soul. You'll want to carry that one all the time, too.
Christian fiction is getting better all the time. I remember when I was little and Mama was trying to find anything that wasn't one of those prairie stories. She was totally sick of them. His favorite book, just a bound short story with illustrations, really. But he'd had to have it the moment he saw it.
If you can only keep one title in stock at all times, aside from the Bible, of course, make it this one.
Mallory accepted the cloth-covered book with its gold filigree and embossed picture. The Gift of the Magi. You always did love that one best. At the back of the closet in the study, he found an old metal chest.
Forgot about that. There's a bunch of old coins in it. Probably not worth anything, but you might ought to have 'em looked at. If they're worth anything, you sell 'em and use them for your store. Otherwise, give 'em to Roger. He always loved playing with them as a little tyke.
Okay. A look at her showed Mallory holding in grief by a thread.
You had enough, darling? We can do the other rooms another day.
You're just trying to get out of telling me about that shell. Bud shuffled out of the study and into his bedroom. He brought the shell from the bureau and seated himself in his chair. His thumbs slid over the smooth surface. He'd polished it with wear more than anything else.
Got this in 8th grade. Emily Sue Bartlett and I was walking down the beach on our way home from something. Can't remember what.
Liar, his mind taunted.
Or if I do, I'm not saying.
Bud winked at Mallory. She moved to his side, rested herself on the arm of his chair, and slid an arm around his neck. She didn't say a word.
Well, Emily Sue saw this in the sand and picked it up. She was always finding and making treasures of the least little thing. Feathers, rocks, pieces of driftwood. Her wedding was decorated in driftwood and grasses. So pretty.
You went? He nodded.
I did. When you love someone, Mally, my love, you do what is best for them. Then you go home and lick your wounds in private. Anyway, we were talking about shells.
Once more, Bud found himself tracing the edges where Emily had pointed out ridges long since worn away.
Emily Sue passed it to me and said, "Here, Bud, you keep this one. Remember me by it."
Ouch!
Bud laughed. No, I laughed at her then, too. Asked if she was leaving the island or something. She said no, but that someday I might go away, and she wanted me never to forget her.
His voice cracked.
She wanted me to know she loved me, no matter what happened.
Okay, my heart just broke a little. Mallory pressed her cheek to his head. Didn't you say 8th grade was when?
Halton Fenwick moved in next door just a week later. A month after that, Emily Sue started walking home from school with him.
Her whisper was almost too hushed to hear. Who gets that shell, Uncle Bud? Startled, he leaned back and gazed at her.
Why, baby girl, I thought you knew. Emily Sue. She should have her shell back. You go put that on her grave when they get done burying me, okay?
Bud pressed it into her hand, but he couldn't let it go. With a weak smile, he took it back and tucked it into his t-shirt pocket.
I'll just keep it safe a bit longer.
Love you, Uncle Bud.
I love you too.
The words refused to come. Sleep, however, stole over him and sent him off into a dreamland where Emily Sue's little sister captured Alton's heart instead of her. Chapter 14. 5 days before Christmas, Uncle Bud didn't get out of bed.
Can't do it, sunshine. I feel myself winding down. Want to save my energy for visiting with you, not shuffling around this old house.
While he lay there, she brought him everything. Frames with pictures of people she'd never seen, a collection of buttons that had belonged to his granny.
Give those to Gracie down to the church. She always did fancy Granny's button box.
Gracie, the Sunday school teacher who had a crush on you for years? He blinked at her.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe it was too late, but she couldn't help a bit of teasing. Then she doesn't know what she's talking about, but she's the one who told me. Also said you only had eyes for one girl. It wasn't her.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that,
he said after a spell.
Still, she had a good life with old Frankie. He made her a better husband than I ever could have.
You don't know how loved you are, do you? His eyes closed, and he heaved such a heavy sigh that Mallory's heart tried to stop beating. Uncle Bud? Get some rest. I need to make a few calls about the book business anyway. See if the fairy's prepared to let me on and off every day and such.
That's fine. I'll be here when you get back.
He fumbled for the water cup.
Mind getting me a refill? Just a touch of juice in it, maybe.
Once she'd squared him away, Mallory went out back and began a mass text to everyone she could. I'm calling all Christians on the island to pray for Joni DeJesus right now. Today, and every time she comes to mind, please pray. Pray for her soul. Yes, she's rejected Jesus, but we're going to pray her back if it can be done. So pray. Please forward to anyone who will pray with us. After that, she called her minister in Atlanta. She called her parents and told them about Joni. Only an accident with one of the orphans kept her from spilling the beans about Uncle Bud's illness. He called for her then.
Lovey, I need you.
When she arrived, he winced.
My bag isn't fitting right. I think I need to change the flange.
The colostomy bag was the hardest thing for him, and so far, he'd managed to keep her from having to work with it. Sam had shown her how, but that was a far cry from doing it. Oddly enough, it wasn't as hard as she'd expected, but Uncle Bud winced as if it hurt. Am I doing something wrong?
All's well, sugar. I just can't hardly stand for you to have to be doing this.
Well, I'm just grateful for it. He shot her a reproachful look. I am. You could be filling up depends left and right. This is easier for me. That earned her a chuckle, and a whiff of gas that sent them both gagging. He wheezed through another laugh.
I told you that I shouldn't try that asparagus soup.
Tears ran down their faces, happy, giddy, ridiculous tears that made her think of preteen boys and their jokes about body sounds and odors. Still, it had the happy effect of shifting things from awkward to funny. That lasted until they were both satisfied that the new flange was in place and the bag properly attached. Mallory chose to take that moment to impress on him the seriousness of the state of Joni's soul. You asked me for one thing this Christmas, and I'm doing my best. Now it's your turn, Uncle Bud. You pray for it. You pretend God is Santa Claus, and you write him a letter every single day, 10 times a day, whatever it takes.
Lovey.
You just used that one. He grinned at her.
All right, darling. I'm warning you. If we're all hammering heaven for Joni's salvation and she doesn't yield, my faith is going to take a hit. Please don't give me lots of hope. Don't tell me if you think she's softening. Let that come from the Lord alone.
As long as you pray believing, you'll receive. As long as you do your part in faith. If you will trust that God will speak truth into Joni's heart, I'll trust that God will show you when it's time. With that, she left the room. She'd begged everyone to pray, but she hadn't. Not yet. Not today. My turn. Let's do it. Jeff shook his head. She did it every year, so his surprise had no reasonable root. Still, when Joni appeared on his doorstep with her plan for a little ding-dong ditch decorating, well, he'd have to do it. A glance at the clock by his door prompted a groan.
Does it have to be at midnight, though?
It's more fun this way. Come on. I borrowed all those flamingos with the Santa hats, remember? Oh, and we'll sprinkle colored marshmallows all over the grass for flamingo poop.
The love of my life wants to poop marshmallows all over someone's yard. What kinds of shenanigans will she come up with for our kids?
The question should have hurt. It didn't. Instead, it prompted a grin.
Making a memory to share with them. That's what this is. And we're all praying that this will be a thing. This memory. It'll be a thing. So, I might as well make that memory. All right, let me get my hoodie and some shoes.
Got any lights?
Lights?
Joni kissed him, as if they hadn't just been talking about decorating someone's house with hideous plastic birds. She just kissed him, until he almost suggested an immediate elopement.
Thank you,
she whispered.
I'll be in the car.
He made it out there 5 minutes later with a long string of old-style bulbs.
All I could find, left over from the bake sale last week.
The drive to the point, not so easy to do without people seeing. Every time he turned on the car lights, Joni hissed for him to turn them off.
As if people can hear you from inside the car.
As they neared the lighthouse, Jeff cringed. No moon, nothing to work from, and she'd never go for him turning on the headlights. Only then did he realize that she'd put all the decorating supplies in his car before she'd knocked.
Clever girl.
It came out in a strangled whisper.
You packed my car with your stuff so we'd have to take it. Where's yours?
At home. I walked. It took until he'd unloaded the last Santa Mingo to realize what she meant.
You walked after you dropped everything off, right?
Joni danced around him, threatening him with an undersized hat.
Smart man. Fell in love with you, didn't I?
That stopped her. Joni turned away from him and sighed. We're going to be just like him, aren't we? Old, alone, still loving someone we can't have. As he moved behind her and wrapped his arms around her shoulders, he sighed. That's why this is so important to him. Sure, it's about my soul, I know that. But it's also about him knowing what it's like to lose the one you loved from a really young age.
Like us.
She turned in his arms and pressed her cheek to his shoulder. Like us.
Love you.
Maybe you shouldn't. The wrong word could ruin everything for both of them, and he knew it.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you shouldn't love me. But we do, and I'm okay with that. The question is...
He tilted her chin and kissed her.
Are you?
Floodlights filled the yard. They turned, and there on the porch stood Mallory's silhouette. Let's get this party started! Shh! Joni rushed to shush her. You'll wake Bud. He's on a good dose of morphine. He's out for a while. Jeff's gut clenched.
Morphine? Does that mean?
Mallory nodded. Sam sent overnight help. Angelica is a wonder with him. Sassy. Her smile faltered and floundered, but it sputtered to life after a moment. You know how he loves a sassy girl. As if desperate to change the subject, she turned.
Now, since he's not leaving his room, I suggest we put every last one of these over by the side yard. He can see 'em better from his bed.
And just like that, Mallory Barrows took over the Ding Dong Ditch project. The morphine messed with his mind, and he knew it. Every single bit of it was a fight with Mallory and the nurse. The nurse wanted him on regular dosage.
To keep ahead of the pain, she said.
He wouldn't do it. If he could tough it out, he would, just for the clarity it gave him. Mallory protested.
You're not clear if you're out of your mind with pain. Just take it. We know you're with us. We love you,
she protested from the window where she dragged every last bit of furniture away from the wall. No less. Bud frowned.
What are you doing anyway?
Got something to show you? We had visitors in the night. No one on Breaker's Island would hear those words and not know what they meant.
Tell me it's not the blasted flamingos.
Not a single blasted flamingo anywhere.
His mind said something about that was off, but Bud couldn't get a grip on what. Once the wall was clear, she and Angelica rolled the bed over to the window so he could get a full view. Pink, plastic flamingos filled his lawn. Every last one of them wore a Santa hat. Lights draped from one to the other. In the setting sun, Bud saw them flip on and glow. That's when her words became clear.
That'll teach me to play around with euphemisms.
She winked. Yep. Her phone rang, and when Mallory grabbed it, she blanched. When she looked at him, he knew.
Answer it, darling. You can tell 'em now. Time's too close for them to rush home anyway.
Tears sprang to her eyes, and she mouthed, "Thank you," before turning away. A tear of his own slid down his cheek.
Lord, please let me be right. They can't be leaving them kids at Christmas time. That's just wrong.
The low murmur of Mallory's voice reached him. He heard her repressed sobs, her reassurances. When her voice grew louder, he knew she'd bring him the phone. What did you say when your expiration date had come and you had to say goodbye? How? He felt her hand before she whispered, "Daddy wants to talk to you." Bud's hand shook as he took the phone. He never did like the slippery, boxy things.
Roger?
Hey, Uncle Bud. Mallory says you've been feeling poorly. You should have told us.
There wasn't anything you could do, son. What you're doing down there is more important than watching an old man die.
A gruff start, a cleared throat. Roger tried again.
I'd have liked the opportunity to make that decision myself. Mallory's taking fine care of me. We've been having us a time. Right now, I'm looking out over a yard full of plastic flamingos.
Ding Dong Ditch Decorate strikes again, does it? His chuckle hurt, more than he'd like any of them to know.
I don't blame her for being the instigator, but I heard her say, "Oh, no, you don't, not without me," last night, so I think she caught 'em and joined 'em.
Roger's laughter brought tears to his eyes. Tears came much too easy these days. All the more reason to get on home to that place where God wipes them all away. Mumbled words told him Roger had relayed the story to Anna. When Roger spoke again, Bud knew what he needed to say.
Listen to me, son. You are, you know, the closest thing I ever had to a son.
Blasted tears struck again.
I was never more proud of you than when you retired early and moved down to Haiti. Didn't like not seeing you so much, but what you're doing there is the kind of thing I always wished I had the guts to do, or never did.
Roger muttered something about other priorities taking a hit because of it.
That's another thing I wanted to talk to you about. Now, you're wrong about that. Your priorities are right where God set them. You're taking care of the fatherless and the widows. True religion, James called it.
Your mama would be so proud of you if she were here to see it." "I guess. Now here's the thing. Did Mallory tell you about my Christmas present?"
"Mm-hmm." Starting at the beginning with Joni's loss of faith, through the years, and ending with Mallory's Christmas mission, Bud told every word of the story.
"What she don't know is that she gave me the gift. Even if Joni doesn't repent before I go, she did what I never could make myself do. I can go home knowing without any doubt that every seed we could think of has been planted." "Glad to hear it, Uncle Bud."
The aching, strained, strangled tone told Bud his nephew was on the verge of breaking.
"Better hurry up with it."
Bud took a tiny sip of watery juice, all his body seemed to manage these days, and cleared his throat in preparation for what he'd say. Roger preempted him.
"You're going to ask me for a gift, aren't you? You want me to promise to stay down here, even through the funeral, I bet." "Guilty. Can you give me that one last Christmas gift? You always did the most meaningful and creative ones. This one would be the best you ever could."
Several seconds passed. After a couple of hellos, Bud called for Mallory.
"I think I fumbled the call, Lovey."
"I'm here, Uncle Bud." Anna's slow, honeyed tones whispered at him from the device. Bud jerked it to his ear with a hungriness he hadn't expected.
"Roger did a good one when he picked you. Hey there, darling. Guess we're saying our goodbyes for now, but I'll be waiting over in glory with all y'all's parents and, the whole clan. It's going to be quite the homecoming."
She murmured something he couldn't hear and added, "Roger's struggling, Uncle Bud. He wants you to know he isn't angry, just hurting."
"I know, honey, I know. You take good care of those kids and try to get him to give me that gift, okay?"
"If you want anything, Uncle Bud, you know you've got it. We'll do whatever." A strangled cry broke through the phone, but a sharp word, it sounded more like it was cut with a butter knife than a meat cleaver, stopped it. "I told him what was what. A man's got a right to leave this world however he chooses, I'd say. And if you want it quiet, then we'll respect that." They'd only spoken for a few minutes when the pain returned with a vengeance that frightened him. The morphine wasn't touching it, not even another dose. Angelica massaged his temples and tried to get his mind off the pain while Mallory took over the phone conversation. "Bud, I want you to try something, okay? Just do it with me. Inhale slowly to a 4 count with me. 1, 2. She had him hold that breath for 7 seconds. Exhale for 8. By the 3rd round, he found himself drifting off.
"Can't, Jelly. Just..."
Chapter 15. By 4 o'clock, Mallory decided. No Christmas Eve service for her. Uncle Bud was in and out of consciousness, and she wasn't going to miss a minute of what little time he had left. His voice grew weaker every time he woke and tried to speak, but Mallory stuck imaginary fingers in her ears and la-la-la'd her way through the realization of what it probably meant. Jeff promised to bring communion and a few carolers after the candlelight service, and that gave Mallory an idea. "I'm decorating in here." It might have been wishful thinking, but Mallory could have sworn he muttered,
"When she starts dropping her G's, watch out."
The laundry room pantry, a grandiose description of a cheap particle board storage cupboard like you find in a classroom, held dozens of candles in all sorts of sizes. The Georgia coast meant hurricanes, and hurricanes meant power outages. And power outages need candles. She scooped a bunch into her arms and carried them into Uncle Bud's room. Beneath his parents' wedding picture, the one taken just hours before his father had shipped off to fight in Europe, she put the largest pillar. Votives sat in little glass holders, and she nestled them everywhere, in nooks of the bookcases, beside pictures, in a line along the windowsill. When he woke again, Lord, please let him stay with me until after midnight. Well, when he awoke, the room would be bathed in candlelight, the carolers outside the window. It'd be beautiful. As the sun tried to set, darkness crept over the yard, up to the house, and finally into the room. Mallory shivered. It's like death is sneaking up on him or something. The Bible. She'd need it. Uncle Bud's was still by his chair in the living room. He'd been listening to it on audio since moving to his bed, but it was Christmas Eve, and a Barrows always read the Christmas story on Christmas Eve. Angelica met her at the door. I'm going to call my son and hear about Mass. I'll be right back. Take your time. Uncle Bud's still sleeping, and I'm here. Thank you. With the room perfect and the Bible ready to read to him, Mallory decided to make a cup of coffee before settling in to watch, to wait. She'd made it as far as the door when a gasp sent her spinning in place. She turned to see a look of abject horror on Uncle Bud's face. What?
Oh, Lord, have mercy on my soul.
He shuddered, and though the words came out hoarse and whispered, she heard each one clearly.
Oh, those Calvinists must have had it right.
His hand covered his face.
I wasn't one of the elect.
Another shudder, or was it a shiver?
Hell is much colder than I'd imagined, though.
You stinker. A small smile formed.
Well, it was my first thought, Angel Girl.
How are you feeling?
Old. What time is it?
Her phone said 6 o'clock, almost on the nose. 6 more hours. I've got you for at least 6 more. You promised.
I did, but God didn't agree, you know.
Each word sounded labored, almost torn from him. Her gut clenched, and her eyes brimmed with tears again. I'm going to grab me a coffee. Need anything?
No.
Except Jesus, I know. Mallory moved to kiss his forehead. Thank you for letting me be here. I know it wasn't easy for you.
Would have been harder without you. Best Christmas I've ever had.
Except that the only gift you asked for I can't give you, and you probably won't receive. Making coffee gave her a chance to weep a little, clean up her face, and pull herself together. No one wants to be around a weeper, especially when it's their fault that the weeper weeps. She found Uncle Bud sitting up-ish. The bed had been raised. He was half curled on one side, and his eyes were more alert than they'd been all day. Seeing that helped Mallory stay emotionally stable, for a bit anyway. So, I think it's time for reading the Christmas story, don't you? She reached for his Bible, and Uncle Bud held out an arm.
Let me do it. One last time.
She couldn't do it. She couldn't tell him no. But the strain of holding that Bible, of trying to focus on the words, it would tax him, take away a few of the minutes she had left with him. And what better way to spend time with anyone than in the Word? Hypocrite, get your priorities straight. She propped it up with pillows, searched the house for his book light, and affixed it when she found it behind the plant near his chair.
Now, in those days...
It was just a whisper of his usual timbre, a ghost of the readings of Christmases past. At decree, she climbed up in bed beside him just as she would have 20 years earlier. He settled in and read. As if in the travail of childbirth himself, each word came slower, more labored. When he got to the angels, Mallory whispered, "Hey, it's Harold's turn." That earned her a wheezed chuckle.
Thought stories of kids saying stuff like that was all made up until you went searching all over the house to find what had happened to Harold. I thought he was an imaginary friend until you figured out you couldn't find the angel from the Nativity.
Well, the song said... And on he read. Several times his voice trailed to nothingness and he rested. For 20 minutes once. At the last verse, sounding the weakest he had yet,
Uncle Bud read the last line.
And Jesus kept increasing in wisdom and stature, and in favor with God and men.
The Bible slid off the pillow. His eyes closed and his breath sounded rattly, as if he had pneumonia.
Do something for me, baby girl.
Anything.
Never.
He choked a bit.
Always keep your eyes on Jesus. You do that, and you'll keep growing in wisdom, in the stature of character, and in favor with God and God's men and women.
Dozens of lights in the front window at the Barrows almost looked like lights dancing on the water. The closer they came to the house, the clearer the flames became. Candlelight. Joni nudged her sister and murmured, "Should have known Mallory would make it a special day for Bud. He's praying that tomorrow is his expiration date." Therese shifted her baby in a fabric sling before looking up to take in the view. Wow, gorgeous. All of Joni's words must have registered in that moment because Therese shook her head as she said, "Expiration date. That is so Bud Barrows." "He's still praying for my soul."
As are all of the churches who know you. It's what we do.
Therese waved a finger at Joni's protest. "Oh, no. You don't get to bring up that subject and then decide that it's dropped when you don't like what I say. I'm telling you that your De Jesus brothers and sisters love you and pray daily that you will come back to him. And your Jesus brothers and sisters do the same thing." Maybe it was cruel, but Joni couldn't let it lie there.
Except for the ones who throw out the barbs regarding my unsatisfactory spiritual state.
What do you always say? Hurting people hurt people?
Well, it's not right to do it. But you are right that they do. Hurt others, I mean. They're terrified, Joe. She couldn't ask more without disrupting the arrangement of carolers. Roland Galloway settled them into groups, altos and basses on each end with tenors and sopranos in the middle. They'd settled on God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen first, Bud's favorite. The familiar words swelled, and her throat constricted to see Bud struggling to sit up and hear the carolers. Mallory spread something over him and opened the window. The island breeze blew out a few of the candles on the sill, but most just flickered a little more frantically.
Went to Bethlehem straightway the Son of God to find.
The song was as familiar to her as almost any Christmas song or carol, but not until Joni made it through that line did she truly absorb the words for the first time. A lot of the song is speculation, the tempest, storm, and wind, and finding Mary kneeling and praying to the baby. But that bit about the shepherds going straight to Jesus, that's biblical for sure. Hands settled on her shoulders, and even before the next song began and his voice filled her ears, Joni knew. Jeff. He always knows when I'm conflicted. Mallory drew near the window and watched for a moment before disappearing. 3 songs later, the front door opened and she appeared there, holding a large carafe and plastic cups. The group rushed her with laughs and jokes, but Joni slipped around the back and into the house. If Bud was still awake, she wanted to see him while she had a chance. A glance back showed that Jeff hadn't followed. Good. A small Latina woman stepped away from the bed after injecting something into the IV. At Joni's raised eyebrows, she smiled. Bud refused a PCA, so... Sounds like him.
Want to stay alert.
Bud rolled his head away from the window and met her gaze.
So I can talk to pretty girls like you.
A rolling chair sat to one side of the bed, and Joni pulled it close. She wrapped both hands around one of his and noted the lack of strength, the paper-thin skin, the spots she'd never seen before. I wanted a few minutes with you before Jeff comes in to give you communion.
Not taking it with us yet, I understand, I think.
Those words both soothed and stung. Do you?
Sure, darling.
I know people see pain in this world and can't reconcile that with a loving God. I understand that.
Maybe it would give him false hope. Joni sighed inside. It probably would, but Joni had to ask anyway. I know the answer you'll probably give, but I do want. The rest of the words refused to come. How could she ask anyone if God would accept her on her terms instead of his? She knew the answer to that. If God was God, then he decided what was acceptable. If he wasn't, then what he thought didn't matter.
I'll just put it to you like this.
He struggled to sit up, to look her in the eye. Kindness and compassion radiated from him as he spoke, but each word formed with slow, painstaking care.
The world is a sick, hurting place, Joni love. Jesus is the only cure for the hate, the disease, the selfishness, and the greed. But unless every person in it is cured, it'll go on affecting all of us, even those who have been promised eternal remission from the disease of sin.
She couldn't help it. So the world is the headache and Jesus is the aspirin? Fill yourself with aspirin, Jesus, and the headache of this life goes away?
Not so sure about that analogy, love, but the world is a filthy, filthy place. Billy Graham once said that with all the soap we have, there shouldn't be dirty people anymore, but there are. The same is true of Jesus. He cleans us up and makes us presentable. But if everyone doesn't get cleaned up, the diseases that come with filth still affect everyone, even some of the ones who are clean.
A knock at the door told her Jeff had arrived. Knock, 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 knock. Joni would recognize Jeff's distinctive knock anywhere, almost as if the heartbeat of his life. Your communion's here. Jeff waited so he could take it with you guys. I'll just step outside.
We'd love to have you, lovey. Even if you don't join us fully, stay anyway.
His hand squeezed hers beneath it.
Please?
She stayed. Tears trickled down Bud's cheeks as Jeff recited the words of Jesus to his disciples.
Do this in remembrance of me.
Mallory's tears followed. Jeff's. Joni tried to remain impartial, unmoved, a futile attempt. Before Jeff could pour a bit of the juice into a Dixie cup for Bud to sip at, she bolted from the room. Her feet flew over the yard, down the steps, and stumbled through the soft sand to the shore. 1 foot at a time, she hopped along until she got her Vans off, and she ran again until her lungs heaved and her heart pounded enough to deafen the sound of the waves. Joni dropped to her knees. The waves lapped the hem of her dress. Tears she'd been holding back for far too long welled up within her and spilled over. Railing, ranting, weeping, she blasted the Lord with every bit of injustice and unkindness she could name. It only brought on deeper, harder weeping. Chapter 16. A blurry bundle of reds and greens and golds greeted Mallory as she pried her eyes open. As her vision focused, the bundle cleared into a small pile of angles and edges, of ribbons and bows. Presents! She sat bolt upright in bed and glanced around her. Yes, still at Uncle Bud's. Her heart sank a little. Maybe the past weeks hadn't been a dream. She blinked again. The packages remained, just like they had every year of her life until she'd left home and her parents had moved to Haiti. She crawled forward on her hands and pulled the top one from the pile. The tag flipped over as she settled back, cross-legged. To Mallory Clare, from Mama and Daddy. Though her throat ached with the joy of it, Mallory didn't cry at Uncle Bud's thoughtfulness. He'd done this, or arranged for Angelica to do it anyway, making sure traditions continued even from his deathbed. Uncle Bud, 1 in 10 million. She slipped out of the room to start coffee and check on Uncle Bud. He slept. Angelica assured her that he'd expected her to open the gifts.
He didn't want to think of you waiting for him and then him not waking up. He said to get on that computer and do the video thing with your parents. He'd still be there in body at least when you were done. So, coffee in hand, she set up a Skype call and jumped into Christmas festivities 1,000 miles away. Her father's face filled the screen first. "Mallory, Merry Christmas. How's our patient doing?" She just shook her head. "He'll be fine soon enough, though." A pained expression filled Daddy's face. "Are we right to listen and not come?" "You'd hurt him. He so wants to know he's not been a burden, and he's crazy proud of what you guys are doing down there." Mama joined the call and waved. "We opened yours and Bud's gifts already. The children insisted. I loved my journals for this year. You found some amazing ones. Can't wait to read last year's." Mallory eyed the boxes laid out on her bed and tried to guess. "The one that looks like a game box?" Daddy laughed. "Told you she'd figure it out first thing." "Had to try." Eager to keep the conversation off Uncle Bud, Mallory asked about the morning's funny Christmas stories. One new girl had dashed from orphan to orphan, crying and pleading with them not to tear up their new pretties. She hadn't understood that the gift was inside. "We finally told Fabienne that she could keep hers wrapped as long as she liked, but she had to let the others do what they liked with theirs." "I want to bring her home." It was an old question, but she had to ask anyway. "Any word on my petition to start adoption paperwork early?" Though Daddy shook his head, a light in his eyes said he had news. "We did hear of them doing it once before, though. The woman was 6 months from turning 30 and started the process. I think you should go ahead and try." 2 seconds after she asked him to email the paperwork, her heart sank. Daddy, I just remembered something." "What's that?" "What are the house and salary requirements?" Mama chimed in with all the reassurances she usually carried in her pocketbook. "Your job is fine, honey. You make a good salary, and you could always move into an apartment if you needed to." Time to tell them the plan. Mallory toyed with the ribbon on one of the gifts while gathering the courage to admit she might be tossing aside a great salary in favor of a dream. "Uncle Bud and I were talking after vote night, and I got an idea. See, the locals are feeling the absence of some businesses here. Retail and services, both." "And?" She told them about Uncle Bud's comments on being a writer or a bookstore owner, about how her tiny house and truck had given her an idea, and how she even had a few others who were considering if they might want a similar kind of business, one that traveled from island to island. "Of course, some of the others aren't sure, but I do have people interested. Remember Beth Stevens? She would be so great at a food truck. And Liz Royal would be a huge asset if she could drive around with a salon in a motorhome or something." Mallory winced. "I doubt she'd want to leave her super cool place, though." "You'd leave your job for this?" Hesitation almost prompted doubts, but the sketches she'd made of what she could do with her tiny house. "Yeah, I think I really want to. I love being back here. I've only been here and over to Hopper, but I feel home like I haven't since I went off to college." The firm set of her father's jaw could only mean one of two things. Either her father disapproved of the idea, or he thought it would hurt her chances of adoption approval. "Well, Mal, just be aware that without proof of income in your current position, you might find it difficult to get approved." "I thought having a job where I could take the child with me to work every day might be an advantage." "They still need to be sure you can pay for dental visits and new shoes on a regular basis." Mama broke in with her usual dose of common sense. "Well, why don't you just hold off until we know if the association even approves of the idea? It might all be moot." That left opening presents, but Mallory had one more question first. "Will you guys be disappointed in me if I quit my job and become a bookseller?" Their laughter she took as a resounding no. "Good. I probably will if they'll let me. Now, let's get to the loot." She'd loaded the oven with a ham for dinner, the smallest she'd found, and still much more than she could ever hope to eat. With Uncle Bud and Angelica working together to get his pain under control, she sliced potatoes and prayed, mixed green beans with milk and cream of mushroom soup, and pleaded, buttered the tops of hot rolls, and begged. Angelica appeared in the doorway. I'm sorry to bother you, but I thought it was important." What else she said never made it to Mallory's ears. Mallory bolted for Uncle Bud's room and stopped short at the sight of him sitting up, looking as alert as he ever had. "Hey."
"Felt a bit brighter, so I had Jelly clean me up a bit."
"You going to have some ham with me?" The question wasted. He hadn't eaten more than a bite or two for several days, and even then, only at her prodding. Still, he answered as if she might not know it.
"Think I've had my last meal, lovey mine."
All morning and afternoon she'd avoided it, but it was time to confess, to ask forgiveness. "Uncle Bud, I didn't make it. Not by gift opening time, anyway. I'm still praying. I still believe God can, and maybe even will, break through Joni's defenses today."
"Do you know how much it means to me, all you've done? Do you know?"
"I just didn't—" He shushed her. In the slow, deliberate, stammered, and gasping speech he'd adopted in recent days, he assured her that her trying was all he could and should have asked of her.
"I put too much stock in your abilities, I think. I was so sure."
Twice during the conversation, Mallory looked over her shoulder to see if Joni stood there listening. It was just the kind of thing that would happen in a book, and she lived in books these days. Not even Angelica stood there. "Lord, is there anything I could say to convince her? If so, what? How? When?"
"Thought of a few more good books for you. Get that notebook of yours."
Feeling very much like an old-fashioned stenographer, Mallory sat beside him, furiously scribbling notes as he thought of them.
"And A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. But don't put that with the kids' books. People sometimes think because it's about a young girl that it's for kids. It's not."
"Never did read that one."
"You'll love Francie, little love. She's the Anne Shirley of Brooklyn."
Mallory threw out a few titles of her own. "I was thinking of Ella Minnow P. and maybe The Mysterious Island."
"Definitely the Verne book. What's the one about the Ella girl?"
"It's a play on how people mispronounce L, M, N, O, and P in the alphabet. As the story is told, they use fewer and fewer letters to write it." Uncle Bud would have slapped his leg if he felt better.
"Wish I had time to read that one, Mally. I'd probably like it. Clever idea."
His eyes widened.
"Don't forget the night circus."
She scribbled it down in seconds. "What about I Am the Messenger?"
"Good thought. I liked The Book Thief better, but Messenger was really a wonderful book."
Before she could ask about another one, the kitchen timer went off. "Casserole's done. I'll be back. Maybe you'll want a bite of everything?" He offered her an apologetic look and murmured,
"I can try."
Smack dab in the middle of the annual Gilbert Risk Tournament, just after Jeff managed to capture Central America and prepare his attack on Venezuela, his phone buzzed. Jeff expected Joni, but it turned out to be a text from Mallory. "Feel a heavy burden to pray for Joni. Now, please join me." His 8-year-old niece hadn't been able to join as a single player, too many others, so he rose and motioned for her to take over. A roar of protest rose up from the other players, but Jeff just said,
"Mallory asked me to pray for Joni."
All dissenting votes withdrew, and his mother's expression said it all. "We'll pray too." Jeff began by praising the Lord for his goodness in drawing Joni to himself all those years ago. Gratitude welled up inside as he remembered late-night dives into the Word, the struggle to understand something that felt so obscure. It was worth being late and being grounded for a week to feel like they finally understood what it meant when Jesus said hating was akin to killing. As he rushed out the back door, down the street and onto the beach, Jeff relived past days. Once his feet hit the hard-packed, damp sand, he jogged and prayed. His feet pounded a cadence that any drill sergeant would approve. I don't know if I have thanked you for all your gifts of grace. I don't know how she can stay away from you every day. Gratitude gave way to grief. She's lost you, and the worst of it is that you're still right there, always waiting, and worse than that, deep down she knows it and still can't see you there. Grief prompted prayers of conviction. She respects your justice and your mercy. Please show her both right now. Make her see the consequences of sin, of rejecting the Lord of Lords. And if she is your child, please show the mercy and kindness that leads to true repentance until she can't help but yield. Please. When his feet refused to push him one more step, when his heart ached and his lungs screamed for air, Jeff dropped to the sand, heedless of the rising tide, and hung his head between his knees. Beginning with the Lord's Prayer, working through Psalm 23 and 51, he moved into praying some of Philippians, but as to the Lord instead of for Joni. And Lord, now I pray that your love will abound in Joni's life more and more until she discovers real knowledge and discernment. I ask that you lead her to all excellent things so that she may be sincere and blameless, beyond reproach even, until the day of Christ. Please fill her with the fruit of righteousness which only comes through you, my Lord, and may this all glorify you and bring you even more praise. As if Paul had inspired him, Jeff's prayers did not cease. Chapter 17. The carols, the readings of Matthew and Luke, the recitation of Annie and Willie's prayer. For the first time since she'd walked away from the church, from Jesus, they irritated, pierced, and stung. Of course, she hadn't gotten that line about the shepherds going straight away to Bethlehem out of her head. It played on a continuous loop. And went to Bethlehem straightway the Son of God to find. During dinner, and went to Bethlehem straightway the Son of God to find. While they built a 1,000-piece puzzle, and went to Bethlehem straightway the Son of God to find. And even on her walk home, over and over, and went to Bethlehem straightway the Son of God to find. And went to Bethlehem straightway the Son of God to find. And went to Bethlehem straightway the Son of God to find. Stop! The words disappeared into the night. I found Jesus, she cried. I don't want him. Liar, a more honest part of herself whispered back. Her mother's oft-repeated words filled her mind. When you know you're right, you don't have to shout it from the rooftops. That's why God says he uses a still, small voice. Her studio apartment didn't offer the kind of refuge it usually did. Joni stood in the middle of her living room kitchen combination and spun in slow, lazy circles as the same words hammered themselves in her mind. Bethlehem. Straight away. I don't want to go to Bethlehem, she argued with herself. I want to go to Budlehem. I want to know what he says about that song. Once organized into coherent thought, Joni couldn't drive the idea from her mind. So she did the only logical thing she could. She grabbed a sweatshirt and hoodie and took off for the Barrows. Every other minute, it seemed, she reached for her phone to text Jeff, but a growing unease pushed her away from him. It'll just hurt him when she fails to convince me. Again. For the second night in a row, Joni arrived to see the twinkling of candlelight from one of the front windows. 12 flickering flames. 1,000.
Bud slept on the hospital bed. A woman wrote on a clipboard from a chair beside him. But Mallory wasn't in the room at all. A peek into the living room window showed no one. After peering into enough windows to make her a prime peeping Joan suspect, she found Mallory seated on the steps down to the beach, a mug of coffee in hand, lost in another world. Mallory's surprised. "Joni?" gave her one last chance to bail. Joni almost took it. "Hey, why'd you have to stir up all the things? Why? Why couldn't you have let me be all alone in my wrongness?" Even as she asked, Joni could anticipate the answer. As tempting as it might have been to tell Mallory not to answer, she couldn't. Something deep inside craved the familiar words almost as much as she dreaded them. Instead, Mallory sucked in a short breath and let it out in a huff. "If you're here to try to appease Uncle Bud, I'm here because of that stupid carol." When Mallory just waited, she explained. "We sang 'God Rest Ye.' There's that line in it about how the shepherds went straight away to see Jesus." She lowered herself to the steps beside Mallory and gazed over the water. "I used to love that song because of the richness of the words, a carol that reminds us of the coming sacrifice." "And now?" Unable to speak without dissolving into tears, Joni just shrugged. As if she could read Joni's heart, Mallory gave a shoulder bump and said, "Hey, I need to say something." 3 low waves rolled in before she continued. "Here's the thing. I was hard on you the other day, and I needed to be. I'm not apologizing for it." "Good. I'd be ticked if you did. It's what you believe." "Right." Mallory sipped on her coffee between sentences. "It's just, I think it's important for you to remember that being confused about old beliefs or new, either one, I think that's normal." "Hypocritical much?" "Nope." Mallory leaned back on her hands and threw her head back to look at the sky. "I've been thinking about your passion for social justice, and I think it's beautiful." Had anyone else said those words, Joni wouldn't have believed them, but no one would have doubted Mallory's sincerity. "Explain." Ever the Socrates, Mallory began with a question. "What do social justice advocates want most?" She nudged Joni again and said, "And don't just say social justice for all." She'd been working on her own definition of social justice for 3 years and almost had it worked out. "I'd say," Joni leaned forward, her forearms resting on her knees, "I want all people all over the world to truly have equal opportunities in every aspect of life. What they do with them is up to them." "Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness?" When Joni shot a look at her, Mallory threw up her hands in defense. "The goal is sound, Joni. How it has or hasn't been realized isn't a reflection of the ideal." How many times had she made the same argument at meetings and rallies, only to have someone say that it had no meaning because it had been denied to marginalized segments of society? "What would you say if I said that the phrase has been exploited by privileged persons until it's an insult to those who haven't had equal opportunity to pursue any of it?" "I'd say that it's time to reclaim it rather than abandon it." The exact thought Joni had never been able to let go of. "I wonder if the same is true." The words refused to come. She couldn't. She just couldn't. Joni shivered, and Mallory suggested they go inside and get more coffee. "I'll be up all night with Uncle Bud anyway." Common sense said to run before Mallory began preaching again. She'd do it. It became part of every Christian's DNA upon conversion. So when she found herself standing in the Barrows kitchen, a cup of coffee in hand, Joni started to set boundaries for their upcoming conversation. Mallory stopped her. "Look, there's something I need to put out there." "I want to tell you what you want to hear," Joni snapped. "I do. But
I can't. Can you even try to understand that? I want what doesn't exist. I want a world where Jesus' people fight for the people I think he would have fought for in America today, in the world today. I want... Wait, look.
As she poured coffee and made a plate of Christmas cookies, Mallory began her sermon. I want to tell you that you can focus on whatever you want to and have Jesus. You can't. Finally, honesty. She didn't have a chance to say it. What I can say is that I believe that if you put Jesus first, all the other stuff will fall into line, if you let it. Mallory refused to look at her. And if you search your mind and heart, I think you know that. No. Joni dropped her voice when she remembered Bud might be sleeping. I had a lifetime of that, but none of it fell into line. Why do you think I walked? Because I didn't want the Lord? You think that? Mallory led her to the living room and settled into Bud's chair as if she needed that nearness. I don't think that. I just think that you have to trust that he knows more than you. If you give up that control to the one who should have it anyway, it will all fall in line. Maybe not where we want it to, she conceded, but eventually it'll happen. I believed that once. Then I saw what people do to each other, to this planet that he made. I don't think I can believe that anymore. He knows best, Joni. God knows what is coming. He sees the end. She leaned forward, hands wrapped around her cup as if drawing strength rather than warmth from it. You can fight with others for the planet that's going to burn up someday, or you can fight with the one who made it. Of all the things Mallory could have said, that one hurt the most. Voices intruded on his rest. Bud ached for a good stretch, but his muscles refused to comply. A spasm gripped him until only the grace of God kept him from gasping. Then he heard her. Mallory. And what she said meant she could only be talking to Joni. A glance at the clock showed it just past 10 o'clock. There's still time, Lord. You think that the God who has been holding the mess we call this world in his hand for millennia can't handle your struggles with faith? I've never thought he couldn't. It's me. I can't. I don't want struggles with faith. It shouldn't be this hard. Says who? Bud nearly cheered at that one. You tell him, Mally girl. I guess me. I say so. I need to make it make sense, or... How about you let God show you what makes sense and what doesn't? Why won't you just let him deal with it all? Only prayer could help the girls, and prayer was about all Bud was good for as far as he was concerned. The words, however, wouldn't come. Minutes passed with only the heartfelt pleas for the Lord to keep knocking, shooting heavenward. Please, Lord, knock. Just keep knocking. She'll open. I know she will. Voices rose, filled the house as Joni demanded answers Mallory couldn't give. Tell her that she's trying to fix people, and that's God's job. Hers is to obey him and him alone. The rest is on his shoulders. But Mallory kept trying to convince her that true faith, true religion, those things were absolutely compatible with taking care of the earth and the people God created. Your focus is wrong, sugar. He called out, but his voice didn't carry. Angelica and her sixth sense about him needing something kicked in just as he was about to reach for the button that would buzz her phone. She appeared at his side, and something about it was almost as angelic as her name. Wish I believed in feminine angels, he murmured. I'd assume you were one. Not feminine? Angels are warriors, he argued. Strong and masculine in the Bible. Probably not a man or a woman, but fierce. Anyway, that's how I read the scriptures. What do you need, Mr. Budd? Get the girls for me, will you? I need to talk to them. Angelica demurred. They're having an important, private... I know, and I can help, he insisted. Tell Mally I want her. Low voices dropped even lower, and when it seemed as if an hour had passed, they finally grew a bit closer. Joni stepped in first. "Bud?"
"Come on in, darling. I'm not here to preach at you."
He tried to wink and probably only succeeded in looking like a toddler making a weak attempt at it.
"Much.
"Bud."
I just want you to consider something. Doesn't have to be today or even tomorrow, but when you have a few minutes to yourself."
She sat on the edge of his bed and took his hand in hers. "What's that, Brother Bud?"
Please don't let me get my hopes up when she does stuff like that. I can't take it.
Despite having plenty of time to rehearse what he wanted to say, all the pre-planned words escaped him in a pain and morphine-induced fog.
I want you to know that even if I was firmly convinced of the doctrine of eternal security, I'd say this, okay? I'm not saying it because I'm convinced you're bound for hell. I'm saying it because I'm convinced of the goodness of God.
Okay? Bud heard it in her tone and saw it in the look on her face. Determination.
I've been praying in here, darling. I prayed that God would heal your heart, begged him to keep knocking until you opened it to him.
I've prayed that too, Brother Bud.
Good. Now listen. You just focus on Jesus and the Bible. No interpretations, no rules, no trying to make anything fit together.
How? How do I do that even? How do I abandon things that will improve life for so many? Mallory jumped in on that one. No one said you had to abandon them, but focus on Jesus and, she offered Bud an apologetic smile. Since I'm already interrupting, I'll add that improving life here is good, but not at the expense of eternity.
That's right, chickadee.
Bud turned to Mallory and said,
If Jesus is who he says he is, and I believe you know he is, then he is sufficient. You'll find him in the Word. Just read that.
His heart skipped a beat when he thought he might have seen a nod.
Start with Jesus, he said again. Let God build a foundation in your soul.
Again, Mallory jumped in. Yes, that's it. I need that too. I need to stop trying to build or blend anything in my life. I need to just imitate Jesus. Let him do the building. Chapter 18. When she heard Joni say, Brother Bud, I didn't believe that Christianity was compatible with the things that became important to me. I thought that meant I had to choose between the church and people. I guess the real choice should have been Jesus. Mallory stepped away from them and pulled out her phone. As she moved outside, Uncle Bud said,
That's right, little Joni d'Arc. Everything comes back to Jesus, with your surname.
Jeff answered on the first ring.
I've been praying.
What'd your mother get for Christmas this year?
Treadmill.
It might be off topic, but she couldn't resist. Is your dad in trouble again?
He's making baklava as we speak.
The mental picture of Mr. Gilbert making the complicated dessert at nearly midnight conjured pictures of a dozen other mishaps and their subsequent apologies, and nearly sidetracked her with questions about last year's gaffe. Just in time, she captured it and wrangled it to her side. Later, she could ask later, So, nice big red bow?
Yeah, why?
Bring it. Only the catch in his throat hinted that Jeff knew her answer before he asked the question.
Why?
A glance through the living room window gave her an even better answer than she'd hoped. Uncle Bud is praying with her right now.
On my way.
And before she could disconnect, he added,
Hey, Mallory.
Will
you make some communion bread?
A grin despite herself. Yeah, on it. Joni and Uncle Bud didn't even look her way as she crept past the door and began mixing the flours, the butter, a bit of honey and salt.
Only once it was finished did she move back to Uncle Bud's room and rejoin the conversation. What Uncle Bud said Mallory could only imagine, but if the earnest love and respect that shone on Joni's face meant what she assumed it did, things would be well.
And if Jeff doesn't dawdle too much, this could happen before midnight, Uncle Bud's last communion with Jeff and Joni.
By 11:35, the bread had been baked and was already cooled. By 11:40, Joni had been persuaded to stay twice already. Only Uncle Bud catching on kept her there. He took one look at her, his chin quivered, and that's all it took. She stayed. At 11:45, Mallory grew concerned. What if there'd been an accident? Had he taken a water taxi or borrowed his father's boat? He wouldn't bring his whole family with him, would he? Hers? The more questions that followed, the faster the minutes flew. At 11:50, someone whistling words of the word approached. Joni stopped talking mid-sentence. She froze, hands flat on her knees. After only a few seconds, she jumped to her feet and flew across the room to the bedroom door. After one glance back, and without even giving him a chance to knock, she threw open the door. There he stood, Jeff Gilbert, wearing the big red bow. He didn't even pause for dramatic effect. Jeff swooped Joni up into his arms and kissed her until Mallory wondered if a crisis of faith might not be worth it. Maybe. Only when Uncle Bud chuckled did Jeff step back, eyes still trained on Joni. Then he kissed her again. He led her to Uncle Bud's side, shoved his hands in his pocket and fumbled. Mallory's breath caught in her chest. While Jeff didn't try to hide his words from them, he kept them low, personal, intimate.
I've loved you since Mrs. Leeper put us next to each other in first grade. That's a lot of years.
He dropped something into her hand and folded it up.
I offered this to you once. We planned a wedding.
We did. Jeff looked back at Mallory and winked before continuing.
Will you accept it again and make vows with me tonight? Now, here, in front of Uncle Bud? We can get a license and do it traditionally later, but...
Time froze. Each second refused to pass as if afraid of the answer Joni would give. After staring at the ring for a minute or two, she slid it over her fourth finger and said, Jeffrey Gilbert, will you promise to love me and stay with me always, no matter what? He pulled her close again, touched her cheek as if to be certain she really did stand there. She really had asked.
I will. And do you promise to love me and help me look to Jesus in everything?
All sound ceased. Mallory couldn't even hear the tide rolling in, and almost believed another Joshua moment had occurred. After all, if God could stop the sun, he could pause the tides. Delicate question. She winked before her whole demeanor changed from impish to solemn. Yes, definitely. Uncle Bud dropped back against the pillows.
What God will join together, either now or later, let none of us do anything to separate.
It was past 2:00 before Jeff and Joni left. Mallory walked them to the door, congratulated them again, promised to pray for Joni, and shut the door behind them. A moment later, she jerked it back open. Hey, Jeff! What was last year's goof gift? What'd your father have to do then?
A venison freezer. He smiled over his shoulder at her. And he had to make her ice cream every night for a week. Jeff winked at her. That was my personal favorite.
While Jeff had never been sadder to say goodbye to someone, he'd never been more thrilled to be alone with Joni. Insecure Jeff nearly asked Joni if she had meant it. Joni's Jeff scoffed at that idea. Grateful Jeff settled in the middle and slipped an arm around her as they strolled up Jacoby Road toward the docks.
I almost can't believe that just happened. As far as I'm concerned, I'm married.
Me too. Joni curled against him. I've dreamed of it almost every day of my life. Not one of those dreams was that special. If anyone had told him that Joni had changed over the past few years, he'd have protested. Yes, she'd made new priorities in her life, but who she was, deep inside, no. However, as Joni said those words, he knew. She had, and now she was back. Still, she waited for his reply.
Can you imagine telling our grandkids about it?
Can you imagine telling my parents? All the times he'd wanted to say something and hadn't.
Did I do the right thing, Lord?
Do you still believe in eternal security? Joni sighed. I always did, until that moment tonight when I realized I'd made imperfect people more important than Jesus, the only one who can perfect them. In that moment I thought, what if Bud is right? What if you can toss away your salvation? Have I done that? And then I realized that deep down, I was counting on that eternal security to cover me. How many times had he wanted to say those very words and been unable to do it?
You can still serve them, Joni. Just give them Jesus and the dignity and...
No. She turned to face him, her eyes searching. I meant Christians. I made them more important than Jesus. I let them drive me from him. She ducked her forehead to his chest. Bud was right. If I keep my focus where it belongs, he can work out the rest. Maybe it was weird for words like that to transform a spiritual moment into a romantic one, but they did. Jeff just held her, reveling in the realization that he could, always.
We'll go to Savannah tomorrow?
Definitely.
Want to invite everyone to go with us?
He closed his eyes and just absorbed every blissful second.
John Tulane there at Bethel would meet us anywhere and give us our vows if we wanted him to.
No, I want to get the license, come home, and have everyone who wants to come waiting on the beach down by the lighthouse. If Bud's awake, we could even move it into his yard.
Think Mallory would mind?
Before Joni could protest, he explained.
I just meant that maybe in what could be her last hours with him, she might not want a bunch of people.
We'll ask. Prudence said he should get her home. They needed to be up early. Love said he didn't care. They sat on a bench at the docks, arms around each other. Their lips met, almost refused to part. And if Jeff allowed himself liberties in kissing her that he'd restrained in the past, well, he wouldn't apologize for it.
I consider myself married, and the state will too, just as soon as that can be done.
Wish I didn't have to go home, Joni murmured.
Technically, you probably don't.
Jeff returned a kiss that no movie director could have conceived.
But you probably should.
Only knowing we have the rest of our lives together will convince me to go home. Jeff pulled out his phone.
Guess I should call Mom. She'll want to let the aunts know.
Joni grinned and fumbled for hers. My dad's going to cry. Tears filled her eyes. After me. The moment he'd expected for so long finally came. Joni wept cleansing tears, ones of relief and gratitude. Chapter 19. Joy that Mallory hadn't seen Uncle Bud show in weeks bubbled over as Jeff and Joni slipped out into the night.
I wanted them to stay, but that's selfish,
he whispered. Lately his voice rarely got any stronger or louder.
They need time to be together.
He crooked a finger at her, and when she drew nearer, he kissed her cheek.
You did it, sweetheart. I'm so proud of you.
The Lord did it, Uncle Bud.
You were obedient. You had faith. I'd almost lost mine a time or two.
Angelica came in and checked him before going to lie down. When you get ready to go to bed, just let me know. After nearly a month of his praying for a Christmas expiration date, Mallory wasn't about to step far from Uncle Bud's bed now that Christmas had gone.
"I'll be here until morning. Get some good sleep. Your son will like you being alert when you get home."
The clock read 2:33 the last time she glanced at it. When the sun peeked over the horizon and nudged her awake, Mallory yawned and stretched and turned her gaze to Uncle Bud. He still slept. Might as well go to bed for an hour or two. As she leaned over to kiss him, Mallory froze. No! The first tear fell. 2 more chased it. The realization that he'd turned her way at some point unleashed a floodgate. I didn't get to say goodbye. Maybe she spoke it. Perhaps it only lingered in her heart, unwilling to be vocalized. Mallory didn't know which. Instinct said to call for Angelica to do what needed to be done next, but instead, she sank into the chair and gazed at the face of the man who might have loved her most in the world. Even more than Daddy, she mused. Thoughts of her parents argued in favor of a call to Haiti, but instead, she smoothed the few little hairs that chemo hadn't stolen, pulled blankets up to his chin, and memorized his face. Of all the things you taught me, this thing with Joni was the most important. Thank you for pushing me to show love to her, and thank you for teaching me to choose eternal gifts. Necessity demanded she make calls, ask Angelica to step in, to begin the moving process. The association would meet in 2 weeks to set the next vote night. She needed to have Uncle Bud's house cleared out by then, turn in the key, present her proposal for mobile businesses, get back to Atlanta and salvage her career if they all said no. Grief said, just a little longer. A gentle shake jerked her from sleep. Angelica hunkered down beside her. Mallory, I'm so sorry, but he's gone, I know. I just needed a bit more time before I told you. He was the kindest man. She pointed at the stack of gifts Uncle Bud had insisted Mallory buy for Angelica's son. That right there? Uncle Bud should have been a father. Instead, he played daddy to hundreds of children over the years. Mallory rose, laid one hand on Uncle Bud's cool cheek, and turned to go. I need to call Mama and Daddy. She gave Angelica a hug. He loved you and Sam most. You were very special to him. Somehow, Mallory managed to get the words out before the tears flowed again. She fled out the door, down the steps into her favorite spot on the beach. I know this is precious to you, Lord, but he was precious to us, and we wanted him here. The South is full of old, beautiful cemeteries with Spanish moss-draped trees to shade the time-battered stones. Breaker's Head was no exception. Situated at the second highest point of the island, safe from storm surges during hurricane season, some said the departed watched over the island and their loved ones from beds of eternal rest. It might not have been strictly biblical, but Benjamin Hortigold had always thought it a beautiful picture of how that great cloud of witnesses might play out on their little island. The graveyard was packed with folks who'd come to pay their respects to one of the most beloved men in island history. They milled about after the graveside service ended, pointing out their own loved ones and musing about a reunion in heaven with Bud. Is that how it is? I can never tell. People talk like it, but I've not found that in the Bible. Near the front, Mallory Barrows stood in her dark gray dress and a sweater of such pale pink it turned white in the startling sunlight. Oh yes, Bud Barrows would never have approved of a gray, dreary day for his funeral. Sunshine, lots of flowers, and good food for the attendees. He'd probably arranged it so Mallory wouldn't have to. That was just like Bud. An announcement came in over the loudspeaker just as that thought materialized. Don't forget the potluck at Breakers Point Lighthouse, and if your name is on the list inserted in their program, please at least stop by. Bud left something he thought would bless you. So that's what the paper had been for. He'd have to go. If Bud had something for him, Benjamin wanted it. And he wouldn't be alone.
I'll go make sure Dad's grave is tidy first. That should give others time to go first. The Hornigolds had been some of the first people buried there back in the 18th century. Even the great pirate Benjamin Hornigold himself had a gravestone put up by family who settled there just before his death. At one end of the family plot, as close to an enormous live oak as they could put him, Winston Benjamin Hornigold III had been buried 3 years earlier. He stood there, his eyes skimming the simple stone. He and his father had planned the words that the stonemason would carve into it at the beginning of Dad's diagnosis. They used lasers now. All but Albert Dalrymple. Albert did things the old way, by hand, and the stone showed that kind of craftsmanship. The traditional two-masted schooner that was carved into every Hornigold man's stone had been carved into the curved top. Next came his name, the dates of his life, and the words they'd finally settled on. Devoted son and loving father, a child of the king. He pulled a few weeds, wiped dirt from the grooves of the ship, gripped the edge of the stone and asked the Lord for strength to live without the man who had taught him how. As he turned away, he saw her, Mallory Barrows, standing far away from the Barrows section of the cemetery. Curiosity warred with concern until he decided. Benjamin moved in a wide arc until he stood 20 or 30 feet behind her. A large stone, taller than he was, stood just one row back and to the right. He moved toward it. As he neared, Benjamin heard Mallory speaking.
Truly hope that you were supremely happy with Alton. You gave up the best of men, so I hope second best was worth the loss. He loved you, right to the end.
With that, she set something on the headstone and meandered through the stones back to the gravesite. Only once she'd walked away did he step forward and look. Atop the gravestone was a simple clamshell.
I wonder what that's all about.
He'd walked to the cemetery from the docks, 5 miles uphill, but he loved that walk. With everyone else gone, he took his time, wandering around the hill that led up there and to the short street that led to Jacoby Road. That's when Benjamin saw her again. Mallory Barrows walking alone, arms wrapped around herself, sweater flapping in the breeze. Benjamin picked up the pace and caught up with her. She smiled up at him, but tears streamed down her face. Instinct said to hold her hand, offer support. Both attempts failed.
If he knew her better, maybe, but it was hard enough to put himself out there for people he knew well.
Mallory was almost a stranger to him. Instead, they walked side by side, down through the trees and toward Breaker's Point and the lighthouse. There won't be a Barrows taking care of it now. An island tradition gone. As they came around the bend that opened up to show the lighthouse, Bud's house, and enough vehicles to make any mall owner happy, Mallory stiffened. A small sigh escaped, and Benjamin thought he understood. You don't have to go in. Go round back and into the lighthouse. I'll tell people to eat and go. She stumbled, and he caught her arm.
Thank you.
Her gaze lifted to meet his.
Well, thank you for being here. Most people would have talked or tried to get me to. I just needed not to be alone, and you met that need.
Although she tried to hold his gaze, hers dropped when tears returned.
I'll let you do that. Before you go, though, in Uncle Bud's room behind the door is the guitar you helped him pick out. He wanted you to have it. He said for you to learn it for him.
With that, she was gone. First walking briskly, then at a jog, finally at a run. Benjamin watched until she disappeared between the trees before turning toward the house. Lord, if you'd give me an idea of how I can help without intruding. Chapter 20. Grief proved to be easier to manage than Mallory had expected. Perhaps it was having a month to prepare, and 2 years of knowing it was possible. The worst moment she had was waking up the day after the funeral and finding it unseasonably warm,
the sun shining with a brilliance that produced crystal shimmers on the water, and the plants out front glistening with raindrops on leaves. Just after she'd finished the previous day's dishes, Benjamin Hornigold appeared at her door, ready to play errand boy for her. "I thought I could at least take things around to those on the head. Boat's out of commission today, so—" Uncle Bud had said people would want to help. "Let them do it, Mally, my love," he'd said. "They love us. Let them show it."
"Thank you. The breakers' boxes are by the door there. Every item is labeled."
"If you would just go over everything with me so I know I have it and don't have the wrong person in mind, I'd appreciate it." As unnecessary as it seemed, Mallory pulled out the boxes and told him what went to whom. Sometimes she even added why. He repeated everything back to her with such precision that Mallory thought she understood. "He's probably somewhere on the autism spectrum. I'll have to remember that." "Perfect. Thanks." Remembering the refrigerator full of food she couldn't possibly eat herself, she pulled out a dish and carried it out to his little golf cart for him. "Just give it back to whoever's name is on the bottom. If there isn't one, let me know." "I'll just bring it to church. Whoever it belongs to will grab it, or a friend will if they don't go to church. It's good." He gazed back at the house. "I miss him already. Can't imagine what you're feeling. But we're here for you, for as long as you stay, and even when you go back to the city." Part of her insisted she not tell him, but the excited side couldn't resist. She leaned against the side of the golf cart, shoved her hands in her jeans pockets, and looked out over Jacoby Road. "I might be staying." "Going to take over the lighthouse?" Mallory shook her head. "No, I'm going to talk to the association about bringing mobile businesses to the islands. We can have a food truck restaurant, a hair salon, a groomer, whatever we want. They could travel from island to island each week, all the amenities of a larger place, but since it's spread out over 20,000 people on 5 islands instead of just trying to serve 2,000 or 3,000 on one." He leaned back and grinned himself. "Considering a career change in paw spas?" "Bookstore." At his raised eyebrow, she said, "It was Uncle Bud's idea. He said that he'd always thought I'd own a bookstore or be a writer, so—" "Writing isn't your thing?" Heat flooded her face. She probably looked sunburned, but her excitement couldn't contain itself. "I might try that, too. I never really thought about it, but since he's gone, I can't stop." It might have been her imagination, but Mallory almost shivered in the cooling air between them. Benjamin smiled, nodded, and climbed in the cart. "If I can do anything, Bud's got my number in his phone. I'm praying for your whole family." And he was gone. Rooms echoed as Mallory walked through them. The furniture had been hauled off by people who wanted this thing or that. The rest went to the island thrift store donation pile in one truckload. Boxes were gone, and all treasures passed out. She'd shipped 10 large boxes of stuff to different extended family members, people who couldn't be bothered to come when Uncle Bud was dying, but had demanded certain things be mailed once he was gone. He'd say it was just stuff and that people grieve in different ways. A magnet on the fridge, one she'd made at camp when she was 9. Mallory took it and tucked it into her purse. That was it. A lifetime in a house reduced to boxes and lingering ghosts of memories. Her phone buzzed, a reminder that she needed to hurry if she'd make the ferry to Hopper. One by one, she shut off the lights. Room by room, she sealed off memories that threatened to overwhelm her. A box by the door, the last of Uncle Bud's books, was all she needed to have it emptied. 2 weeks of 12-hour days to make it ready for the association to take over. Her hand shook as she reached for the knob. Tears spilled. She hadn't cried since the funeral, but she sobbed there. An arm wrapped around a box of books, her other hand gripping the doorknob. Her 7-year-old self raced past. "Uncle Bud, find me!" At 12, she'd sat sobbing with her head in his lap.
But she said I was too ugly for any boy to like me.
At 5, she'd torn up the path to the front door, opened it, and waved a book over her head.
Uncle Bud, I learned how to read. Let me show you.
With every memory, his hair changed. Lines on his face deepened and softened.
I'm gonna get you, lovey mine. Any girl who says someone is ugly has been looking in the mirror far too long. Just don't you mind her. I want to hear every word, Angel Face.
The box slid to the floor. Mallory followed. She sat there, sobbing, missing the man who had taught her what to look for in a man. And if I'd kept that in mind, I wouldn't have fallen for Trevor. I'd dodged a lonely bullet with him. Prayer helped. Didn't fully heal, but it helped. Still, every time she tried to leave, fresh tears would fall. So much for handling grief well. With the box stowed in her tiny house, Mallory strolled down to the docks, not even trying to rush. She'd long missed the ferry. A call to Kurt assured her he'd be there in 15 minutes. Dropping Cora Wainwright off after her appointment in Savannah, then I'll zip up to grab you. They waste a bunch of time at the opening of vote decision night anyway. He'd been right, too. When Mallory stepped off the water taxi and raced up the street to the community barn, people still milled about outside, laughing and joking. The older crowd stayed indoors out of the chill. Small children dashed between legs until Mallory felt confident that someone would be upended in no time. Surrounded by half a dozen people, all talking at the same time, was Abel Crawforth. He tried to listen to everyone at once, but when he saw her coming toward him, he broke through the semicircle and met her halfway.
How you holding up, Mallory? It doesn't seem right that he's not here with us.
Doing okay. It was true. Okay was about all she could manage right then, but it was the only truthful thing that didn't sound insane or depressing. Mallory dug for the lighthouse and Barrow's house keys.
I brought you these.
Oh, darling, you didn't have to bring them yet. You'll need time to go through his things. We're not in...
It's all done. Everything's emptied. She reached for a small New Testament in her purse and passed it to him.
Uncle Bud said you earned this back in 74. He thought it was about time you got it.
The man wiped at his eyes.
I always let him think I'd really earned it, but I didn't. Mama cheated with me so she could brag on me, and the Sunday school teacher, Miss Handover, found out. I just never came clean about it.
What did Uncle Bud have to do with it?
A chuckle softened his tone. She gave it to him and told him to make sure I'd memorized all the verses. Then he got sick. Couldn't find it after he got better. Offered to buy one a dozen times, but I said if I couldn't have the one I earned, I didn't want one at all. Another chuckle erupted. Probably the truest thing I ever said back then.
Well, it's yours now. He really wanted you to have it. Crawforth rubbed a thumb over the unmarred leather.
I'll make sure I know all those verses, too.
He glanced around, saw people milling in, and gave her an apologetic look.
I have to start the meeting. I suppose we'll be losing you then?
Maybe not. I wanted to address the association, if I may.
Sure. We'd all like to know what Bud had to say there at the end. I'll get you up there first.
Folks filed into chairs and seated themselves. Others stood around the edge of the room. Abel Crawforth moved to the mic and called the meeting to order.
We're going to get this thing started, but first Mallory Barrows has a few words for us from Bud. He held out his hand. Mallory?
Nerves didn't dare annoy Mallory on most presentations, but they arrived and nearly strangled her as she arrived at the mic. A scan of the room showed Joni and Jeff off to one side. Benjamin Hornigold and several of the others who helped take down all the Christmas lights were sitting in a group near the back. Benjamin gave her a reassuring nod as she cleared her throat. Beside him, a woman leaned close and murmured something.
Didn't know you had a girlfriend. I bet Uncle Bud would have liked to know.
At that moment, she knew what to say. I first wanted to thank everyone for being the amazing support before and after Uncle Bud's. She grinned through tears. Expiration. Laughter erupted through the barn. Abel beamed. Okay, Uncle Bud and I talked about the situation here on the island, the desire to keep life the way it is while still providing amenities that everyone wants. We came up with a solution, and he said he'd talk to someone about me sharing here, but I don't think he had the time. A man in the front row piped up.
He did. I motion for Mallory Barrows to make her proposal. It's a good one.
Someone seconded, another called it, and Mallory began. She put forth her hair-cutting scenario, from waking up to returning at night. By my calculations, it's probably around 8 hours. That's a full workday. But Breakers can't support a hair salon all by itself. A few nods followed that one. However, Mallory described a hair salon with 3 chairs made in an RV. You can look at the Wind in Your Hair Salon website for an idea of how it works. But the stylist works with each person at a time. An assistant shampoos while she is coloring. Then she cuts while the color sets and so forth. I envision everything from food trucks to pet grooming and even a medical clinic. We'd use the ferry to move our units from island to island, and as long as you issued the proper permits to allow it to move, we'd be set.
Abel stepped forward. We? You're planning to stay? You'd have a business? What kind?
I have that tiny house I brought. I plan to gut it and make shelves, get an espresso machine, have a mobile bookstore / coffee shop. I think with the delay in shipments for stuff, I can offer almost as fast as Amazon. A teenager standing off to the side gasped, Lattes? She nodded. Just simple stuff. No smoothies or anything like that. My friend Beth would be the one to do that with her food truck. Or maybe we could get a mobile froyo shop. A woman near the back stood and called out, Are you saying you think you have people who might be interested in providing these businesses? I've contacted 6 people who are all sending out feelers. I know Beth wants in on this, definitely. She's already looking into buying a food truck. My friend Penelope Reese, is an amazing event manager. Wouldn't it be nice for small parties and big events to be using local talent and services as well as keeping the money among our own tax base? A few nods spurred her on. Mel wants to bring her pet grooming skills to the table. A semi-familiar face caught her attention. Eyes wide, mouth open, a look of eureka plastered on it. Mallory knew that look. Ainsley? It's Ainsley, isn't it? Did you have something to contribute? I just wondered about Meredith Sidney. She's in cosmetology school now. Maybe she'd want to come back and have a business if we all helped raise the money for the RV or whatever she'd need. That set off a cacophony of ideas and suggestions. Arguments broke out. Questions fired at her, one on top of the other, until she couldn't keep up. Abel had gone from looking interested to skeptical. By the time people started shouting, he looked done. Mallory had to act fast. Excuse me. No one even looked up from their arguing. Excuse me. That did it. Every eye turned her way. I have a suggestion if you'd care to hear it.
This is sounding mighty overwhelming, Mallory. I'm not sure.
May I propose my idea? At his nod, she turned to face the room. I understand this is all new, and no one knows how effective it would be, but I believe in it. Enough that I'm willing to quit a very good job and give it a chance. Murmurs rippled over the room. Abel moved closer.
We can't expect.
I know you don't, but I'm offering. What I'd like to do is this. I'll set up my house. I'll buy my stock and equipment. I'll work the islands for 6 months. We'll see how residents actually like having it there. If I'm able to support myself enough to be willing to continue 6 months from now, then you can vote whether I get to call in other businesses. Can we do that? Have a vote in 6 months this time instead of a year or 2? She thought convincing them would be the hard part, and it wasn't easy. But after the vote, she was smothered by nearly everyone present.
The two dissenters, Amalou and Eva May, of course, did not stay. Mallory made a note to send them a gift certificate as her silent thanks. 6 months, Mallory mused as she meandered up Jacoby Road to her tiny house, the one that would be a tiny store as soon as she could make it happen. I've got 6 months to do what most businesses take 3 to 5 years to do. She raised her eyes heavenward and took in the inky black sky with its glittering, jeweled constellations. Lord, thank you for the opportunity. And if Uncle Bud doesn't already know, would you tell him? The book barrow is officially a thing. Epilogue. Crouched in her little kitchen booth, Mallory flipped the pages of a notebook back and forth, trying to balance fiction and nonfiction, genres, age groups, and new titles versus classics. With each edition, her budget shrank until there just wasn't another dollar she could spare. And then she saw it. Uncle Bud's note to be sure to have good Christian fiction.
The islanders need something to encourage them in their faith, and some of it's really well written these days.
To do it justice, she'd have to remove 20 titles on her list. That'd leave 5 women's fiction, 5 contemporary romance, 5 suspense and mystery, and 5 historical. Whatever else people wanted, they'd have to order until she got enough traction to support it. A note on her Don't Forget page told her to call about auto ship accounts. She pulled up a new window and typed in the website. With it ready to go, Mallory went back to the list and began cutting. Half of the books were children's books that she just knew people needed to buy. 3 more that she'd been iffy about went. At that point, it left only 1 too many, but the price fit her budget. One by one, she checked every book title and, like Santa, checked them again. Third from the bottom was Uncle Bud's favorite, an illustrated copy of The Gift of the Magi. With a smile that finally felt genuine, she selected it, cut it out of the document, scrolled to the top, and pasted it in. She pressed the power button on her phone, and the wallpaper came up showing the last picture ever taken of her and Uncle Bud. He smiled back at her, and from that picture, no one would know how much pain he must have been in. I'll always have a copy in stock, Uncle Bud. Always a Bible, always O. Henry. Island Cookies. Ingredients: 2 1/4 cups white flour, half a teaspoon baking soda, 1 teaspoon baking powder, half teaspoon of salt, 1 cup shredded coconut, 1 cup sugar, 3 ounces room temperature cream cheese, cubed, half teaspoon of vanilla, zest of 1 lime. Key limes may be preferred. Half a cup, or 1 stick, of melted butter, warm. 1 egg. 1 tablespoon milk. Whole milk is the most delicious, and half is even better. 1 tablespoon of lime juice. Again, some may prefer key limes. Half cup powdered sugar, reserved for rolling cookies in. Directions: preheat oven to 350 degrees. Stir together the first 5 ingredients in a medium mixing bowl and set aside. Stir together sugar, cream cheese, and lime zest in a large mixing bowl. Cream butter in. Repeat with egg, milk, and lime juice one at a time. Make sure your ingredients are thoroughly mixed. Add dry ingredients slowly. Mix well. Roll dough into approximately 1-inch balls. Roll each ball into powdered sugar and place on parchment paper-lined cookie sheet. Bake for approximately 11 to 12 minutes until lightly golden. Before you eat, close your eyes and imagine yourself beneath swaying palm trees with warm sand between your toes. Merry Christmas! This has been Christmas on Breakers Point, written by Chautona Havig and narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. Thanks for listening.